The story begins on a night with torrential rain, pouring down on the pine forest, creating a gloomy and slightly melancholic atmosphere, making one feel cold. That gloomy atmosphere still enveloped the surroundings, raindrops splashing on each pine needle, dripping onto the ground. In the downpour, someone's thoughts emerged, feeling like a broken tree, cutting into somewhere on the body. Each drop of rain pattered down, wetting the seemingly new carriage, which had just crashed. When she woke up, she was lying at the foot of a cliff. Leah lay slumped on the ground beside the carriage, her whole body filthy with mud, unable to move, showing no signs of life, yet her thoughts echoed, "That is it. My carriage was traveling on the mountain, on the slippery road, and then it fell. Even though I asked the coachman to be careful." Her hand hung limp, her fingers pale, unable to move, lying lifeless on the cold ground. "Clearly, I am definitely going to die like this, but how can I know that?" The stench of blood spread across the ground, mixing with the rainwater, becoming a thick liquid spreading across the surface. Where Leah lay, the ruins of the shattered carriage surrounded her. At this moment, her consciousness faded. Death for me, what a tragic scene. Rainwater poured down from the trees, like a waterfall. The sky was black, everything blurred, dark and gloomy. Leah remembered old memories, not for the first time. In contrast to now, it was a beautiful day, a day she thought would be filled with beautiful things. A voice called her name, Leah, making her slightly startled, her hands clutching the bouquet tightly. In her astonished eyes, Delia entered the room, announcing shocking news, "I am pregnant." Leah remembered herself at that time. "This tiresome curse started from my wedding." At this moment, in surprise, Leah asked, "What?" With the sudden confession from Delia, her longtime friend, Delia happily, with a joyful expression, replied, "You will bless me, right?" Delia continued to chatter while Leah listened without much pleasure. The father of the child decided to prepare for marriage after confirming the relationship. Leah looked at her, thinking, if not at this moment, then never. Let us see Delia pour out her heart like a machine gun. A sense of unease covers this body. Delia gently cradled her stomach, asking, "Will you be my bridesmaid at my wedding? We are best friends after all." She continued to listen, her heart filled with worries. It was as if, regarding the father of the child that girl held in her womb, not paying attention to Leah's worsening expression, she still smiled, continuing, "Actually, my soon-to-be husband is someone you know." Leah suddenly interrupted, who, hearing this, she was quite surprised, her words halting. Leah anxiously asked her again, "Who could it be, Detter?" Her mood became chaotic, like my fiancé. The party was held, with many distinguished guests offering congratulations. "Congratulations. Congratulations, Count Deverty. With such a magnificent wedding, your father must be very proud." Detter Deverty politely replied, "You flatter me." He replied with a smile, "Compared to the praise, it is just mediocrity." The guest continued to praise, "Still, you are very humble." The guest looked at him wondering, "But where is the bride? We would like to meet her." The woman accompanying the guest immediately corrected, "Don't be so rude." Hearing this, the crowd could not help but be curious. "Why, what is wrong? You are curious too, are not you?" "Yes, we are all very curious." They continued to add to the story. "Of course, needless to say, the person who will become the countess must be a stunning beauty, right?" Detter Deverty suddenly smiled slightly. He replied, "That is right." Leah suddenly appeared, sensing her presence. Detter Deverty could not help but be stunned, the words he was saying to the guests immediately stopping. "In my eyes, she is more beautiful than anyone." The maidservant kept trying to stop Leah. "Miss, if someone like this appears at the ceremony," only to see Leah avoiding her, she shouted, full of rejection, "Don't come near me." Then she started calling Detter Deverty's name loudly, ignoring the scrutinizing eyes of everyone at the party. "Detter, where are you, Detter?" Before her unwanted presence, Detter Deverty could not help but feel embarrassed. Leah continued to plead, "Let me see Detter." He looked at her, his eyes full of astonishment, softly calling Leferentia. Then he immediately ran over, loudly, "What are you suddenly saying here? The crown prince must be arriving any minute now." With all her faith, Leah's hand reached out, wanting to touch him to see if everything was real, not needing to ask him if Delia's words were true or not. Detter Deverty ran over, grabbing her hand, his face earnest. "Leah, first calm down and go to the bride's waiting room." Not paying any attention to his words, Leah was now completely immersed in the desire to see the truth, gently touching his cheek. Leah gently stroked his cheek, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. Before her sudden action, Detter Deverty's eyes widened in surprise. Instantly, a black and white memory flashed in her mind. The way he looks at me, the hidden thoughts in me. His memories now flooded her mind, along with memories from a long time ago. And how he had lied to her, everything appearing clearly through a black and white screen, every event exposed clearly, causing her heart to ache, all the emotions felt when that person looked. Leah saw her best friend and soon-to-be husband deceiving her. Immense pain and hurt in both body and soul enveloping her heart, the cruel truth seemingly destroying her. Even the dirty ambitions and the rudeness she did not want to know. Leah suddenly let go of his hand. Debtor Devotee looked at her, confused. "Leah, what are you doing? I already said until we get married, no skinship," she said in a low voice, interrupting. "So that is how it is," a sentence without beginning or end, making the other person confused. Debtor shouted, "Leah, wait." The shadows of the two people stretched across the marble floor, depicting him reaching out to hold her back, but Leah resolutely lifted her dress and ran away from that person. Debtor loudly tried to hold her back. "Where are you going? I was wrong, the things with Delia were a mistake." Leferentia, despite his shouts behind her, Leah rushed forward as if trying to escape from this place. A bitter tear slipped down Leah's face. She sadly thought, "I was too naive. No matter how naive. Delia and Debtor would absolutely never betray me, I was so sure of that. Like that happy time, the three of us could be together forever." A suspicious figure appeared behind Leah. She was still immersed in pain, so she did not notice this person's appearance. That strange person stared intently at her, his eyes bloodshot, shining with malice. Just as Leah was not paying attention, a hand from behind pushed her, causing Leah to lose her balance and fall forward. In front of her was a long, endless staircase. Just as Leah was falling, Debtor caught up. But unfortunately, he could not grab her. He could only helplessly shout in despair. Leferentia, Leah fell, her blood-stained shoe lying still on the staircase, telling of her condition. Leah dryly thought, "How ridiculous, that was my first death." After the first death, all sound seemed to disappear, and then Leah felt the maid gently shaking her as she lay in bed. The maid's voice softly spoke, Miss Leah." Leah startled, opening her eyes wide, she inhaled sharply, "Ha." The maid looked at Leah worriedly. She tried to speak as gently as possible. "The mistress has been disturbing you since morning, I apologize. You should get up and prepare slowly so you won't be late." Leah vaguely remembered the first time when I opened my eyes again. Leah leaned on the bed, slowly sitting up. The maid stood up straight, ready for any orders from her. "I thought God was on my side." Leah clasped her hands, touching her heart. "God, because he did not want me to be unhappy anymore." She smiled happily, her eyes filled with hope for a different future. "So he clearly gave me a second chance, but that was the beginning of death and endless regression. Trying to pretend I did not know anything and completing the wedding. Then someone would give me poison and I would vomit blood and die. Telling those who betrayed me that I would forgive them. Then a fire would break out and I would die again, in the life where as soon as I opened my eyes I was afraid and ran away. I was stabbed to death by a stranger. And again, time kept returning to its original position. Life repeated an uncountable number of times. At some point I only had one thought in my head. That is, I want to escape the pain of death, I want to live. Even so, surely, death still returned like a predetermined fate. I tried to struggle until now, but this is all meaningless. In this life too, the same ending. Leah lay motionless on the cold ground under the torrential rain. No one will know that I am slowly dying here. Even if they knew, no one would come all the way here to look for me. As Leah thought like that, a foot stepped on the sunken ground, splashing water around, slowly approaching where she lay. He said in a languid voice, "Ah, no way." Leah blankly opened her eyes wide, looking at the foot approaching. She thought, someone, the strange person surprisingly spoke. Turns out she is still breathing. "How pitiful," he said with pity, standing looking at her like a grim reaper looking at his target. Leah could no longer hear clearly. She vaguely thought, "Someone is beside me," the stranger whispered in the rain. "I do not want to see such an unfortunate sight either." Leah confusedly asked, "Someone who is saying what?" He reached out his hand. "Look, her whole body is covered in mud. All her limbs are broken so she can't even move a finger." Leah secretly hoped, "I can't hear very well, but please help me, I do not want to go back at all." Leah tried to plead through her eyes, the other person's hand casting a shadow on her face under the flashing lightning. Leah wearily thought, "I do not want this suffering to repeat again, so please do not leave me to die." He squatted down, looking at her. The stranger smirked, "Your story is even more heartbreaking than mine. Let us stop here. Goodbye, Leferentia, I won't forget this favor. Only with your death can my dream come true." Hearing these words, Leah's eyes widened in shock. She looked at the sharp knife he pulled out, in her fading consciousness. Leferentia Nerial, her consciousness blurred, lay flattened on the ground, startled by the words of the murderer. He drew out a sharp knife to carry out his plan. Seeing that, she thought in her fading consciousness, "I thought of a new goal. Leferentia told herself as she had to experience the feeling of being murdered by a murderer with a sinister smile, holding up a knife preparing to kill her. Leferentia opened her eyes wide and a strong idea sprang up in her heart. If another morning comes. A thud rang out, blood splattering everywhere before she died. The suppressed resentment uttered the last words in her heart. I will definitely find that person. Early in the morning, flickering light shone on the bed, a white hand clutching the sheets tightly. The scene of the familiar room. Anna also appeared in that room, holding a tray. She noticed the rustling of the sheets and glanced over. Leferentia request was realized once again. She really lived again. Leferentia woke up as if from a terrible nightmare. Anna asked solicitously, "Miss, you are awake?" She said softly, and reported that you should sleep a little more. The bath water is not ready yet. She did not hear anything, just glanced around. The familiar room made Leferentia determine. It was not an accident. Miss Leah, Anna anxiously called when she saw her not reacting, just sitting blankly as if lost in soul. She asked with concern when she saw Leferentia pale face. Are you okay? You look pale, did you have a nightmare? She was still immersed in her thoughts. While looking outside, Leferentia sorted out the information and thought that the deaths in the past were all caused by that person. Outside, the light was gradually dawning. Her determination was not just a thought, but an enlightenment like light shining through. Leferentia thought for a while and then spoke to Anna. Well, the thoughts in her head were still appearing in this endless repeating life outside. Leferentia confessed. It has been a long time since I had a new dream. Those thoughts kept coming out. The thing I have to do. From a distance, the sound of hooves stepping into puddles of water rang out. That thought was not only confined to Leferentia mind, but as a message to those who killed her, sent to those who wanted me dead. From that distant place, a man in black robes appeared. Behind the cloak was a man with a cold face. Leferentia was now silently telling herself, definitely must take revenge. That night, under the flickering light of the candle, she sat down to record the important events. There are certain rules when starting and ending the regression process. It always starts from this morning, 3 months before my wedding. The ending is always my death. Leferentia wrote and thought, more precisely, that guy always persistently comes to kill me. Even if he fails, he does not give up but finds another method. She secretly blamed herself for not realizing sooner, even though it had been repeated so many times. Why have not I realized that existence until now? At first I never thought anyone would kill me so persistently. The night sky shone into the room through the window. Leferentia sat alone contemplating. At least no one around me has such animosity or motive against me. Thinking of this, something flashed in her head. Leferentia blurted out motive. She recalled the words that the murderer had said to her. Only when you die will my wishes come true. Suddenly, a clanging sound rang out. The candle was knocked to the ground by Leferentia. She stood up, annoyed, breathing heavily, resentfully thinking, who is it, what do they want and why are they threatening my life like this? Thinking of this, Leferentia resolutely blurted out. Not anymore. In her head she calculated, that person will definitely appear again. Leferentia hands crumpled the book in front of her. The bursting frustration made her decisively choose, if I can't escape, then at least, there is only one way to cut off this terrible bond. Leferentia eyes reflected the determination of a person who had been driven to the end, with no other choice than to find him first and kill him. A new day begins. Sunlight shines into Leferentia house. From inside came Anna's voice. Excuse me, miss. She continued, I brought the doctor as you requested, a man with a bright face. His appearance exuding a knowledgeable person was brought to meet her. He greeted Leferentia who was sitting waiting in front of her. It has been a long time since I came to greet you, Miss Leferentia. Her voice softly expressed gratitude. Come in, maybe I called you a bit suddenly, but thank you for coming so early. He politely put his hand on his chest, nodded slightly and gave a friendly smile. Not at all, it is just that I also had something nearby. This man's name is Phaser. He is Leferentia family doctor. Phaser asked about her health. How is your body? I heard the maid say that you have signs of catching a cold. Looking at the person in front of her, Leferentia expression was serious. And she thought, although this person is known as a capable doctor, even more famous than that is his warm heart. That was what made her hesitant. I do not know if that is his weakness or not. Thinking, Leferentia had something to discuss privately with Phaser, so she gently asked Anna. Anna, can you go out for a bit? At her suggestion, she was quite surprised but still quickly answered, yes, miss. Anna pushed the door open and slowly stepped out. As she slowly walked out, she looked back, worried, what is going on? Usually even during medical examinations she always lets me stay by her side. Could it be that she has a serious illness? I do not know what Leferentia said to Phaser that made him slam his hand on the table. Shocked, loudly asking again, what that time? Her voice seriously confirmed, that is right, the time to live when suffering from a terminal illness. He gasped in shock. hearing it again but still unable to believe it. Phaser worriedly and curiously asked, "Miss, what is going on after all?" Leferentia Neriel evaded answering. She held out her hand towards him, ordering, "You, Neriel's family doctor." Directly spread rumors to everyone. Then put her hand on her chest. Leferentia Neriel's face was expressionless, seriously saying, "That I am about to die." Her light words shocked Phaser slightly, standing and fidgeting. He reached out to adjust his glasses. His voice flustered, "You are joking a bit too much, that is obviously an illegal act. There will be bad rumors about the untrue illness about you." Leferentia Neriel's face was calm. "There is not much to think about, Phaser." Suddenly, Leferentia Neriel said in a low voice, "You also prescribed painkillers without permission before. You know clearly whether that is illegal or not." Her tone was still gentle but no different from a threat, causing him to stop. She both hit and caressed, as if the words just spoken were just passing thoughts without any intention. "Don't worry, I do not intend to report you the words right now." Actually, Leferentia Neriel also knew. "Of course I know he is not working with bad intentions." Leferentia Neriel reached out her hand towards Phaser and continued, "It is like you helping people. Please help me this time too." He was surprised, becoming awkward at the suggestion. She thought in her heart, "It is an act for poor people who do not have money for treatment." Continuing the line of thought, "I am sorry for making the innocent Phaser awkward, but this is the best way for me to escape the eyes of the killer." Phaser asked again, "You are saying you are going to fake your death, right?" Leferentia Neriel replied, "That is right." She looked out the window, silently confirming, "I want to disappear completely from this empire." An intense thought existed in her mind. "I won't sit still and endure anymore." A piercing scream rang out, the sound of someone trying to comfort her. "Delia, do not cry anymore." "Okay." Leferentia Neriel sat silently, sipping the tea in her hand. She wearily thought, "How hateful, knowing full well that it is not something to cry about like that." Opposite, Detter Deverty was trying to comfort the sobbing Delia. She leaned on his shoulder, choking, "Heek, but Leah." Leferentia Neriel spoke to comfort. "Come on, no need to cry, I am not going to die right away." Delia still sobbed. "Leah, how long did the doctor say you have left?" She put down the teacup, calmly replying, "About half a year. Enough time to arrange things so it is okay." Detter Deverty turned around, quickly refuting, "Don't say that, Leferentia, before that I will definitely find a way. There is no way our engagement will be broken because you are sick." Delia was stunned, forgetting to cry. He continued to affirm, "From the beginning, even if I start over, I will only love you so. You will always be mine." Leferentia Neriel's face was cold and emotionless. She thought, how funny. Looking at Detter Deverty acting in front of her, she seemed to see all his tricks and intentions. The line of thought continued, "Anyway, as time passes, someone with a terminal illness like me will die and disappear, so that is also considered an effort to leave a good impression until the end. If after a suitable time after I die and you marry Delia, you won't be pointed at by people." Delia hurriedly said, "Moreover, I hate the Violentis family." Leferentia Neriel surprisingly thought, "What are you suddenly saying?" Delia said pitifully, "Leah is so sick, even though we are family they do not come to visit. Like this, if Leah dies, is not it that even the memorial service won't come?" Leferentia Neriel silently listened to her speak. Listening to her express her thoughts like that, she chuckled secretly. "Aha, I was wondering what he was saying. It turns out he definitely wants to say that I will die." Detter Deverty did not understand the hidden meaning in Delia's words. He blindly agreed. "Well, that is it. Even in such sad news, there is not even a phone call." He continued to say reproachfully, saying that if they are not there, demons will invade the north. What can they do if they are promoted to sergeant on the Duke? They do not even come to the family reunion. A few more explanations. Violentis, one of the guardian families of the Renater Empire. I belong to Neriel. Detter is the head of the Deverty family, with the head of the family being Delia's brother and Violentis in the north. Initially, a person called by God founded the Renater Empire. At this time a person will crown that person. He appointed 4 guardians to protect the country. The first was Leferentia Neriel. The 4 families inherited the lineage of guardians and were blessed by God through many generations. The second was Delia. Next were Laches Violentius and Detter Deverty, who also received recognition no less than the royal family with noble titles. Among them, the role of protecting the north, the land frequented by demons. Duke Violentus received different favors from the emperor. He was always the object that Detter envied. He showed his displeasure, sarcastically continuing, "What, always showing off, always acting recklessly, just because his physical ability is a little better than others. He has been entrusted with the north." Leferentia Neriel was still immersed in thought. "So that is how it is. It turns out that I have not even met the heir of Violentus until now," she spoke. "It seems that news of me has not reached the north." Leferentia Neriel slowly continued. "Compared to that, today I have something to ask you too, so I prepared like this." The 2 people opposite looked blankly. She continued, somewhat hesitantly, "I will be frank, you two Are you dating? Have been for a long time. The two of them stopped, unable to say a word. Delia nervously stuttered. Lulia, what are you saying? Referentia Nerial slowly took off her gloves, replying, there is nothing to deny because I know for sure. Debtor Deverty was silent for a long time. He said confusedly, you do not tell me. He asked angrily but also somewhat fearfully, used that ability to read our memories. Delia fearfully nestled against him. Referentia Nerial looked at the two thoughtfully. That is also why I was able to find out Phaser's secret, and also the ability that I tried to hide my whole life. She replied calmly, yes, that is right. She took off one of her gloves, calmly continuing, and now, anyway, that ability has become my weapon. Referentia Nerial clasped her hands on her chest and reaffirmed, I, with these hands, have seen everything. A thought flashed, being able to see all the thoughts of others. Old memories rushed back. Debtor Deverty was kneeling, speaking in a gentle voice, Referentia. He was a little sulky, can't you understand me? She looked at him blushing shyly, with an expectant expression. Referentia Nerial tightly clutched her hands on her dress nervously, thinking, just by touching the fingertips can get the memories of others, how terrifying this ability is. Someone was holding a ring box proposing to Referentia Nerial. That person said sweet words to coax her. Even if it is a romantic relationship, there is no need to know everything about each other. If you have gotten all my memories. She then brushed it all aside, with only the thought left in her head. Even so, I still try to only look at happiness. Debtor Deverty knelt down, took out a small round blue box. Inside was a sparkling ring, he sincerely expressed. So I can't surprise you like this. Referentia Nerial remembered herself at that time covering her mouth in surprise, unable to utter a word because of joy and self-reproach, because I have always living in the illusion I created. The romantic, warm proposal scene still lingered in her mind. Returning to reality, Debtor Deverty held his head reproaching. Why do you do things that are not allowed so carelessly? He still kept complaining. Oh no, you misunderstood from the beginning. I do not remember touching you. Are you imagining things yourself, Referentia? Why do you have to say such things about our relationship? She was still silent, looking at him constantly justifying himself and wearily thought, that is right. I knew it would become like this if it is Debtor. He will blame me by all means and try to smooth things over. Referentia Nerial turned to look at Delia preparing to say something, remarking, but Delia, if it were you, you would not let go of this opportunity. She was anxiously clutching her dress. Referentia Nerial concluded, because this is an opportunity for you to snatch Debtor from my hands. As she predicted, Delia stood up abruptly, declaring loudly, yeah, that is right, Debtor and I have been in love for a long time. Debtor Deverty worriedly said sharply, Delia. She turned to him, putting her hand on her chest and sincerely said, but anyway, Leah found out, as long as our feelings do not change. He confusedly asked back, are you okay? Delia stopped, saying a blunt sentence, and Leah will die anyway. Referentia Nerial was stunned by this sarcastic remark. Debtor Deverty could not watch anymore, stood up and shook her strongly, shouting angrily, Delia, do not say any more. Why are you saying that now? Referentia Nerial silently affirmed. That is right, what you said is very right. She announced, let us break off the engagement, Debtor. He stopped the action he was doing, looking at her in surprise. Referentia Nerial slowly stood up, looking at the panicked expressions of the two people opposite her. She added, as you said, I am about to die. What is the point of talking about love or friendship? Referentia Nerial wearily continued. This is enough, she said reassuringly. It does not matter what everyone says about our relationship, so let us stop here. She stood by the door, turning her head to look at the two people who were still stunned, thinking, I have left everything they wanted, so there should not be any suspicion about my death. Referentia Nerial said, because I am exhausted now. Debtor Deverty's expression revealed shock and anger. He did not expect that one day he would have to endure this humiliation. Debtor Deverty could not restrain his anger, but he could not do anything other than throw the potted plant away, uttering a sentence full of resentment, damn it. He stood still on the spot, a series of thoughts swirling in his mind. Break off the engagement. She is going to leave me first just because she can only live for a few months. Debtor Deverty turned his back in a daze. Despair enveloped him. Delia worriedly asked with concern, why are you so scary, Debtor? Anyway, it is a good thing if we want to get married. He remembered Referentia Nerial's indifferent, nonchalant expression and secretly resented, moreover, that nonchalant expression. Debtor Deverty bit his lips tightly in anger, unwilling to accept it. He coldly scolded the stunned her behind. You really do not know your place. Delia looked at the cold back in front of her in confusion. What do you mean? Debtor Deverty smiled faintly, his eyes lifelessly replying, nothing. Under the sunlight of the late afternoon, his voice slowly said, let us go home, Delia. On this side, the plan was proceeding smoothly. Phaser often came to the mansion to make fake diagnoses, and the rumor that Referentia Nerial was struggling with death every day also spread in the empire. Even so, her life was no different. The former fiancé and old friend that Leferentia Neriel was worried about coming to find her again did not send her a letter. The royal palace and nobles only sent gifts to save face. Among them, fortunately, the killer did not see any movement. Is it that just dying on my own is enough? And thanks to that, Leferentia Neriel was able to slowly think of a plan after faking her death. Although most of it relied on Phaser's help, Phaser with papers in his hand cried bitterly. Feeling inferior and worried, "It is the first time I have done something like this, miss." Just like that, everything went according to her plan, at the moment when Leferentia Neriel just breathed a sigh of relief. She sat neatly at the table writing something, glancing out the door. A loud noise at the door echoed throughout the room. Anna urgently opened the door and called loudly. Miss Leah Leferentia Neriel, who was writing, turned around and asked in surprise, "What is wrong, not even knocking?" She held the door, flustered and hesitant. "I am really sorry, miss, you have to come out here right now." The reason Anna was so hurried was because an unexpected guest had arrived. She stammered. The Count. Hearing this, she looked towards the door in surprise mixed with tension. Thoughts surrounded her, the owner of this family, and also my father. Anna's voice slowly announced, "The Count is back." The person who returned was Count Neriel. The sound of footsteps echoed. Leferentia Neriel slowly walked over. She worriedly and cautiously hesitated. "Welcome back, father." Leferentia Neriel timidly stuttered. I am sorry, father, if I knew you were coming. I would have worn better clothes to meet you." Count Neriel was silent, not answering. She nervously gripped a strand of hair, staring intently, thinking, "I could not think that. Father returned to the mansion because of the rumor that I would not live long." After a long while he spoke. "You look very thin." Leferentia Neriel's hand tightened her cloak. Her heart filled with thoughts. "Father," towards me. Her hesitant voice rang out. "Since when?" She did not dare face him. Bowed her head sadly and forlornly. "Since when have you been so worried about me?" Leferentia Neriel was secretly disappointed. "Like I never existed. Count Neriel, my father." Scenes from the past appeared like a slow-motion film, painful memories appearing vividly to her. He was a cold-blooded person, always regarding my ability as a curse. More precisely, since my mother passed away. For some reason my father did not even eat with me, even when we lived in the same house. On days we happened to meet, he would also be in his room all day and avoid me. Just like that, 1 year, 2 years, time just passed. When I reached the age to go to the academy, my father arranged for me a nanny and a tutor so I could take care of everything in this house, while he himself was willing to leave this place. Count Neriel stood at the door and turned his head back, his deep voice calling Leferentia. He cherished her small hands like treasures. Facing the small Leferentia Neriel with bright eyes, Count Neriel carefully instructed each thing one by one. "Never leave this house, do not reveal yourself to anyone." Her eyes became lifeless. Complex emotions filled her as she heard, "This is the last request of this father." And that was also the last image I remembered of my father. Returning to the present, she bowed her head sadly, her hands tightly clenched in her heart as if wanting to hide the complex emotions surging forth. "I think father has heard the rumors about me." Leferentia Neriel stood a distance from her father. His face was covered by darkness almost completely. She said to her father, "If you came back because of this, I will prepare a memorial service so you do not need to worry." As if recognizing the somewhat dry and distant tone in his daughter's words, he softly called her name. "Leaf." Leferentia Neriel lowered her face slightly. She put her hand in the middle of her chest, as if trying to restrain herself, preventing herself from revealing the suppressed resentment. Leferentia Neriel's words poured out like a suppressed reproach. "You do not care whether I live or die. Throughout many times I was near death, you never protected me once." Count Neriel was silent before the reproaches that his daughter poured out, not arguing back at all. His expression and face were blurred in the darkness, so he could only reply with a sentence. "What do you mean by that?" Leferentia Neriel's eyes widened. Her eyes stopped for a moment as if she had just realized something in a short moment. "Until now, not once. Father came to find me." The purple pupils slightly froze for just a moment. In many regressions, not once. They stood next to each other on the stairs in front of the family portrait of 3 people. In that picture, only her face could be clearly seen. Leferentia Neriel in the picture had no expression. The other 2 people were as if swallowed by darkness, unable to see their expressions. "That is right, this is." She put her hands close to her chest, her white face sweating with tiny beads along with her eyes wide open in surprise. "This is the first change among my deaths." Count Neriel hid his expression under the dim night. In the end, only silently made a decision. "Call another doctor." He lowered his head slightly. "What incurable disease with unknown cause? Your personal doctor may have misdiagnosed. There is no certainty that you are about to die. While waiting for the results, I will stay at the mansion." Leferentia Neriel silently listened to her father speak, without any resistance. Her eyelashes drooped slightly. Her hand tightened her skirt. I understand. Leferentia Neriel pretended to be a good daughter obedient to her father, if that could reduce the burden in my father's heart. I have to follow, she murmured, have to hurry. Leferentia Neriel lifted her heels and walked on the red carpet. The door of the room opened slightly. If I just sit here and wait for the diagnosis from the new doctor as my father wants then. She packed her clothes into the trunk. Leferentia Neriel carried the brown suitcase she had prepared. Phaser's lies would be quickly exposed. Finally she made a decision. Before that happens, I have to leave here quickly. Leferentia Neriel put on a black cloak, only revealing her beautiful face and shiny platinum blonde hair. She strode along the path, although it was faster than expected. If it is not now, then I will be locked up in this house again. Leferentia Neriel glanced at the wall. Leah looked at the large picture hanging on the wall and said, that is right. I am like in that picture. Her eyes were sad. At night the moonlight shone brightly. Phaser, with one hand leading the horse, turned his head back and said, Miss. Leah silently approached and said, I am sorry for bothering you so late, Phaser. He held the horse while saying to her, not at all, I have chosen the fastest horse on the black market. Phaser helped her onto the horse, carried the suitcase and instructed, the road is treacherous so you must hold on tight so you do not fall. She sat on the horse, ready, and said, don't worry, I have tried riding a horse before. He looked up with a worried and hesitant face. But saying this may be cruel, but if you leave then you may not be able to return. Phaser and Leah looked at each other. He asked her, are you really okay? He continued, I can't ask in detail about the reason, but because this house is where you have been all your life. Even if you leave this place then you have many other places to go. But her eyes were blank and her face was pale. She said to him, Phaser, you are so kind. He just stood looking at her before that sentence. Leah held the horse's reins, her eyes sadly looking at him, and said, but I have no intention of returning at all. On the contrary, it makes me feel relieved. He bowed his head slightly and covered his mouth with his hand and said to her, if you say so then it must be okay. She continued, being taken advantage of after being caught in your weaknesses, but still saying these words, there is probably no one like you other than you. Under the bright moonlight, Leah's hair fluttered and she smiled slightly. Well then, let us say goodbye here. I will contact you soon. Thank you for helping me with the remaining things. Phaser tearfully replied, yes. The moonlight shone brightly on the forest. He said, following her, take care of yourself, Miss Leah. Then Leah let the horse go. Father. Leah's voice reading the letter rang out. There was a hand reaching for a letter on the table. To me, this life has no meaning anymore. Her face was sad, only that my life will end. Her hair fluttered in the night, a little earlier for that reason. Phaser held the letter in his hand. His face darkened, so this is my last wish. His eyes looked at the letter in surprise. From now on, please let me go. Phaser stood in front of the family picture of Leah, still holding the letter in his hand. This is her last will, ending Leah's letter. A week later, at the castle with pieces of paper flying everywhere, people were going inside the castle. Inside the castle there was a coffin placed in the middle, surrounded by visitors. Leah thought, my memorial service was held grandly in the empire. The cause of death was said to be from illness. The white coffin was surrounded by white lilies from the visitors. Of course, based on my last words, the family will think it is suicide, but if they report that the only heir of Neriel ended her life, then the reputation of my father and the family will be affected. The visitors were sad and mourned. After the funeral, the memorial service to express regret for the lost was held continuously. And the main character of that ceremony is me now. She gave a white lily to the visitor to the grave and said, it is a flower for Miss Neriel. The person who is present in this place. Leah covered herself to prevent people around her from recognizing her, holding a basket of flowers and giving to each person, and said, please offer this flower to her. Leah suddenly remembered Phaser's words that he had said to her, at the memorial service there will be many people from the mansion attending. Do not come to the memorial service because someone will recognize you. It is a secret with Phaser. Leah, holding a basket of flowers, looked at the people who came to visit her own funeral and thought, however, I need to know what happens after I die. Me, a person who can read the memories of others. This is also an opportunity to gather information from the visitors. Her face was expressionless, looking at everyone. Anyway, among so many people, there is at least one person. Maybe there will be a clue about the killer. The gentlemen were being welcomed inside to visit, although until now there has been no progress. The visitors were talking to each other in the funeral, but all the people here, they do not even have any memories of me, let alone clues. Leah stood alone in the crowd, covering herself. She was still immersed in her own thoughts. Is this really my memorial service? Then suddenly she was hit by a young man in red clothes. Ah, then that young man also said, I am sorry. Leah slightly raised her head to look at the person who had bumped into her and thought, that outfit. People from the north. She looked at the outfit of the blonde-haired boy, wondering. She turned around to look at the boy who was continuing to walk and thought, why are people from the north here? That place can't hear news related to me. Her eyes were full of suspicion and she thought, that is suspicious. I have to confirm, Leah went to give flowers to that boy, Sir Knight. This is a flower for Miss Neriel. Hearing someone call him Ronan, he turned his face to look. She pulled out a flower and gave it to Ronan and said, please offer this flower to her. He raised his hand in a rejecting manner. Ah, I do not need it. Leah said, please do not refuse. Then she quickly touched Ronan's hand. It is now. Leah seemed to have felt something. She opened her eyes quite surprised and thought, this memory. Her hand holding the basket of flowers loosened. Dropping a few flowers, a voice rang out in her memory. You called me, Count. The image of a boy with grey-blue hair wearing a white shirt appeared. That boy was Violentus. He spoke, Logan. Have you finished the thing I asked you to do? He asked Ronan. Ronan's face sternly replied to him. The thing that you asked me to do, the thing that you said before. Are you talking about that girl? Violentus lowered his face slightly and mysteriously replied. That is right, the young lady of the Neriel family. The basket of flowers fell to the floor. Leah hurriedly pulled her hand back, not knowing what to say. Ronan also stammered and said to her, I am really, really sorry, but I have something to do, so I will take my leave first. She bowed her head, opening her eyes wide in horror, looking at her own two hands as if not believing what she had just seen. She thought, just now, what was that memory after all? Kea. Suddenly behind her there was a scream from someone that made her startled out of her thoughts and turn her head to look. The man hugged the woman who had just screamed and asked, What is wrong, madam? That woman with a panicked face replied, that person. That woman, while speaking, looked towards the person wearing a black cloak, covered in blood. Leah also looked towards that person and said, It is that person. It was the guardian of the north, Laches Violentus. He raised his hand to take off the hat on his head. A person who does not even show up at the emperor's coronation ceremony. Violentus took off his hat, revealing a handsome face. But came to my memorial service to commemorate my death. Leah's face was still calm, looking towards him. What a ridiculous reason. Then she opened her eyes wide with a panicked expression looking at Violentus thinking, but why is he? Leferentia Neriel remembered the scene of Laches Violentus asking about her. Is the young lady of the Neriel family still alive? That made Leferentia Neriel unable to help but ask in her heart, again confirming my life and death. In the distance, Laches Violentus was stepping closer, fresh blood dripping on the floor. He said softly in apology, I am sorry for causing a commotion. Laches Violentus gently stroked his hair and laughed to explain first. It is not human blood, do not misunderstand, just because I came in such a hurry so I did not have time to change clothes. Leferentia Neriel, standing nearby, witnessed everything, suddenly startled in her heart. A thought flashed. Suddenly I remembered a sentence that someone said a long time ago. Looking at Laches Violentus's tall and sturdy back, she took a deep breath and secretly murmured in her head, people who have met Duke Violentus all say the same sentence. That it is scary to the point of being chilling. Leferentia Neriel slowly finished the sentence that she suddenly remembered. At the same time, Laches Violentus also coldly glanced towards her. Recognizing that look, Leferentia Neriel trembled, clenching her hands, stiffening as she looked at him, choking without saying anything. And Laches Violentus deliberately turned his whole body towards her. In the moment of facing each other, Leferentia Neriel surprisingly asked herself, are we making eye contact now? There were still a few drops of fresh blood on his face. His sharp chin was cold. Leferentia Neriel carefully observed him and then secretly realized that look was like. On the other side, Laches Violentus opened his eyes wide to observe her, with a surprised expression muttering to himself, so it is here. Leferentia Neriel was still stunned looking at him. In her head she slowly assessed Laches Violentus's gaze when looking at her, as if he could kill someone casually. Instinctive fear spread to each finger. Now, Laches Violentus slowly stepped towards her. Just by making eye contact with that person, Leferentia Neriel instinctively panicked and stepped back when she saw him approaching. Like prey meeting a predator, her whole body froze. Finally, Laches Violentus stopped a distance away from her. The two looked at each other silently, which made Leferentia Neriel exclaim in shock. The suffocating feeling as if she was about to suffocate. She stood quietly on the spot, her breathing rapid, thinking, this feeling is clearly something I have felt before. Then Leferentia Neriel drifted along the meandering stream of memory, shockingly remembering the tragic scene when she met the killer before. That is right, like the first time I met the killer. At this moment, another slender hand suddenly rushed forward and grabbed her wrist tightly. Phaser was extremely surprised by Leferentia Neriel's appearance, looking at her and softly stammering, Miss. He looked around to see if anyone was paying attention here, again lowered his voice and asked suspiciously, why did you come here? I begged you not to come here no matter what. As soon as he finished speaking, Leferentia Neriel also stammered, Phaser. But Phaser interrupted her, worriedly muttering to himself, I do not know if anyone has discovered us. Let us go outside and talk first. However, she hesitated to stop him. Wait a minute, that place, Duke Violentus. Leferentia Nerial looked towards the place where Laches Violentus had stood just now, shocked and wondering when she did not see him. Where did he go? A moment later, when she went outside and heard her story, Phaser could not help but repeat in surprise. You said Duke Violentus was following you. He tilted his head to look at Leferentia Nerial, very suspicious about the relationship between the two. But are not the two of you unrelated, not even knowing each other's faces? She also said softly and carefully correcting clearly. No, clearly in the memories of the night from the north there was my name. Phaser was shocked when he heard this, hesitating and muttering, memories. Leferentia Nerial gently raised her hand, also considering and guessing, that means Duke might have been following me. From before I faked my death. In her heart, she was agitated and worried about the sudden appearance of Laches Violentus just now. And today he came here and knew that I was still alive, if he directly confirms then. Leferentia Nerial lowered her face slightly. Her expression was dark and incomprehensible, thinking, I completely do not understand, it is really strange that man knows this. A moment later she closed her eyes, sighing softly and hesitating when making a decision. As expected, I have to read the memory of that Duke. But the next second, a deep, indifferent voice suddenly rang out, I finally met you. Leferentia Nerial reflexively turned her head to look, surprisingly recognizing that the person who had just arrived was Laches Violentus, Duke Violentus. She panicked and turned her head to cover her face. In her head thoughts kept flashing. How did he know I was here and come? Is he following me? Phaser next to her also quickly greeted Laches Violentus. Lord Duke, long time no see. He slowly walked closer, politely replying, long time no see, Phaser, because I also came to town. I thought I should come and greet you, so I came here. Are you well? Phaser quickly approached Laches Violentus, politely chatting. I did not think you would come to this memorial service. It is almost harvest season in the north, so you must be very busy. He lowered his face slightly and sighed, wearily continuing, even if it is not because of that, I have enough headaches already. We are short on manpower. But on the other side, Leferentia Nerial was still darkly thinking about him. Laches Violentus, looking over and over again. It is clearly a face I am seeing for the first time. She discreetly glanced to observe Laches Violentus. In her heart she wondered incomprehensibly. If so, then what is this feeling of having met before, like he knows a lot about me but still pretends not to know? Over there, Laches Violentus smiled slightly, his eyes deeply looking at Leferentia Nerial, and then slowly confided, anyway, I think it is time for me to open my heart and welcome new people. At this time she slowly realized something. Wait a minute, why do I have to hide behind Phaser? What is the point of being afraid if that person came all the way here? Thinking this, Leferentia Nerial gently clenched her hand by her side, constantly reassuring and encouraging herself. Wake up, Leferentia, you decided that you would not run away anymore. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, she mustered up her courage to declare, I will go. Laches Violentus heard the voice and slowly raised his eyebrows to glance at Leferentia Nerial. In her heart she secretly speculated about the strange feeling rising in her heart. What is this person's identity after all? It feels like he knows me very well. Leferentia Nerial took a long breath again, slowly stood up, closed her eyes and recklessly made a decision. I need to go check myself. Thinking this, she immediately raised her hand and put it on her chest, trying to stay calm and nominate herself. Please take me with you as the Duke's maid. Laches Violentus's eyes were slightly surprised when he heard that. Then he heard Leferentia Nerial swearing with a passionate tone. If you accept me, then no matter what I will try my best. He raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming interested in this girl, wondering and asking, what is your name? She pursed her lips, considering and then hesitantly said the fake name. Leah, it is a name that parents often give, meaning to live a peaceful life. Laches Violentus gently raised his hand again, praising softly, not knowing if it was true or not. Leah is a lovely name. Leferentia Nerial opened her beautiful eyes wide, blankly observing his actions. Laches Violentus slowly raised his hand to lift the curtain on the hat that covered her face. Looking at that beautiful face, he suddenly curved his lips in doubt. But Leah, are you really a maid? Laches Violentus's eyes were full of contemplation, carefully observing Leferentia Nerial's face. What maid has such a beautiful face, passing over the long hair that was neatly braided? He sighed softly in his heart, dark black hair like the night sky. Laches Violentus lowered his face to look straight into those beautiful eyes, again darkly assessing, black pupils without any light, and at the same time, Leferentia Nerial was also seriously looking at him. In her heart a thought flashed, the highest guardian of the empire, protecting the north covered by demons alone. She trembled slightly, taking a cold breath and secretly admitting one thing, at the same time also the most dangerous person in this country, and maybe even the existence that has killed me again and again. A moment later, Laches Violentus chuckled and agreed with Leferential nomination. Okay, meeting you here is also a fate arranged by God. He turned his back to leave, at the same time kindly reminding first, however, the north is harsh and treacherous regardless of the seasons, so if you have simple thoughts then it is better to give up, and she was still madly immersed in her thoughts. If Laches Violentus is really the one who killed me then. Fortunately, Leferential still heard that reminder, calmly replying, I am okay with anything, and inside her heart she was coldly making an important decision. At that time I will definitely end it myself. Laches Violentus paused slightly, hearing the determined tone of Leferential exclaiming next, I have been prepared for a long time. He smiled slightly at the corner of his lips, coldly shrugging his shoulders to clearly announce, if so then do not expect anything. Not long after that, they set out to leave. Snow was frozen on the barren branches on both sides of the road. The wheels slowly rolled forward. Leferential sat in the car observing the scenery outside and thought, this place, even though it is early spring, the snow does not melt. The carriage quickly passed through the snow-white forest, and she was still lost in thought. The north, Duke Violentus's territory. Leferential looked out the window, her eyes thoughtfully thinking, this closed north has many rumors but almost no one knows the truth. Time gradually passed, the magnificent castle gradually appeared in sight. She could not help but admire in a daze, located at the very end of the border so very few people visit. Duke Violentus in this place also rarely communicates with the outside world. Leferential indifferently looked outside again. Her eyes full of calculations, in other words, that means the north is the only place where you can get information about the Duke. She glanced at the sword nearby. In her heart she slowly sighed, if I am lucky, maybe I can completely eliminate that person from this place. The carriage gradually advanced towards the castle in front, leaving large horse footprints imprinted on the white snow. Arriving at the place, Leferential slowly got out of the car, blankly holding her luggage, standing still on the spot. She stared at the magnificent castle in front of her, in her heart unable to restrain her emotions, and exclaimed, I have finally come to this place. Until she stepped inside. When the heavy wooden door was pushed open, Leferential shivered again however. A dignified woman stepped in. She was the head maid of the Violentus family, looking at her and softly instructing, your name is Leah, right? Remember clearly this is your room. Leferential pursed her lips and endured, finally having to bow respectfully and say, yes, manager. She frowned when she heard the voice, suspiciously asking back, what is wrong? She looked around at everything in the room, gritting her teeth and asking her question, why are there so many beds in this room? The head maid was also confused when she heard this, raising her eyebrows to explain, this is a dormitory so of course there must be many. These words were like thunder in Leferential's ears. She realized a terrible thing, a dormitory. Could it be a shared restroom? Sighing softly, Leferential had to accept her fate and murmured, it seems I have to get used to the life of a maid. The head maid again seriously focused on the main thing she needed to do. Don't talk nonsense, come over here. She apologetically lowered her head, hurriedly following, I am sorry. Up there, Laches Violentus was in a closed room, observing Leferential through the window, carefully watching her figure. He chuckled softly, unbelievably muttering, really does not know fear at all, coming all alone to such a distant place. Looking at Leferential's figure leaving with her head lowered, Laches Violentus resolutely bit his lip and swore, this time I will be by her side to see how long she can endure. Stopping for a moment, he again softly chuckled and whispered her name, Leferential. Oh no, Leah. Have all the bedsheets been cleaned? Someone in the crowd of maids spoke. This is the last one, then let us go. Who is in charge of laundry? The maid with red hair turned around and asked, they must be coming to collect it now. Oh, there it is, the girl standing behind replied. Leah, that girl called her. She heard someone call her and turned her head back. Where are you? I have been looking for you for a long time. Here, these are our laundry. That girl handed the pile of clothes in her hand to her. She reached out to support it. We are going to eat first. Please help us wash it clean. The crowd left, leaving her alone there. Today is 1 week, she thought. I am working as a maid at the Violentus house as Leah. I was assigned to work in the laundry room. I thought it would be better than working outdoors, but it does not seem like it. The sunlight shone down on the basket of clothes. To do the laundry work that I have never done in my life, it takes half a day. Because there was no one to clearly instruct me on the work, she carried the basket of clothes and stepped outside. Outside, everything around was covered by snow and had become white. Even though I have left the house that I have been attached to all my life, she walked and thought. Here I am still alone. She looked behind. I heard that the Duke brought her back directly. Why would the Duke? He never cares about the maids. The crowd of maids were discussing behind her, so the steward deliberately assigns her more work. Someone replied. Shoo, be quiet. We should not live in useless jealousy. A girl spoke to advise. I do not know if it is because she did not need to participate in the maid interview. All the maids in this place are pretending not to know me as if they promised each other in advance. She turned her back to the crowd and thought. I am used to those eyes, but the problem is, she sat by the river holding a white shirt, dipping it in water. Can I finish it before dark? She looked at the basket of clothes next to her. Then she suddenly fell silent. What else can I do? She said helplessly. To confirm the identity of Duke Violentus. I came all the way to his castle, she thought. I am staying as a maid for a while, so that when there is a chance I can read his memory naturally. But throughout the time in this place I have not seen the Duke's face. She was engrossed in her thoughts. Suddenly a drop of blood fell on the white shirt she was about to wash. This time is passing meaninglessly. Ah, nosebleed again, she exclaimed in surprise, raising her hand to touch her nose. Is it like this because I am suddenly using my ability frequently? Or is it because I am doing things I have never done? She spread her two hands. If it is like this, then it won't work. She lowered her eyes. I have to quickly read Duke Violentus's memory. She bent down. It was gradually getting dark around her. The air was starting to get colder. She breathed with difficulty. Duke, where's he? She thought. From behind, a man has taken her. Latches looked at her carefully and kindly asked, Are you going to bury your head in the ice? In winter, when the spring water freezes, you have to use the water you prepared in advance. Did not the manager tell you this? He looked at her and asked. Her face turned red. Slightly turning her head and replying, I thought that you have to melt the ice. Who is it? A line of thought appeared in her head. The image of him in front of her blurred. How foolish. He looked down at her and said a sentence, secretly faintly echoing in her ear like a lullaby. I wanted to try my best to push. The embrace of the stranger lifted my light body, but this body that slumped down like water-soaked cotton did not listen to me. He carried her in his arms. I could only close my eyes and not resist. She was lying snugly in his arms. Oh, this is, her hand moved slightly. The sound of the fireplace. She vaguely opened her eyes. In front of her was the fireplace radiating warmth. You are awake, someone's voice rang in her ear. She turned her face to look. I am so glad. I was worried about you because you did not wake up. A girl with orange hair in the crowd came. How's your body? She asked. If it is the first time coming to the north, then most people will get very sick. I should have told you in advance. She brought things to her. Could it be that I fainted in the laundry area? She thought. It is really dangerous. You have to be careful not to faint again in the future. She raised her hand to rub her head. Ah, the others have all gone to dinner, so you can lie down comfortably. She added. Ah, but you are. She turned to look at her and asked. Oh, my head. We are in the same room, but we have not greeted each other, she replied. I am Sally Walker. Call me Sally. Your name is Leah, right? What is your last name? She asked back. Just call me Leah, she replied. Anyway, thank you. I am okay, so just go do your work, she said. She just said ah when she heard that. There is something, Leah. I am sorry for pretending not to see you until now. She came in front of her and bowed to apologize. Actually, I know that it is difficult for you to adapt after coming to this north, but because I had to pay attention to the scrutiny of the manager, so I could not help you. She continued. She turned her head to the side when she heard that. Maids who lose the manager's favor will quickly become unemployed. If they are fired without a reason, then it will be difficult to find a new job and their livelihood will be threatened. That is a matter of course, she thought. Showing kindness and enduring losses is a stupid act. Why are you apologizing? Leferentia Neriel asked. Sally Walker slightly raised her head, a little surprised by the sudden question of her roommate. Her eyes widened in confusion. Huh? She intertwined her hands and placed them on the blanket, her eyelashes drooping slightly. It is clearly my fault that I can't adapt to this place. You do not have an obligation to help me. Seeming a little surprised by Leferentia Neriel's cold attitude, Sally Walker asked her, What are you saying? She came next to Leferentia Neriel, her eyes shining with concern and sincerity. Sally Walker affirmed to her, We are living together. Taking care of each other is a matter of course. Seeing Leferentia Neriel's still stiff and dazed face, she blinked mischievously, her right hand lightly supporting her chin. Ahem, Leah, seeing you I think of my younger sibling. It seems like I have to be by your side to take care of you. Hearing the things that Sally Walker said, her heart seemed a little suspicious. She said taking care of each other is a matter of course. Leferentia Neriel looked at Sally Walker with puzzled eyes. Anyway, even if it is like that, then I want to do better, she said. Sally Walker smiled and asked her, From tomorrow we will eat together. We will also go to work together. Okay, she did not know what to reply, so she agreed. I know. Outside it was still snowing. White patches covered the roof tiles of the house. Leferentia Neriel suddenly wondered. But who brought me back here? Sally Walker hesitated a little in response to her that. Leferentia Neriel rested her chin on her hand. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. I thought it was someone else, but it was the Duke. Leferentia Neriel sat on the chair next to the bed, looking out the window, thinking, how did he know I was in the laundry area and appear? He must be observing me somewhere. As if she suddenly realized something, her pupils contracted. If so, then could it be that he is also now? Right below was the figure of a black-haired man who seemed familiar. Leferentia Neriel's hand gently touched the window frame, the thoughts in her head appearing. Wait a minute, that person. She flung open the window. That motionless expression was proof of her surprise. The man looked up, revealing his handsome face. Is not that Duke Violentus? Nereal was stunned, her white face became even paler, she sweated because of the discovery. We made eye contact, the doubts gradually appeared in Nereal. Why is he here at this time? Is he really following me? She turned on her heels into the room. Suddenly a thought flashed. Oh no, anyway it is good. With only 2 people at such a close distance, this is the best opportunity to read his memory. Nereal opened the drawer. Inside was a comb and a pair of silver scissors. If I miss it this time, then I do not know when I will be able to meet him again. She held the scissors in her hand. In those purple pupils was contained both consideration and determination. If I am lucky, then it will only take one time. Nereal finally walked out of the dormitory, towards Laches Violentus, who was leaning his back against a tree. Lord Duke. From afar, Nereal's voice echoed into Laches Violentus's ears. Are you waiting for me? He crossed his arms and stood leaning against the tree, looking over thoughtfully. Seems like you are planning to stay here. On this side, she was holding the sharp scissors secretly hidden behind her back. Laches Violentus did not know. His face hidden behind his romantic hair asked. It has been a long time since we met. How's life here? Are you used to it yet? Nereal cautiously stood a distance away, hesitating. It is just something I usually do, she secretly wondered. Is he pretending not to know that I am in the laundry area? He was still standing there, suddenly wondering. Now that I think of it, before you entered my mansion, I have not asked what you did. Hearing this, she quickly reacted to explain. I helped the young lady at the Nereal house. Laches Violentus found it hard to believe and was full of doubts. Really, but why did you definitely come here? Receiving the sudden question, Nereal looked at the other person in confusion. What? The night had come, the 2 people stood answering each other. She seriously spoke to explain. As a maid of the Nereal family, you could have chosen other more comfortable places. And did not necessarily have to come to a cold and distant place like the north. The answer did not seem to satisfy his curiosity. He was curious. Why did you definitely have to come to my place? Nereal was pushed into a difficult situation and immediately evaded. That is because of personal reasons, so it is hard to say. Laches Violentus smiled lightly when he heard that. His eyes hidden behind his hair seemed to hide a part of his soul. She saw it, her face darkened, and surprised by this unexpected reaction, he smiled. He noticed that suspicious look, lowering his face and chuckling. Sorry, it is just that your answer was too interesting. Laches Violentus gradually approached Nereal and at the same time was criticized. Just a common worker saying that it is because of personal reasons. Is that how you talk to your master? The 2 people face to face, their faces exuding a murderous aura mixed with a bit of magic, putting pressure on the other person. He said each word sternly. In my mansion you are just my possession. She cast a not-so-friendly look. The voice was rude and only knew how to think for herself. The attitude completely did not respect the other person. Laches Violentus's eyes, as cold as knives, were fixed on Nereal. This was a kind of warning that if he wanted to, he could do anything to me. She clenched the scissors in her hand and secretly decided, however, I absolutely can't let myself be looked down upon here. The shadows of the 2 people fell on the ground. Nereal honestly expressed, I ran away. He confusedly asked what. She continued to explain, someone is chasing me. Nereal cautiously avoided the cold eyes in that place, explaining in detail, to escape that person, so I came to the north. The limit does not exceed the border. This place is the last place I can escape to. Seeing Laches Violentus's face as cold as ice without emotions, she secretly complained, if he was the killer then he should have reacted. I can't get this person's expression. Nereal spoke to reassure. Anyway, you do not need to worry because I am adapting very well. His hand touched her shoulder and slowly said, even so, you still do not seem to be able to adapt to the weather here. Her face changed, her whole body trembled as if she had been caught by him. You are still shivering, are not you? Standing in front of the pressure like a disaster, Nereal's hand fell down, dropping the scissors. Laches Violentus's face darkened as he stood in front. She anxiously glanced behind, sweating, secretly shouting, this can't. Nereal quickly changed her direction of sight, thinking, if I am discovered carrying scissors in my pajamas, then I will be suspected. At this time he does not know about the scissors. Confusedly guessing just now there was something. She decided to risk it and gently touched Laches Violentus's cold face, secretly worried. No matter what, I have to prevent him from seeing it. Out loud she stammered his name, that Lord Duke. Her 2 hands pressed against his cheeks, eye to eye with affection. In Nereal's eyes the eagerness could not be hidden. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and shock, her hands not leaving his cheeks, her eyes as if hypnotized and dazed. I have touched him. Nereal's heart was full of thoughts and a feeling of trembling, secretly afraid. But what is it after all? She touched Laches Violentus's face, unable to hide her surprise, thinking, I touched him. Leferentia Neriel stared intently, her heart troubled with thoughts, but what is this? He was also utterly surprised, shocked by the series of actions just now and speechless, staring blankly while she was worried and panicked. Why are not any memories appearing? Latches Violentus's lips brushed lightly against her hand. Leferentia Neriel wondered, her heart in a tangled mess. What is this? I even took off my gloves and touched his skin properly. She thought, this ability is an unresolvable curse. In Leferentia Neriel's childhood memories, I could not even shake hands with my longtime friends, a powerful curse preventing me from hugging the people I love. She still hugged his cheeks tightly, her heart wandering in thought. Every day I pray for this ability to disappear, but not right now, while Leferentia Neriel had not regained her senses. He seized the opportunity to wrap his arm around her waist and smiled with interest. His handsome, soul-captivating face. Latches Violentus stared excitedly, teasing, "You like my face that much? You are bolder than I thought." She regained her senses, startled and panicked, pushing him away, shouting. Latches Violentus, being resisted like that, was stunned and unable to believe it, only helplessly humming. Leferentia Neriel stepped back, keeping a distance, embarrassed and stammering. I am sorry that, it seems like there is something on your face," he bluntly refuted, an old excuse. Latches Violentus smiled gently, mixed with interest. "There is someone who approached me without hesitating. This is the first time since I was little." Facing her clear eyes, he could not help but be moved to confide, "It is not as uncomfortable as I thought." In the quiet space, Latches Violentus's deep voice instructed with tenderness, "But next time say something. Rubbing my face like washing clothes like that hurts." Leferentia Neriel knew she was wrong, flusteredly apologizing repeatedly. "I am really sorry." As if discovering something, he excitedly hugged her waist tightly and asked curiously, looking forward to the answer, "She did not refuse either, so you want to touch me?" She was embarrassed and even more embarrassed, her mouth stammering without forming a sentence. "No, that is not it." Hearing the answer, Latches Violentus turned in another direction and said gently, "Well, that is it for today. Are we going back?" Leferentia Neriel was disappointed and lingered, wondering, "Are we going back already?" Latches Violentus looked towards her and said softly, "It is late anyway." He lightly scolded, "Why did you come out with this appearance? Do you want to suffer from illness again?" Leferentia Neriel looked at him flusteredly, her hand gently grasping the hem of her clothes. "You can talk to me any time in the future," Latches Violentus said. She looked at him and hesitated. "No, I still." His face became cold, his voice full of power. "Leah, this is not a suggestion but an order." She shivered slightly, her eyes widened in confusion. Latches Violentus held the scissors in his hand and said, "Also, next time be careful not to drop them again." He approached Leferentia Neriel, tilted his head and looked at her meaningfully, bringing the scissors in his hand to her face. Her eyes widened, worriedly looking at the scissors in his hand. Latches Violentus added, "A maid should not be so careless, right?" His eyes gently looked at Leferentia Neriel. His voice warm, "Go back to your room now." Latches Violentus handed the scissors back to her and said gently, "Good night, Leah." Under the quiet night sky, only the sound of leaves gently swaying. The sound of the door opening broke the silence of the room. Leferentia Neriel entered the room, silently leaning against the wooden door. Her eyes widened in fear, telling herself in her heart, "It is absurd." Leferentia Neriel clutched the scissors in her hand tightly, thinking, "This is the first time I have touched a person and that person's memory has not appeared in my mind." She wondered, why can't I read the Duke's memory? The image of Latches Violentus kept appearing in her head. Leferentia Neriel looked down at her hand, continuing her line of thought. Latches's memory can't be read, in other words, there is no way to know whether he will kill me or not. She panicked, a thought swirled deep in her mind, what should I do? Anna, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. She wearily sat up and looked towards the door, calling Leah. Anna worriedly asked, "Why are not you asleep yet? Are you unwell?" Leferentia Neriel went to her side to reassure her. "I just woke up, I am okay, you go to sleep first." Anna was sleepy, she yawned softly, her voice tired. "Leah, you should rest too, we will be very busy tomorrow when the knights return." She sat by the bed, her eyes towards Anna. Stunned, replying, "The knights." Leferentia Neriel paused, a thought flashed, "Wait, why did I forget that person? The blonde knight I met at the memorial service." In his memory, Latches directly assigned work to him. He definitely has a lot of useful information. Her eyes drooped slightly, a thought shining in her purple pupils. A name appeared in her mind, Ronan, right? Leferentia Neriel's hand clenched the scissors tightly. She was determined. "Very well, after the mid-session break, I will go meet that knight again." The next morning, at the bustling large square, in the corner of the corridor, the weapon racks neatly held long sharp spears. A voice rang out, "Excuse me." Leferentia Neriel, carrying a basket of clothes, entered the training room. Her eyes hesitant, thinking, I have come to the training ground, but... She looked around worried. There are more people than I thought. How to find that knight? A knight in the crowd discovered her appearance and said, Oh, you are the maid in the laundry room, Leferentia Neriel replied. Ah yes, that is right, but that knight interrupted her, saying, That is perfect. Since you are here, help us collect the laundry, she startled replied. What? That knight took off the shirt he was wearing, and said softly, Wait a minute. Leferentia Neriel unconsciously looked towards the source of the knight's voice. Her face flushed red, dazed by the scene in front of her. Her mind became chaotic. Leferentia Neriel shyly thought, Now what is happening? The knight with his naked body sighed and said, Ah, it feels like I can live longer. I thought I was going to die from sweat. She held the basket full of clothes, her face flushed red and flustered. The crowd still laughed and talked. Oh, take my clothes too, here too, should I take off my pants too? Leferentia Neriel with a red face stood still in the middle of the room looking at the knights with their strong bodies happily chatting. In her head she thought, the men in the north, do they take off their clothes at will like this? A teasing voice rang out, Haha, it seems like you are a bit surprised. Cedric came to Leah and asked, This is the first time I have met you, are you new? You're very cute. What is your name? Looking at the person in front of her she was a little flustered, thinking, Ugh. Seeing Leah not answering his question, he continued, Sorry, please understand, we just hunted demons and feel very hot. She turned her face away and softly replied. Ah yes, in Leah's heart she thought, I do not know where to look anymore. Suddenly the voice of someone rang out, What are you guys doing? She looked up towards the person who spoke. First thing that hit Leah's eyes was a head of silky golden hair, she thought, golden hair. The knight I met at the memorial service is Ronan. Ronan said, This is not a changing room, it is embarrassing to let her see this scene. You guys put on your clothes quickly, red hair replied. Hey, what is the big deal? Come on, let us rest Ronan. He sighed, unable to help but feel annoyed at his senior's words. Cedric uncomfortably before Ronan's expression then blurted out full of dissatisfaction. What is it? You just sighed, how dare you be arrogant in front of your senior? Leah looking at the situation in front of her secretly thought, the atmosphere has become strange, right? He said, Oh, now you also have the pride of a knight. Cedric continued, his voice full of arrogance. When you were little you used to follow me around like a puppy. Ronan clenched the sword on his waist. Ronan gently retorted, hiding behind a knight with less experience than me. Yet you still speak so grandly. He continued, and you still want to be treated like a senior instead of being idle like that. Use that time to improve your skills. As a knight, do not just talk, but must use actions to prove yourself. Ronan's words made Cedric unable to help but be stunned. Cedric went mad and rushed to push Ronan down. He yelled, You bastard. He indifferently looked at his actions. The red-haired soldier rushed in between to stop Cedric's actions, and said, Hey, stop it, if this reaches the Duke's ears we are done for. Afterwards, Cedric, even though he was dragged away by Red Hair, still shouted full of dissatisfaction and asked back, Are you going to let that guy off? Red Hair smiled wryly and suggested, Come on, let us go. Red Hair turned his head to remind, Ronan, you are also being mean sometimes. Anyway, we are all adults. Cedric glanced and shouted as if wanting to scold him. He loudly challenged, Just wait, you freaking bastard. Leah looking at the two people leaving secretly thought, It seems like this person is hated by quite a lot of people. Ronan looking at their figures gradually going far away sighed softly. While she was still immersed in her thoughts, I did not think he would be such a bad person. Then Ronan seemed to suddenly remember there was someone here. He turned to the person next to him. Ronan bowed his head and apologized, I am sorry for the trouble just now. I let you see our shameful actions. I will leave the training equipment in front of the bedroom as usual. Please come and get it later. He said, So I will take my leave now. Hearing Ronan intend to leave made Leah think, Oh no, I finally met him. She grabbed Ronan's hem and softly called, Hey, you wait. He turned to look at Leah. She then suggested, Can you help me a bit? Ronan softly asked how. His voice continued, What do you mean? Leah hesitantly replied, I mean she looked down and suddenly saw the basket of clothes just now, thinking I have to seize this opportunity. Thinking then Leah awkwardly said her request. I mean there is too much laundry so I can't carry it all by myself. Ronan asked, Where do you want to take it? She softly replied, I just want you to help me bring it to the drying area behind the sub-building. He voiced his agreement to help before Leah's request. All right, please lead the way. After finishing, Ronan sighed softly, bowed and carried the basket of clothes. Leah thought, I will be proactive, now is the time. Thinking then she suggested, Wait a moment, let me help you. Just finishing, Leah reached out and touched Ronan's hand. Invading Ronan's memories, outside the door Ronan's voice rang out. Duke, it is Ronan. A voice from inside softly replied, Come in. Just as that person finished, Ronan opened the door and entered, replying, Then I will take my leave. It turned out to be Latches. He sat there reading a book and softly asked, Very well, how's the situation in the defense area? Ronan slowly reported, yes, there is nothing to worry about. Saying this, his voice was a little hesitant, about the bridge in the northwest. Latches closed the book and said gently, following Ronan, because the trees are weakening, so you are seeing if you need to repair the bridge. He put the book on the table and ordered, even so, I have already hired a skilled carpenter in the village. Bring him along on your trip. Ronan received the order. Ah yes, okay. Ronan softly asked back, but how did you know beforehand? Latches smiled faintly, and said to explain, it is obvious. He continued, the bridge is always collapsing. Ronan secretly thought about what Latches had just said, always. Suddenly Latches suggested, instead, I want you to do something else for me. He said, find a place where I can collect demeroxin. His eyes shone with calculations. Latches said, okay, first, it would be better if I start investigating by talking to Tom at the kennel. Escaping from Ronan's memory, Leah secretly thought about Latches's words. Tom, what is he looking for? Suddenly Ronan turned around and called softly. Hey you, Ronan's voice made Leah like she just woke up. She softly replied, ah. Ronan looked at Leah and asked, probing, why is your face strange? Is something wrong? She hesitated to reply. No, nothing. In her heart she secretly calculated. Not the part of memory I need, but is it good to start investigating from this memory? After making a decision in her heart, Leah said, I was a little absent-minded. She held the plate of soup with eating utensils, looking at it and murmured, the name is demeroxin. It is the first time I have heard this name. Leah held a spoon and scooped up a small piece, thinking, is it a medicine? Is it something good but not to be used? The hesitation in her heart grew bigger and bigger. Is that right? In her head the doctor named Phaser appeared, smiling. If Phaser was by my side now, how great it would be. He would definitely know about medicine. A voice rang out, interrupting her line of thought. Oh my, it is Leah. The crowd of maids looked at Leah and immediately mocked. Why are you in the dining hall now? Have you finished the work you were assigned this morning? A girl with light brown hair in that crowd even poked fun at her. Can you even do the work? It seems like you have been busy following that guy since morning. Missa and the people she was with continued to say sarcastically, but I think you also have an eye for things. Among the whole team of knights you saw Lord Ronan. It is pretty good. Another voice full of surprise rang out. What? The blue-haired girl in the crowd took the opportunity to continue the story. The first time I met Leah, I thought she was a calm and melancholic person. Nereal hearing that could not help but wonder in her heart, is another false rumor being spread? The crowd still continued to speak, full of flattery, but I am surprised that she is so enthusiastic. She must not know what shame is. Leah shook her head and sighed, telling herself, I should not get involved with them. It is not the first time a dispute like this has happened. A strange voice rang out behind her, and the crowd that was putting on a pretentious air. Are not you the ones who do not know shame? The crowd that was ridiculed asked back, what is wrong, Sally? She did not answer but directly told that, especially you, Missa. Without a bit of consideration, Sally continued. At the Thanksgiving ceremony last time you confessed to Lord Ronan, but you were rejected. Do you think I do not know you secretly hid in the bathroom to cry? Her words made the two girls who were with Missa startled. She was also uneasy, no less. How do you know? Sally deliberately ignored her question and unintentionally said, and who is that guy? I remember, the son of the tavern owner. These words made Missa shout, no, stop. She now crossed her arms calmly. Her intentions were very clear. If you do not want to be rumored, then why do not you quietly leave? Sally added a warning, do not bother Leah. She did not do anything wrong. The extremely embarrassed Missa pointed at the two people and threatened, Sally, just you wait. Sally challenged back, try as many times as you want, do not be shy. In Leah's head appeared a few exclamations. That is great. She chased those people away in an instant. She said, thank you, Sally. Sally then winked happily. What is there to thank me for? She bowed slightly towards Leah and continued, you do not need to pay attention to these nonsense. Let us eat quickly. Sally looked at the food she was holding and hummed, then asked, Leah, are you only planning to eat a bowl of soup without rice? Try eating potatoes with bread. Sally tried to suggest, try eating potatoes with bread. Leah hesitated. I do not have much of an appetite. Sally stared blankly at Leah. What, do not you know that the work of a maid is very hard? I eat a lot and very regularly. She kept talking. Leah, you too, you only eat properly when someone takes care of you. Do you see how you look like a noble lady? Hearing this, Leah suddenly froze in shock. Sally asked casually, by the way, you do not have work this afternoon, right? Leah tried to find her voice, stammering. That is right, Sally cheerfully exclaimed. Great, coincidentally I have the whole day off today. She clapped her hands happily, full of anticipation. Should we bring snacks and go downtown? Although this place is not as big as the capital, but it is quite crowded. Sally asked, if you are okay with it, then I will take you everywhere. Leah thought for a moment and then remembered something. She cautiously opened her mouth. There is a place I want to go, but... Sally led the way for Leah. She exclaimed, you are also special. Such a precious day off and you want to go to the kennel. Leah secretly thought, because I want to get more information about demeroxin as soon as possible. She made up a reason to fool Sally, that because I love animals. Sally looked towards her, is that so? The two arrived at the place. Sally pointed to the kennel in front. We are here, all the animals are raised here. The two looked inside. Sally saw someone and called out, "Oh, is there someone inside? Tom, please come out for a bit." A voice replied, "Wait a minute." Leah secretly noticed this person. Tom looked up. "Oh, Sally, come in." Leah secretly remembered Tom, the hunting manager, is this person. Sally came to introduce. "Hello, this is Leah, she is new." Tom smiled friendlily and walked closer to the two. "Nice to meet you, I heard a lot about you from Sally." "You are Leah." Leah politely bowed her head. "Hello." Sally asked, "It seems like you are busy. Do you still have to train that dog?" Tom looked behind. It rarely listens to me. It is the survivor in the demon's lair, so the Duke brought it back. He told me to somehow train it." Tom explained the situation, seeing the fierce dog with its teeth bared chained tightly behind. Leah thought, not a wolf but a dog. Sally turned to Leah. Leah, listen, let us help him put a muzzle on it," she softly replied. "Okay." Sally suggested. "Tom, let us help you." The fierce dog glared at them. Tom happily replied, "Thank you, wait a minute." Meanwhile, Leah noticed the dog had unusual behavior. When Tom unchained the chain, the dog suddenly raised its head to the sky and howled a long sound that startled both him and Sally. The dog seized the opportunity and jerked the chain, turned around and ran in another direction. Sally panicked and shouted, "What are you doing, Tom? Hurry up. Catch it quickly," she said while watching the direction it ran. Tom was stunned. "Wait a minute, if it runs in that direction." The two worriedly shouted together. Leah stepped back quickly. The fierce dog aimed straight at Leah and rushed over. It pounced on Leah, causing her to lose her balance and fall backwards. "Leah, are you okay?" Their shouts still echoed in her ears, but Leah did not seem to pay attention. She opened her eyes wide and thought, "Oh my God. What am I thinking?" Leah reached out and touched the dog's leg. "I never thought of this case. Could it be that my ability also works on animals?" she thought while looking straight into the dog's eyes. A loud noise rang out in the kennel. The dog was slapped to the side by someone. It cried out in pain. A hand reached out in front of Leah, intending to help her up. Leah was surprised. Lord Duke Violentus. Latches looked down at her from above with a sullen face. Leah put her hand in his hand. Latches gently held her hand. "Leah, are you injured?" Leah softly replied, "I am okay." Latches sighed in relief. "Thank God. But what is the current situation?" Tom rushed over in a flurry. "It is my fault. It suddenly ran off, so I could not do anything." Latches turned to the back coldly. "No need to make excuses. With your ability you have trouble taming a dog." Tom and Sally bowed, full of regret. I am sorry." Tom looked furtively towards him. "But Lord, I do not know if it is arrogant to say this. But it seems like this friend is not suitable to be a hunting dog." The sentence made Latches, who was helping Leah up, have to seriously look straight towards Tom. Tom continued to explain, "It is not a dog for people to tame, because it grew up in the living environment of demon beasts. Its wild instincts are too strong. Would not it be better to bring a sheepdog to tame?" Hearing, Latches indifferently ordered, "Then kill it." Tom and Sally were startled in surprise. "What?" He stammered. I did not mean that," Latches said calmly. "What I want is a hunting dog, not an unruly animal that does not listen to me." Leah was shocked when she heard the cold and unkind words coming from the mouth of Latches Violentus. "I do not need something that does not listen to its master. If it is no longer useful, then it should be thrown away." Just now she had accidentally read the memory of the hunting dog, making Leah unable to bear to see it die like that. She hesitantly stopped. "Wait." Leah hurriedly continued, "It is because of the child." Her words without beginning or end made him reveal a confused expression, uncomfortably replying, "What?" Leah grabbed Latches Violentus's arm, her face worried, hurriedly explaining, "The child. There is still a puppy left in the nest of that demon beast." Both people glanced at the hunting dog. Leah reasoned why it had acted like that. It is not because it grew up in the lair of demons. It is just worried about the abandoned child, so it wants to escape from here. The hunting dog, as if understanding that she was helping it, lay obediently on the floor. In Leah's heart she was secretly thinking, "The hunting dog pounced on me because of the bread Sally gave me." Pieces of memory flipped back at that time. She felt surprised to know its purpose, thinking of feeding the child who was not even by its side, and the memory flashed in my head at that time. The hunting dog carrying the bread in its mouth next to it was a yellow dog, a small puppy that it tried its best to protect. The mother hunting dog gave the tiny bread to its child. Leah's mind at that time was covered with thoughts. All I could think about was that dog, filling her thoughts and worries about its child. Thinking about that, her heart suddenly tightened, her face saddened. "It is strange, that makes me think of my father." Even animals understand the relationship between mother and child, but sadly when Leah remembered her father, the person who always looked at her with cold eyes, she pondered. "Even though I have died countless times, my father has never cared about me, Count Neriel." Leah reached out and stroked the hunting dog. In her heart she murmured, "But this year is different." As if understanding that miserable feeling, she sat down next to it, then gently reassured it. "Do not worry, I will help you." Leah continued to talk to the hunting dog. "You also have to Latches Violentus glanced at her with a not-so-comfortable face. Just as she finished speaking, "Protect your child." He, as if stepping on thorns, suddenly grabbed her hand, pulling her back strongly. Latches Violentus said sternly, shouting loudly, "Do you want to die?" Leah received a combo of both being pulled up suddenly and being scolded. Her face blank, not understanding anything. His hand tightly gripped her wrist, coldly warning, "You must have heard Tom clearly, it is an untamable animal." Leah looked up at Latches Violentus. The strong force from his hands made her wrist throb. Leah revealed an angry expression mixed with disappointment when he coldly uttered each word. "Give up, that thing is already half demon beast." She angrily retorted, "Even so, I can't just stand by and watch it be killed right in front of me." Leah reminded Latches Violentus of his original purpose and loudly questioned, "Did not Lord Duke bring it back because you wanted to save it?" Her words were like an invisible dagger piercing his heart. Unable to deny anything, Latches Violentus was silent in thought. He seemed to feel a little guilty, then turned around 360 degrees and ordered Ronan, gather a sufficient team and go find that puppy. He thought it was unreasonable, but the Duke arranged an expedition team just to find a dog. Latches Violentus did not explain much, turned around and walked away. "Just follow the order, otherwise some crazy woman will go find it herself." Suddenly, Latches Violentus glanced at the hunting dog. As soon as it saw him, it growled warily as if seeing its enemy from a previous life. Latches Violentus soothed the hunting dog, then talked as if understanding animal language. "Listen, do you remember the place you used to live?" it barked back. "Woof, woof." Leah was surprised, not understanding what was happening. She only saw that in the end Latches Violentus concluded, "Okay, good, let us go together then." He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. Latches Violentus turned back to look at Leah, reminding. His words half cold and half concerned. "I warn you, I do not know what trouble you are going to cause again, but I will let you off this time. So do not ever do anything reckless. And patiently wait until I return, understand?" Just as he finished speaking, Leah looked at Latches Violentus with a dazed, confused expression. In her head she asked, "Do not be reckless and patiently wait." His ambiguous words were like a rope tightening in her heart, making Leah curious. What does that mean? She stood silently, watching Latches Violentus slowly walk out. Suddenly, Sally Walker ran over and grabbed her shoulder from behind, panicking and shouting, "Are you crazy, Leah? What were you thinking facing the Duke like that?" Leah confusedly explained, "I did not intentionally argue, it is just that." She did not even care why she did that. "Okay, it is okay. I am glad the Duke understood." Tom was sitting in a corner crying, So tiring." Sally Walker put her arm around Leah and suspiciously asked, "But hey, normally the Duke is not so tolerant. Would he listen to the words of a maid like us?" She was also feeling confused the same. "Well, I also do not know why." As she spoke, Leah looked towards Latches Violentus, who was gradually walking away. A moment later they had gone into the forest. He loudly ordered, "It will be hard to find when the sun sets. We have to find the puppy before then, understood?" After a few hours of searching based on the current situation, Ronan reported, "Duke, it seems like it is going to snow. Let us just look until here today." Latches Violentus still wanted to hold out hope. "We have come this far, let us try to look a little longer." He silently looked at him with a meaningful look. Latches Violentus was not stupid and did not realize. "What is it? If you have something to say, then just say it." His eyes looked forward to what Ronan's trouble was. He did not hide it and confessed, "Actually, I did not expect you to personally come here to look. Do you really believe what that maid said?" Latches Violentus's expression suddenly darkened. He thought for a moment, then replied, "Not necessarily." Latches Violentus reached out and stroked the hunting dog's head, slowly explaining, "If you look closely at this friend, you can see that it has something full in its belly. At least that means that it really has a child, so if there really is a puppy alive here." He continued as if everything he was doing was practical. "It would be better to have it as a hunting dog. Even if its child dies, it can still identify the body. That would make it listen to me more than now." Finishing, Latches Violentus smiled slightly. In his heart he thought, "But there is no need to bring up old memories." His eyes became thoughtful when thinking about that. Latches Violentus remembered the image of Leah just now sitting stroking the hunting dog, then comforting it. "Do not worry, I will help you." That was what evoked the memory that he wanted to bury in the past. A pair of hands were preparing to touch Latches Violentus when he was a teenager. Voices interspersed in Latches Violentus's head. "You also have to protect your child, you have to protect him." The memories of the people in the Violentus family who had manipulated him appeared. The dark days that Latches Violentus had experienced suddenly rushed back. They demanded him, "What are you doing? Quickly pick up the sword, go straight to the battlefield." They shamelessly rejoiced while Latches Violentus's father had taken his last breath on the bed. "Duke Violentus, it is finally your turn." His tender psychology was shocked, causing Latches Violentus to be severely shocked. His whole body was numb, letting the crowd in the family make a fuss. "Please protect us with the power of the Empire." With that unmatched strength go. He will never be able to forget the image of his father's cold hands drooping on the bed. Ronan's call pulled Laches Violentus back to reality, Lord Duke. He startled, turning back. A lightning-fast attack flashed before Laches Violentus's eyes. He reported, Lord, it is a demon beast. The knights who were with him were standing blocking and protecting him, while Laches Violentus was distracted because he was remembering old memories. Suddenly, the demon beast jumped up, swinging an attack straight at him. Laches Violentus drew his sword and slashed it in one blow. The demon beast's blood splattered on his hand. Laches Violent said, "Ah, I see." He looked at the demon beast in front of him, feeling a little sorry for the knight. Sorry, it has been a long time since I have thought about the past. Laches Violentus examined himself and quickly switched back to battle mode. I lost my vigilance, that is not like me at all. After a fight, he wiped the blood off his sword. Witnessing Laches Violentus being distracted just now, it was almost a disaster. Ronan worriedly asked, Duke, are you okay? He bluntly expressed, lately you seem a bit strange, revealing a lot of gaps, he said softly, denying, strange, that is absurd, I am still the same as usual, so do not nag anymore. Suddenly, one of the knights urgently called Laches Violentus, Duke Violentus. The aftermath of the incident just now made him a little tired. So many people are looking for me today. That knight turned his head back and loudly reported, Duke, I found it. It is the nest along with the puppy. The knights really found it. The puppy was curled up in the nest woven from branches, and the mother hunting dog was sniffing to confirm again. A moment later, Leah went alone to Laches Violentus's room after being told by someone that, Lord Duke has called for you. Please come to the Duke's office, she suspiciously thought. He is back so early. It has not even been half a day since he left. Because of that, Leah secretly predicted, so he could not help but find the puppy. She went to slowly open the door. The golden light in the room shone out. Leah stood lingering outside the door. She looked around cautiously. Her voice was tense. Excuse me, Lord Duke, they said you called for me urgently. Leah did not see the figure of Laches Violentus in the room. She boldly stepped in. It seems this is the first time Leah has come here, she thought. This is Laches's office, while looking around searching for him, Lord Duke. She secretly assessed, feeling a little surprised. This room is so large but has very little furniture. It feels more modest than I thought. Leah went closer to his desk. A book placed on it attracted her attention. Leah looked at it carefully under the flickering light of the candle. It appeared clearly. She felt a little familiar, secretly wondering, that book. Leah searched her memory, suddenly remembering in the memory she had read of Ronan and vaguely realizing, it is the book Laches read in Ronan's memory, right? She stared at the book as if about to pierce through it. Leah kept thinking, I have seen that kind of book before, it feels very familiar. Thinking, her curiosity arose. Leah decisively decided, I should go closer to see it more carefully. She went to Laches Violentus's desk. While reaching her hand towards the book, she was worriedly afraid, just to avoid being misunderstood. Hopefully no one will come in here before Laches arrives. Leah's hand was about to touch the book when suddenly a drop of water fell dripping onto the cover of it. Seeming to feel someone behind her, her heart trembled, but she still tried to remain calm, glancing up to probe. Leah was shocked to realize it was Laches Violentus. She did not know when he had appeared. Maybe it was because she was too focused on the book and did not hear any footsteps. Laches Violentus said in a deep voice, Hello, Leah. Not knowing if it was unintentional or intentional, he brushed past Leah's hand to take that book. His voice slightly fake, because I was busy taking a bath, I made you wait long, right? She was startled, stammering, no, I just arrived. In her heart she could not hide her fear, startled. Laches Violentus turned and walked away, not knowing if he was probing Leah or not. His voice was slightly wary. What are you doing? There is nothing to see in my room. She calmly replied, It is just that I noticed there are a lot of books. Leah steered the topic to another topic, breaking the invisible tension. She looked at the bookshelf next to her and softly asked, Do you like to read, Duke? Laches Violentus indifferently replied, It is just something I open before sleeping and go to sleep. Leah did not beat around the bush and directly questioned, But at this late hour, what is the matter? She did not say it, maybe he would have forgotten. That is right. Laches Violentus sat comfortably on the chair, his chest open like a domineering president, his expression slightly cunning. His voice was ambiguous. Leah, come here. She felt a little awkward and stood still like a statue for a moment. But she could not just stand frozen there forever. Leah hesitantly stepped forward, scared to death but still trying to reassure herself, No, there is no need to worry. She went and sat next to Laches Violentus. In her head she did not know how many endings she had drawn, forcing herself to think, Nothing will happen. The Duke's people and Sally know I am here. Leah asked 1,000 questions why when he did not say anything but only pulled up his sleeve. Under that layer of clothing was revealed a long wound on Laches Violentus's arm. Seeing that, she boldly asked, Lord, what is that wound? He looked at it with an indifferent attitude. This Leah suddenly felt a little guilty and asked, wondering, "Did you get injured while looking for the puppy?" Latches Violentus did not hide anything, yes. He leaned towards her and bluntly ordered, "Why are you sitting there frozen? Quickly treat my wound." Leah was stunned. "I do not know if there is something wrong with my ears." "What, if you called me to treat your wound, then you should have met a doctor, not me." Latches Violentius replied indifferently, "There is no doctor in my castle," he sighed, his voice a little dissatisfied. "Also, it is your fault that I went out and got injured. You should also take responsibility." She looked back at the wound and secretly thought, "It does not look that serious." Leah really could not understand what Latches Violentus was calculating. Did he really call me for this? After thinking it over, there was no other way. I had to follow his lead. She opened the medicine box and softly announced, "I will disinfect the wound first." After treating the wound, Leah bandaged it. She gently wrapped each round of bandage. Throughout the whole healing process, Leah remembered Latches Violentus's actions just now. According to her assessment, she secretly determined, based on Latches's reaction, it was clear. What Leah mentioned was related to the book just now. After observing carefully, she remembered its shape. The spine of the book had nothing written on it, a large imperial symbol on the cover. With the above characteristics, Leah secretly affirmed that it is definitely the Emperor's forbidden book. All information related to the 4 great guardian families. It is considered a top secret and is tightly controlled by the Emperor. The objective reason is to prevent the deification of the Empire from spreading to other countries. But the real reason behind it is a mystery that no one knows. Even I, the daughter of the Nerial family, do not know. Its appearance here made her unable to help but question. All the forbidden books must belong to the royal family. Why is it here? Leah could not control herself and unconsciously stopped her hand and then looked towards that book. Latches Violentus also noticed her abnormality. He looked towards the place that she was staring at. Suddenly, Latches Violentus spoke to probe, "Are you concerned about that book?" His words made her wary. Latches Violentus slowly explained, "It is the 4 family heirlooms inherited along with Violentus's family heirloom. It is said it was originally in the Emperor's office." Hearing this, the gears in her head turned immediately and paid special attention to what he mentioned, 4 family heirlooms. In other words, the different energies passed down to each family. The 4 people standing on the outskirts guarding the magic circle are the symbols for the families who inherited that power. No one is curious or questions about this, simply because it is the biggest secret that they do not even share with each other. In a corner of memory covered with faint dust, the image of Latches Violentus turning each page of the book appeared. The 4 families who saved the Empire: Violentus, Deberti, Palo, Nerial. His finger seemed to hesitate a bit when he discovered a few pages of the book were missing, but strangely, the book did not have the story of Nerial. Saying this, not knowing if it was out of curiosity or some other intention, Latches Violentus suddenly felt like asking Leferentia Nerial, "So, what do you say, what kind of person is Leferentia Nerial?" Hearing the question related to herself, she widened her eyes. Her face seemed to have frozen just for a moment. Leferentia Nerial hesitantly replied, I am just a maid. How would I know about the young lady?" Realizing the awkwardness in the voice of the person next to her, he added, "Why are you worried? I am just curious about your former master. No need to be polite, you can tell me anything, what she likes, dislikes, or what her personality is like." Tense before Latches Violentus's curiosity about herself, Leferentia Nerial unconsciously clenched her hand that was grasping her skirt. He gave a reason for his curiosity, "Because when she was alive, I had never met her." Replying to that question, under the golden light of the room, she began to tell, the young lady was a very shy person. Even during social season, she did not really integrate with everyone. Rummaging through the old memories, the back view of Leferentia Nerial appeared lonely and deserted. Her only friend, Miss Delia, once said that the young lady had some dark and uncomfortable aspects. Her fiancé, Count Detter, said that she was very apathetic. He often told the young lady to smile, even if she was forced to. The injuries, the scratches in her past gradually appeared clearly through her own narration. About family relations, after her mother died early, she did not have a good relationship with her father. A few of her cousins were busy fighting for property and ranks. Leferentia Nerial in the memory sat curled up on the bed, wrapping her arms around her knees. Like a small branch, tightly wrapping her loneliness for herself. People said that she inherited the succession rights because she was the only daughter of the current head of the family. But because she was locked in the mansion, she was not given a proper succession ceremony. People acknowledged but abandoned her. Even no one cared about her. Finally, in regret for herself, Leferentia Nerial concluded about herself, she lived a very miserable life. Latches Violentus's eyes looking at her changed a bit. His eyes were suspicious, betrayed by the fiancé and friend she trusted. Even when she died of a terminal illness, no one mourned for her. After listening to Leferentia Nerial's story, he asked suspiciously, "Do you really think so?" Leferentia Nerial was bowing her face, revealing an expression tinged with resentment. Latches Violentus moved his hand closer to her. Leah, I am not talking about the rumors of other people. His words evoked somewhere sincerity. I want to know what you think about Leferentia Nerial. Latches Violentus looked at her carefully. The distance between the two had closed considerably. Do you think she was that kind of person? Leferentia Nerial gently raised her head to face him. She paused for a moment, as if a brief moment of confusion had just passed. Leferentia Nerial's mind surged with agitation, nameless suspicions. Why is he asking that? White snowflakes kept falling, coldly covering her own soul. It is just that she has always been afraid of being hurt, afraid of being abandoned, deep in her heart. The voice in Leferentia Nerial's soul softly whispered a truth that is a deep feeling in me that I did not know about, but that made her even more eager. No matter how painful, she would not give up. The thoughts in Leferentia Nerial still echoed. It poured down uncontrollably. Outside it was freezing snowfall, but inside the room it seemed to have a little warmth. She lowered her head slightly, secretly expressing her desire even though she was in another identity. I hope that one day she can live a normal life. Deep in her heart, Leferentia Nerial thought that, I do not want to say these words. Latches Violentus. The light shining through made something in him become gentler. At least in front of him, she said to Latches Violentus. Leferentia Nerial is that kind of person. Snow and wind still blew, covering everything under a layer of pure white. Returning to the scene of the Nerial house, under the golden light hanging on the wall, a few calls rang out. Lord Count. Standing outside the door were two people, one male, one female. It was Anna and the manager of the Nerial house. She called out, Count Nerial, are you in there? Anna's voice echoed in the room. Count, please eat a meal. You have not eaten properly for days, she continued. It seems like she is really worried about her master. If it goes on like this you will faint, he continued. Anna, let me tell you. Inside the room was Count Nerial bending over, his hands covering his face. His appearance was extremely distraught. The manager's words were close to his ear. Lord Count, I know you are listening inside, please come out. Miss Leferentia also does not want, hearing the name of his daughter. He suddenly reacted a bit, his hands dropping from his face, seeing Lord Count like this. He shouted out, his voice carrying suspicion and doubt. Leferentia. Count Nerial's voice paused for a moment, then he hummed as if he had just remembered something important. Ah, that is right, Leah, my only daughter, seeing him sober. Anna and the manager seemed to worry a little less. Suddenly, behind her appeared a figure covered in a black cloak. It was hard to recognize clearly. The manager said to him, there is a guest. The person wearing the cloak turned around, revealing a corner of his face. That person said there were a few things he wanted to say about the young lady. A steady voice rang out in the mansion under the cold snowy sky. No matter how painful, she would not give up. She desperately wanted to change her life. Latches looked to the side and softly asked, is this the story about your former master in your thoughts, or is it the story of herself? Leah restrained her emotions and softly looked towards him. She thought, oh, I did not pay attention and revealed too many emotions. Leah quickly made an excuse. I am sorry. It reminded me of the days when I was working at the mansion. She secretly panicked. It is like I am confessing that I am Leferentia in front of Latches. Even if he pretends not to know, then I am sure he has noticed. What to do? It is clear that Latches does not believe Leah's words. He suspiciously looked over, seeking some clues through her expression. Latches turned to another side. I am sorry, it is my fault for bringing up this pointless topic. Let us not talk about the dead anymore. Leah also turned her face to another side. That is right, Miss Nerial has passed away. What can we change by talking about the deceased like this? Latches gently moved closer to her. But Leah, do you know? Leah panicked, thought, he is too close. Latches suddenly laughed. You really can't treat anyone's wounds. This sentence made all of Leah's worries disappear. He held out his bandaged hand. You bandaged it really sloppily. Leah was flustered. Treating wounds is not my specialty. Latches did not care, but I also kind of like it. Look at the thick layer of ointment here. I really like the way you do not save medicine and care for the patient. Leah stood up. She changed the topic. What about the puppy? Latches asked back. Huh? He smiled lightly. Ah, the dog you were talking about. A strong bark rang out. Woof woof. Small feet ran towards them. Leah turned to look. She thought, a small puppy with soft brown fur. Latches said softly to Leah, you mean them? Leah looked at the two puppies in front of her, thinking, this is the puppy I saw in the hunting dog's memory. She bent down and picked up the small brown puppy. Thank God, it is still alive. Latches crossed his arms and stood behind watching her. Look at that, buddy. Even though I am the one who brought it here, it likes you more. A little disappointing. He smiled towards her. Leah politely said, thank you, Duke. She petted the puppy and said, although it is not because of me, but thank you for going so far to find the puppy. If it was not for Lord Duke, this child would not have been saved. Latches said bluntly, it is because of you. Leah looked back at him in surprise. Latches came closer to her, then leaned down. It is the first time I have seen someone so desperate. I have always seen you live like a dead person without any emotions. He touched the head of the little dog lightly. It contentedly breathed out a sigh. Latches twitched the corner of his mouth. Now I feel like you have more vitality. Leah was stunned and thought, do I look like that? She bowed her head in thought. I have always wanted to live more than anyone else yet. Latches turned to ask Leah, but how did you know that there was still a puppy left there? He found it hard to understand. The only clue that could be noticed was the trace of giving birth to one. But even so, it would not be possible to know the exact location. Even Tom did not know. Was there another way to find out? Hearing that question, Leah softly said, ah. She continued to use a clumsy excuse to explain that, at the mansion, no, when I was little I raised a dog. Latches asked suspiciously, is that so? He stood up, that is good, then you name them because from now on you will be the one taking care of them. Leah was stunned, what? Latches explained, because I have brought them back, from now on they will live in this castle. The mother seems like she can fulfill the role of a hunting dog. Usually we would have her as a guard dog. He gave Leah a new job. This is a job change. The laundry task is over. From tomorrow your task is to take care of the two of them. Leah wondered incomprehensibly. What is this? She weakly retorted. But I did not come to the north to do this kind of work. Hearing that, Latches smiled lightly. He deliberately pressed to ask, then what did you come here to do? Leah could not answer, so she had to remain silent. She patiently replied, nothing, I will do as you say. Latches instructed carefully. Feed them enough 3 meals a day and take them for walks. Also when you choose a name tell me. Leah respectfully replied, yes, Lord Duke. A strong hand with clear knuckles held the mouth of a wine glass and placed it on the table. Latches looked at the desk, then tilted his head suspiciously. Latches Violentus remembered the image of Leferentia Nerial intently bandaging him. She worked hard and painstakingly. Treating wounds is not my specialty. In the past, Leferentia Nerial firmly and darkly corrected. Miss Nerial has passed away. What can we change by talking about the deceased like this? Her words from the past could not help but make him think and unconsciously smile. Someday I want to live a normal life. Latches Violentus looked carefully at the sloppily bandaged hand and unconsciously said, I want to live as the guardian of the North, Violentus. His descendant will receive the blessing of the Empire, a healthy and agile body incomparable to ordinary people. Thanks to that his hand had healed, his wound was gone. The medical bandage gradually slipped off. The steady back along with a loneliness that is hard for anyone to understand. Latches Violentus muttered to himself, wishing, me too, Leah. He had an unusual sense to detect invisible signs and the ability to recover, inheriting Violentus's strength. He had protected the Empire alone. They called him the Sword of the Empire. On this side, Sally Walker, unbelievably her face was full of questions. So from now on you will be taking care of these dogs. She said, enviously admiring, this is a super promotion, being freed from the fate of being a maid, laundry, cleaning. I am jealous. Leferentia Nerial took the 2 dogs for a walk and turned to appreciate. Speaking of promotion, I will help out on the days I have off. Sally Walker's face was excited and curious. Have you named them? She shyly lowered her face and looked at the dogs gently. Cream and cheese. She could not help but be surprised and asked again. Cream cheese, ah. Leferentia Nerial looked at the 2 dogs, one big one small, walking side by side, and happily explained. The white one is cream, the small brown one is cheese. Sally Walker laughed excitedly. Those names are so cute. Did Lord Duke say anything? A silence enveloped them. She was silent and shy, not answering. Leferentia Nerial remembered that disdainful face, said teasingly, are children naming them, even though I let you choose, but why are they all food, cheese? She told and could not help but sigh. She seemed to be spurred on and laughed a long incredulous laugh, really. Sally Walker, while laughing, wiped her tears and admired. I did not expect Lord Duke to know how to joke, Leah. It seems like you have become quite close to the Duke lately. Leferentia Nerial was stunned and thought, do we look that close? She said, let us part ways here, now I have to go back. She surprised and asked, so soon? There is still a while before lunch is over. Sally Walker turned to Leferentia Nerial and pointed at herself, happily explaining, I need to stop by a place before working in the afternoon. She left first, not forgetting to turn back and say goodbye. Then I will see you at the dormitory at night. She stood there watching. Leferentia Nerial watched Sally Walker's gradually leaving back. In her heart she could not help but think, her eyes drooping, Sally seems busy lately, where is she planning to go? Leferentia Nerial stood silently, her heart full of thoughts. It is not anything serious, moreover, the fact that I and the Duke have become closer. She took cream and cheese for a walk. In her heart she had many thoughts. He is not as cold-blooded as the rumors said, bringing me back to the dormitory when I fainted. Even agreeing to an unreasonable request to save a dog. While Leferentia Nerial was thinking, Latches Violentus. Could it be that he is not as bad as I thought? Tom on this side was standing next to a horse and called happily. Ah, Leah, however, she still continued to think and did not hear the call, but maybe it is all just lies. Leferentia Nerial snapped out of it and spoke to ask politely. It has been a long time, are you well, Tom? He smiled brightly and started a conversation. That is right. This is the first time since that incident, right? The horses were brought into the stables and stood obediently. Tom wondered, continuously asking, "They said you were assigned to take care of the hunting dogs instead of me. How do you feel?" She hesitated to reply, "I am trying, but it is not as easy as I thought." He smiled and reassured, "You will get used to it," Leferentia pondered. "Compared to the appearance he shows in front of me." She held the 2 dogs, her face serious mixed with a little cold expressed. "But today I came because there is something I want to ask." Tom just took out a handkerchief to wipe his face and came closer. Worried, "What is wrong?" To Leferentia, maybe Tom behind that is a more trustworthy person. She now eagerly wanted to know and asked, Do you know anything about Demeroxin?" He confusedly confirmed and vaguely realized, Demeroxin, you mean that medicine? Many people have been looking for it these days. Leferentia face had a cold look faintly focusing in. Thought, it seems like Ronan has also been here. She looked at the 2 dogs, her voice worried mixed with sadness. "It is banned from distribution now. It is hard to find even in the capital. I heard that the raw materials are not being imported anymore." Tom enthusiastically bent down to examine carefully. "It is still okay. Where does it hurt?" Looking at the 2 dogs happily playing together, Leferentia unbelievably exclaimed involuntarily, "Hurt." He explained in detail, "It is a medicine to treat pets, Demeroxin." She thought in silence, thoughtfully, "Treat." The image of a purple medicine bottle appeared clearly in Leferentia head. Her heart was filled with confusion and thought, Demeroxin is a treatment, not a poison. She confusedly asked herself, why is Latches looking for something like that? Tom confusedly added curiously, "Why did Lord Ronan need Demeroxin?" Leferentia awkwardly and vaguely replied, "Well, I am not sure of the reason either." Hearing their conversation, the 2 pets also turned their heads to look intently. Suddenly Cream rushed forward as if seeing food, ignoring who was holding the leash. She was let go and looked after him, panicking. He was standing next to her, confused, unable to react. Leferentia turned back sadly, repeatedly apologizing, embarrassed. "I am sorry, Tom." Cream it. Not letting her finish speaking, Tom interrupted, laughing and smoothing things over, advising, "It is okay, you chase after him quickly." She looked at Cheese, who was happily excited, and said gently, "Then I will visit again next time." "Okay, Cheese." It seemed to understand and happily responded to its owner with a woof. A master and a boss happily ran on the green grass. Leferentia ran and thought aimlessly, "I thought Dematoxin would be an important clue." As if realizing she was wrong, she opened her eyes wide in disbelief, questioning herself, "Did I misunderstand him?" Leferentia and Cheese had run to where Cream was standing. It was looking far away somewhere. She worriedly called, "Cream." Leferentia bent down and gently scolded lovingly. "Really, why did you suddenly run off?" It seemed to understand her words, looking up with a repentant expression. Leferentia was stunned when she heard the voice. "Come on, let us go back." "Stop, Cedric." She looked in the direction of the sound, thinking, this voice. Sally. Could it be that the orange-haired girl that Leferentia saw from afar was Sally Walker? At that time a boy appeared and suddenly grabbed Sally Walker's hand, saying, "What is wrong? Is there something embarrassing between us?" "That is right, but here, it is okay, there is no one around." "Wait, the 2 of them still have not discovered that from afar there is someone watching them." "What are you doing?" Seeing that she lowered her face sadly and appeared in her head. "Let us pretend I did not see anything and turn back." The silent atmosphere suddenly became noisy by the voice of the dog Cream. "Woof woof." It barked, causing Leferentia to be surprised. No way. The 2 of them were preparing to shift into that romantic scene but were interrupted by Cream. They were surprised when they heard it bark. The 2 of them both looked at the bush next to them. Leah. This situation made her embarrassed. "Leah, what are you doing here?" Leferentia covered Cream's mouth with both hands, flustered. "That." She looked at the boy in front of her with wonder and thought, "Oh, that man. He was the knight who had a quarrel with Ronan in the training ground, right?" The inner words of Leferentia. When returning, Sally Walker clasped her hands, urging and begging, "Please, Leah. Just this once. Pretend you did not see anything, okay? If the head maid discovers us, I will be kicked out of here with nothing." Leferentia gently asked, "The reason you have been busy these past few days is because of that man?" She replied, "Although he seems rough on the outside, but he is actually very kind." She hesitated. "His name is Cedric, right? The name, the knight who was with you that day." That is right, Cedric Helos." Leferentia lamented. "Oh my God, when I heard that name I had a familiar feeling." She recalled the scene of him playing happily with the girls next to him. The second notorious son of Viscount Helos, the owner of a large trading company, beating servants, theft. This is the name that is mentioned every day because of so many bad behaviors. Since the disappearance of the eldest son of the Viscount, there has been no news about him. I did not expect that he would become a knight in the north, Sally. "You know he is not a good person, right?" Leferentia asked. She was stunned, not knowing what to say when she heard this word. Then Leferentia turned 180 degrees and continued, "It is nothing. I just mean you should be wary of him from now on." The reminders made her flustered. The sound rang out in the room illuminated by oil lamps. So you will keep it a secret, right? Yeah, Leah. Yeah, thank you, Leah. Really? Then let us go to sleep. I should not do anything pointless. The relationship between a man and a woman is not something for me to interfere with, she thought. Leferentia Neriel was preparing to lie down on the bed when a call rang out again. Leah, Leah. She glanced at Sally Walker lying next to her. I thought something urgent had happened. It turned out to be just to say good night, good night. Looking at that bright face, those inner words appeared. I think it would not be hard to just let it go. Like that. But it seems I was wrong. Cedric Helos appeared from nowhere cheerfully and said, meeting you here is such a coincidence. He walked next to Leferentia Neriel and reached out to greet her. Your name is Leah, right? I have heard Sally talk a lot about you. Why is he? Cedric Helos reached out to offer to help carry the basket in order to start a conversation. Leave that to me. Women should not carry heavy things. Why does he keep? Leah, when do you have a day off? Do you want to go out? We can eat together. She closed her eyes helplessly. Even though he did not receive an answer, he still shamelessly followed, trying to persuade. Go, then come back the next day. She still did not open her mouth and only said silently. Now he is openly flirting with me. I thought you were just a loafer, but in reality you are a womanizer. In the blink of an eye, Leferentia Neriel disappeared somewhere to let Cedric Helos go. Look, Leah. Where are you, Leah? Leah, she opened her eyes slightly and spoke. I finally escaped. This time it is Cedric. Violentus appeared standing next to Leferentia Neriel. She turned her head back and asked, Lord Duke, he replied. I heard the other maids rumor that you were pursuing Ronan, but it seems like you have switched to Cedric. Those are all false rumors, Violentus wondered. Why do you look so pale? If so, then go inside and rest. I will tell the head maid, Leferentia Neriel replied. I have not even started my morning work yet. Why are you always so concerned about me, Duke, he said. Try putting yourself in my position. How can I not care? She looked at Violentus, confused, not knowing what to say. Then Leferentia Neriel turned her head back 90 degrees. Or are you worried about something else? Tell me, are the maids bullying you? He asked, wondering. She denied. No, there is not, Violentus asked. If not, then what is it? Leferentia Neriel looked up at him and confided. I am worried about someone, but I think we are not close enough for me to advise that person. Just as she finished, she thought. But why am I talking about this with him? Violentus replied, so you are afraid that person will hate you, and it is better if you just ignore them and say good things. That is what you mean, right? Leferentia Neriel confusedly said, that. Then he gently stroked her hair carefully. If that is what you are worried about, then it is not a problem. Just freely do what you want. If in the end that person hates you, and the relationship between the two of you is ruined, then I just need to expel that person from the north. Violentus looked at Leferentia Neriel tenderly. She shyly said, why can you say that so easily? Leferentia Neriel opened her eyes wide when she heard his words. To me it is easy as flipping my hand, so. As long as I am by your side, no one will dare hate you. The sky had already drawn down the curtain of night. The words of someone for her. Leah, I am planning to meet Cedric for a bit. I will be back before midnight. You go to sleep first. I will see you at the dormitory. The owner of that voice was Sally, who was the first person to help me when I came to the north. Leferentia Neriel lowered her face with a sad expression. Watching Sally Walker's figure, she recalled the past. She personally brought bread to me when I skipped a meal, and she always cared about me when I was sick, smiling and getting through difficult times with me. And more than that, I hope that you won't hate me like Delia did, Leferentia Neriel emphasized. Right after that she spoke inwardly. Even so, I do not want Sally to be like me in my previous life. I do not want to see her blaming herself for being betrayed by love. Thinking for a long time, Leferentia Neriel decided to confide, Sally, I have something to say. At this moment she was confused, and it appeared in her head. But at this time what should I say? Finally Leferentia Neriel said it out loud, Cedric Helos, he is trash. Sally Walker, hearing that, turned her head back to question, what are you saying, Leah? Even if you do not like people like Cedric, you do not have to say it like that. She tried to give convincing reasons. Even when living in the capital, he was famous for being a womanizer and rude. Even if he is very normal now, you do not know when he will reveal his true nature. Quite a lot of people have been harmed by him. Sally Walker did not believe those words and bluntly replied, no way, Cedric treats me very well. I can't just believe those rumors. Everyone is just exaggerating. Leferentia Neriel reiterated, you know those rumors can't naturally spread like that. She continued to deny. Even the Helos family said they had to work very hard to clean it up. Come on, Leah. No matter what others say, I still trust Cedric. No, I want to trust him. So, Sally Walker tightly gripped her skirt and affirmed firmly. Let us talk about that later. Finishing, she turned away. At this time she did not know how to convince Sally Walker anymore. Standing silently for a while. Sally, despite the call ringing out, she still did not receive a response. Leferentia Neriel sat on the wooden chair under the tree with cream and cheese dejectedly. After that day I have not been able to have a proper conversation with Sally for a while. It appeared in her head. She did not even come to the dining hall. Is she avoiding me? Even though I tried to talk, she rarely appeared in front of me. Leferentia Neriel held the paper box in her hand and spoke inwardly. Is she with Cedric now? Thinking back, the reason I think Cedric is a bad person may not be enough. Using the rumor spread in the noble world is no different from looking at the bad side of a person I do not know well. I just hope Sally does not get hurt. While she was thinking that, suddenly Cheese spoke. Woof woof. Leferentia Neriel then stroked its head, reminding, no, Cheese, this is Sally's. She continued to speak inwardly. That is right, Sally said she is okay, so there probably won't be any problems. Unlike how he acted in the past, maybe he is treating Sally very well. Leferentia Neriel connected that to the vision of the two of them being happy together. After all, she only wants the best for her friend. Leah, a voice suddenly rang out, causing her to startle and turn her head back. That voice was Mrs. She hurriedly ran over and pulled Leferentia Neriel away and said in a panic, Leah, what are you doing here? Let us go quickly. Hearing that, her face revealed confusion and wonder. What is wrong? What happened? But that morning, Missa replied, you are asking what happened. Are not you close to Sally? Have not you heard anything? Unhappy things happened to Sally Walker. Not like what I expected. Sally had returned with bad news. Sally jumped from the tower. The maids were all stunned. Oh God, Sally. One person hurriedly asked manager, is Sally okay? Right, he replied, she fell into a bush, so she was not seriously injured, thank God. The manager looked at the unconscious Sally and said worriedly, however, I do not know when she will wake up. I hope she just fainted. Returning to the crowd, he asked, who was the first person to find Sally? A girl said, it was me. She narrated, I came to the sub-building to check the hay that was delivered today and saw her. Then I immediately called the head maid. The manager continued, was there anyone around at that time? She replied, yes, I did not see anyone. Then he reminded everyone, please complete today's work soon and return to your rooms. Before morning I will contact a doctor as soon as possible, the crowd replied. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. Only Leah stood still motionless, her eyes thoughtful. A voice asked manager, what about Lord Duke? He said, when I meet him I will tell him. Leah was immersed in her thoughts, slowly walking to Sally's bed. It is really unbelievable. Just recently, a person who was very okay suddenly jumped from the tower. And it was at the sub-building in the south, where there are few people. She knelt down sadly and called in her heart, Sally. Leah gently touched Sally's cold hand, her heart tightened. What the hell is happening? She silently used her ability, probing her remaining memories. The scene that appeared was Sally talking to Cedric. It seemed the two were having a scuffle when he suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Then he pushed her against the window frame. Leah was terrified and woke up with a start. She bit her lip, her heart full of resentment. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly, startling everyone. Without a word, Leah turned and rushed away. Missa called after her, Leah, where are you going? The head maid told us to wait in the dormitory. Leah slammed the door shut, ignoring her calls. Meanwhile, Latches was confirming the situation, that one of the maids was injured near the annex. The butler replied, yes, sir. We are working to ensure the patient is stable in her quarters. He asked further, what is her name? The butler replied, her name is Sally, sir. Latches pondered, the red-haired girl close to Leah. Then he ordered the head maid, report the situation to me regularly through the head maid. After that he told the two, it is almost the end of your shift. You two should go home. Then Latches left, I will go and see for myself. At the same time, laughter echoed from the wooden house, really. Cedric leaned back on the table, bragging while gulping down wine. I told you I do not know how she knew, but suddenly she burst into tears, got angry, and said she wanted to break up. He recounted his victory with glee, so I readily agreed. She realized I was tired of her. One of them continued the story, so you slept with her? Wow, that was easy. The conversation leaked out from the crack in the door, mixed with a strong smell of alcohol. Hey, Cedric, be honest, you pushed her off the tower today, right? He replied nonchalantly, I do not know about that. Well, I guess she was so ashamed of being tricked by me that she thought she would rather die. Cedric was still rambling about his story when suddenly Leah burst through the door. He turned to look at her. What is wrong, Leah? What are you doing here? She lowered her head and did not answer. Cedric was still sitting on the table, his tone mocking. Aha, you finally decided to hang out with me, perfect timing, I just broke up with Sally. He called her, come here and sit down. Leah slowly raised her head, glanced at him with a dark, cold look, and said in a low voice, so it was you. Cedric suddenly paused. He stammered, what are you talking about? Leah's hand clenched tightly, her nails digging into the wooden door, gathering all her courage. She said, I heard everything. I heard it clearly. In her recollection, Cedric stood high above, coldly looking down. No one will see. There is no evidence, and no witnesses, he muttered. No one will know why she died. Then Cedric smiled grotesquely, looking at Sally desperately falling freely, because corpses can't talk. Back in the present, the wine bottle slipped from his hand, shattering on the ground with a sharp crash. Leah's face turned pale with fear. Cedric grabbed her neck and said through gritted teeth, You were there too. Leah struggled, grabbing the hand tightening on her neck, trying to break free, and vaguely replied, What if I was? Cedric glared at her as if he wanted to devour her alive. Then that is a shame. He pulled Leah's hair roughly. Leah, you are just my type. Cedric dragged her, causing Leah to scream in pain. She struggled and resisted with all her might. Let me go, you bastard. He ignored her resistance and coldly shouted, Can't you shut up? One of his colleagues, embarrassed by Cedric's actions, spoke up, Hey Cedric, that is a bit much. He turned around and snapped at them, Too noisy, you guys just watch. Leah, like a lost soul, turned to look at Cedric as he loudly threatened her. Leah, do you know why I pushed Sally? Cedric glared down, leaning close to Leah's face with the look of a predator. He released her. Leah's face hardened, and her body fell freely backward. She fell into the cold water, the voices of the petty men still echoing in her ears. Is she okay? The insensitive words were still clear even as Leah sank to the bottom. It is okay. No one will know she is missing. Who cares about a maid anyway? The light above the water faded away along with the echoing voices. She thought to herself, in this remote place, no one will come looking for me. Leah's eyes darkened, losing the life they once had. Am I going to die meaninglessly like this again? She sank into the lake, feeling a bit of regret for her undeserved death, more than the cold waves of the lake weighing down her body, thinking about countless moments she would relive. Leah's eyes closed slightly, accepting her bitter fate. When I open my eyes again, everyone I met here will become strangers as if nothing ever happened. Before leaving, she made a resolution to herself. I have to go back to that damned Nereal mansion. Leah gradually lost consciousness like a lamp running out of oil. But I do not want to, the figure of Latches trying to reach out to save her life. He moved closer to Leah, trying not to let her sink any deeper. Latches immediately gave Leah resuscitation, trying to hold on to this fragile life. The knight guarding the Duke's mansion was on duty when he was suddenly drawn to the figure of a person in the distance approaching. In the mist, Latches Violentus slowly approached, carrying the unconscious Leah in his arms. I can't believe I would meet you here, he exclaimed in surprise. Duke Violentus. Latches Violentus' face was cold, and he ordered, Open the gate. Another blue-haired knight standing beside him, his voice a little sharp, urged, Yes sir, what are you doing? Open the gate. He was flustered and stammered, So sorry sir. The wooden gate of the mansion slowly opened. Latches Violentus held her tightly in his arms, said nothing, and went straight into the mansion. The two gatekeepers secretly watched the two figures. He curiously asked, That is surprising, where would he go in the middle of the night? The blue-haired knight next to him speculated. It is definitely not just a normal stroll. What the blue-haired knight noticed more was Leah. He questioned more importantly, Did you see it too, the maid in the Duke's arms? Previously, the knight had seen her before, so he frankly replied, Yes, you mean Leah, right? The blue-haired knight was surprised and exclaimed, Leah, do you know her? He quietly revealed the information he knew. She is quite famous among the maids. Did not you know, she is the maid personally brought by the Duke. He treasures her especially. Latches Violentus carried Leah to his room. He let her rest alone on the bed. A moment later, Leah woke up. Before her eyes was a strange room. Leah looked around. Based on the layout of the room, she secretly guessed this is. After examining for a while, she was surprised, vaguely realizing it is Latch's room. Leah struggled to sit up in a daze. She questioned, Why am I here? My head hurts so much that I can't remember anything. Leah raised her hand to support her head, rubbing it to ease the pain. She calmly sat down to sort out the information. So, I was captured by Cedric and dragged into the forest. Then he threw me into the river. Leah remembered everything. Just when she thought she would die in that cold water and then return to the Nereal family, Latches Violentus jumped in to save her. He dove deep down to try to reach out and pull Leah, who was sinking. Immediately after, Latches Violentus caught her, and then. Leah did not want to recall the memory that happened after that, but the important thing was that she remembered who had saved her. While Leah was thinking, Latches, you saved me again, she was immersed in thought, not noticing the sound of footsteps approaching. Suddenly, Latches Violentus' voice came from behind, surprising Leah, who turned to look. It seems I am the only one who values your life, huh? He appeared towering before her, his shirt unbuttoned. Seeing Latches Violentus reminded Leah of when he saved her underwater, making her feel a little awkward, stammering Duke. Latches Violentus sat down on the bed, one hand propped on the bedsheet. His voice intertwined with anger and helplessness. Me doing whatever you want is not supposed to be like this. Why do you keep putting yourself in dangerous situations? Don't you know you could die? He suddenly leaned over, getting closer to Leah, causing her to instinctively lean back. Latches Violentus' voice choked, Leah, if you die. He hesitated, reluctant to say the words I. She looked at him with expectant eyes. Seeing his reaction, Leah could not help but care. Why do you keep caring about me so much? It is so strange. It is like you see my life as important. She was not stupid enough not to realize it, Leah thought, but this is not just a favor. At this moment, Laches Violentus slowly raised his hand to Leah's face. The way he looked at her made Leah exclaim, the way he is looking at me, it is not worry, but rather resentment. That is more like it. Laches Violentus glared at her. His eyes filled with unresolvable resentment. He grabbed Leah's chin tightly. Laches Violentus looked straight at her face, his expression serious, and recounted in a deep voice, near the river where I found you, I discovered a few drunken knights wandering around there. His face was cold, his eyes showing his displeasure. Laches Violentus suppressed his anger. They falsely claimed they were patrolling. Clearly those people are the culprits who made you like this. He emphasized through gritted teeth. There is no way you would jump into the river yourself. Hearing this, she avoided Laches Violentus' gaze. He continued in a deep voice, his attitude unforgiving. So tell me what happened. Tell me and I will drag them here and kill them immediately. Leah hesitated for a moment and chose to hide everything. She said softly, no, it was just my carelessness, Your Grace. How could such an unprofessional lie escape Laches Violentus' eyes? He chuckled in disbelief. There is no way. Laches Violentus saw that Leah would not take the polite offer, so he decided for himself. All right, I will have to handle it my way then. Laches Violentus turned and walked away, not giving her another chance, bluntly declaring, this is an order, Leah. Go back to the dormitory and pack your luggage. Leah's eyes showed worry. She thought in disappointment. Is he really going to kick me out of the north? Leah panicked at the thought. No, if that happens, Sally will. Thinking this, she hurriedly pleaded, wait, Your Grace. Leah left the bed, stood up, and earnestly begged, please give me more time. Before her earnest plea, Laches Violentus still said nothing. Leah tried to persuade him by honestly stating her purpose for wanting to stay. A maid named Sally is lying in a hospital bed. She is a valuable colleague to me. She earnestly begged, willingly accepting the consequences later, only hoping Laches Violentus would change his mind. Please allow me to stay by her side until she wakes up. Then, I will accept any punishment. Laches Violentus closed his eyes and thought for a long time. Later he agreed to Leah's request in a deep voice. I will give you 1 week, I can't wait any longer than that. She clenched her hands, anxiously listening to every word he said, silently not interrupting. Waiting until Laches Violentus had finished speaking those words of permission, Leah looked at his tall back, grateful, and said in a drawn-out voice, thank you, Your Grace. Laches Violentus pursed his lips, silently listening to that thank you. His eyes narrowed, his eyebrows furrowed. Laches Violentus bit his inner cheek. His eyes filled with coldness, indifferently giving the final verdict. This is the last time you can escape from my grasp. Waiting until he returned, the butler hurried out in a panic, unable to contain his eagerness to inquire about Leah's identity. Your Grace, what is going on? Who is that maid in the room? But Laches Violentus did not answer his question, but instead gave a cold order. Butler, quickly go and confine all the knights I mentioned earlier. The butler clasped his hands, standing up straight, respectfully listened and then hesitated to remind him. Yes, but among them is the son of Viscount Helos. Looking at Laches Violentus' gloomy departing figure, he did not understand what was happening. He had to lower his voice helplessly and begged, Your Grace, you have to tell me what happened. After speaking, the butler also fell silent, tightly clenching his shoulders and staring at his figure, waiting for an answer to resolve everything. But Laches Violentus still only gloomily took his steps and left, not saying anything, leaving him alone with a pile of unanswered doubts. What is all this? On the other side, Leah put on her maid's uniform, lowered her face and slowly dragged her feet, the light shining through the door frame on her lonely figure. She looked at the burning candle in her hand, ruthlessly calculating, if I accuse Cedric to Laches, he can expel him without lifting a finger. Thinking of this, she suddenly froze as she realized another cruel thing. But one of Leah's hands tightly grasped the burning candlestick, lowered her head to look at the cold floor, and fell into contemplation about the consequences of accusing Cedric Helos. If I accuse him like this, then Sally will also be punished for being involved in this case, so I have no other choice but to go and question Cedric myself. Her steps were slow but firm towards a room, raised her head and strode in proudly. Of course, as a maid, expelling the son of a viscount is definitely not easy. But that does not mean there is no other way. She sighed softly, deciding to check on Sally's condition first, gently moving forward to open the door. First of all, I have to check on Sally's situation. The door slowly opened. Leah stepped into the room. The room was dark without a light, bleak and gloomy to the point of being scary. She looked around the room. On the empty bed there was no one. Leah uncertainly called out, Sally. Looking around but not seeing Sally Walker's figure, she stood blankly on the spot, with possibilities constantly flashing in her mind. Where did she go? Could it be that she woke up while I was not here? Leah hesitated again about her disappearance, but where could she go at this time? Her expression suddenly froze. A thought slowly flashed in her mind. Could it be? On the stone steps on the high balcony, a pair of bare white feet were standing absent-mindedly on the edge of the stone balcony. Sally Walker let her bright orange hair down, standing tall on the edge of the balcony. The strong wind blew her skirt fluttering, but Sally Walker still stood still, looking down. Suddenly, a hurried voice mixed with fear exclaimed, causing her to glance up. "Sally, what are you doing?" The person who came was Leah. Sally Walker slightly tilted her face to look at her, seemingly uncertainly calling Leah. She could not have expected Leah's appearance, under her terrified gaze, and asked softly, doubtful, "Leah, how did you get here?" In that moment, Leah suddenly saw the scene when Cedric Helos first met Sally Walker. She'd scared softly, explained, "Well, I saw it in your memories. This is where you and Cedric first met." Looking at Sally Walker's swaying figure in the wind, she panicked. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, hoping she would go down to a safe place. "It is dangerous. Go down and we will talk, okay?" Looking at Leah slowly walking step by step over here, Sally Walker suddenly tilted her face, stuttered loudly, ordered, "Don't come closer." Her foot, along with the sound of her voice, placed even closer to the edge of the stone, lowered her voice and wildly threatened, "If you come any closer." Half of her foot hovered in the air, causing Sally Walker to lose her balance, slightly turned her head to look, widened her eyes in disbelief. Her hands flailed wildly in the air. In that moment of imminent death, Leah quickly rushed over. Thanks to her ancestors, before she fell, she managed to pull Sally Walker inside. The two fell with a thud on the hard ground. Ignoring the lingering pain, Leah quickly got up, worried to the point of angrily scolding, "Sally, have you lost your mind?" Sally Walker was now like a lost soul, her eyes dull, stammering, lamenting in the despair that was enveloping her. "Leah, I am just too tired." She whimpered as if she was about to cry. Her voice trembled as she explained, "I did not mean to." At the same time, Leah gently wrapped her arms around Sally Walker. She hugged her tightly, buried her head in Sally Walker's shoulder, her throat aching, choking without making a sound. "I was so worried, you idiot." This warm, tight hug made her heart feel as if it was being squeezed, widened her eyes, unable to say anything. A moment later, Sally Walker's eyes soured, tears welling up. She reached out to hug Leah back, her chest aching with remorse. Leah lowered her eyes filled with sad sorrow, listening to Sally Walker crying, feeling extremely guilty and apologetic. "I am sorry, I am really sorry. Leah, even though you told me to be careful." Leah quickly grabbed her shoulders, firmly and determinedly encouraging, as if she wanted to give Sally Walker more faith and strength. "Sally, do not be discouraged. It is not too late to recover." She looked straight into her eyes under Sally Walker's dazed gaze. Her voice sharply emphasized each word. "I will help you. Let us take revenge for everything that bastard has done." Elsewhere, a group of knights walked and talked together. Just then, a voice echoed, calling Ronan, causing him to unexpectedly turn his head to look. "Hey, Ronan, you have a visitor." Ronan frowned upon hearing this, unable to believe it, asked again, "My visitor?" That person reaffirmed, urging him, "That is right, my friend, go out there quickly." At this time, a female figure quietly stood still, waiting outside. It turned out that the person was Leah. She clasped her hands in front of her, calmly waiting for Ronan to come out. The group of knights stood in groups of 5 or 7, looking at Leah and Ronan in the distance, whispering to each other, "Is that her, the maid that the Duke brought back last night? I did not expect her to choose Ronan instead of the Duke." One person eagerly peeked his head out to look. "Hey, move over, I want to see her face." It seemed that Leah also heard those gossiping sounds. She slightly tilted her face to look at the group of people, pursed her lips, hesitantly thinking, "It is not good to have so many people know my face like this, even though I can't always cover my face in the north." Ronan seemed to realize her worry. He thoughtfully offered, "If you feel uncomfortable, then let us go somewhere else." "Okay," but Leah felt quite troublesome, would bother Ronan. So she only shook her head, gently refused his good intention. "It is okay, I will be quick." Leah was a little worried, hesitant before the words she was about to say. So her 2 hands placed in front of her also anxiously twisted together. But she had already come here, whatever had to come would come. Leah had to take a deep breath, take a gamble and tell Ronan everything. "I will get straight to the point. I am planning to drive Cedric Helos out of the north. Would you like to join me?" Ronan seemed to be quite shocked. He stood frozen, his eyes wide open, but said nothing. After a while, waiting for his brain to load, Ronan licked his lips, muttered, "I heard about what happened last night. Cherdich is the one who caused it, so you want revenge?" Leah did not hide anything, honestly nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, that is right." Ronan received this affirmative answer and was puzzled, quietly asked her the reason for telling him. "But why did you come and ask me directly?" This question caused Leah to be silent for a long time. lowered her eyes, hesitating. After a while, she gathered all her courage, did not answer that question but asked back. Sir Ronan used to be Viscount Hilo's bodyguard when he was young, right? After asking that question, Leah also slowly remembered what she had once seen. In the memories of Ronan that I read that day, there were also memories of his childhood. He had difficulties because he was bullied by Cedric. The memory that she saw had a picture of young Ronan once witnessing his parents kneeling and bowing their heads listening to Cedric Hilo's scolding. It is not strange that his parents were also scolded. Recalling to hear, Leah also honestly revealed to him, I heard that those days of yours were not very happy. From what had happened between Ronan and Cedric Hilos, she bravely said the reason she sought him out, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so that is why I came here to meet Sir Ronan. Ronan, after listening to everything, suddenly curled his hand into a fist, chuckled and said, oh. He widened his eyes, completely attracted by the offer, excitedly sharing, thank you for your offer, I have always wanted to kick that guy out of here myself. Leah observed this excited expression of Ronan, in her heart certain that she had successfully wooed him, secretly affirmed, just a slight push. He will erupt with a desire for revenge. And indeed, he really agreed to ally with her. Tell me, I will try my best to help you with anything. Leah secretly smiled in her heart, quickly assigned the first task that needed help. Then first, Cedric's father, Viscount Hilos, please bring him to the North Castle. She remembered the moment when she was choked to the point of suffocation, gloomily announced to Ronan the reason she wanted him to do so. I happen to know some secrets of Cedric. And I want to talk directly to the Viscount. Leah slightly raised her eyebrows, her tone mysterious mixed with a bit of crazy expectation. Speaking to hear, she suddenly remembered something, quickly raised her hand to shush, reminded him first, and you have to keep this a secret from the Duke, you know, right? Not long after that, in a dark, gloomy, cold room, Laches Violentus crossed his legs and leisurely read a book. Laches Violentus' eyes were sharp and dark. He touched the stair railing, his footsteps gradually going downstairs. Laches Violentus stood in the middle of the staircase and spoke to the person below. I keep hearing noise in the castle. It seems that an uninvited guest has arrived, huh? He looked at the man with hair below and opened his mouth to speak. Long time no see, Viscount Hilos. The man called Viscount was silent for a moment and then spoke respectfully. I apologize for coming so late, sir. I came to see my son, Cedric. Where is he? Laches Violentus spoke as he walked down. I am sorry, but that is impossible. Cedric is currently under confinement in the isolation room. Viscount Hilos looked up at him. Recently there was an unfortunate incident in the castle, and your son is one of the main suspects. He spoke up, my son is innocent. Laches Violentus lowered his eyes and smiled slyly. Well, we will have to wait and see about that. He spoke to Viscount Helios and then ordered his subordinates, you have traveled a long way, so please stay overnight. Ronan, escort him to the guest room. The person Laches Violentus called Ronan, after hearing this, bowed his head in obedience. Yes, sir. Ronan waited for him to leave before raising his head to look at Helios, whom he was assigned to lead away. He spoke to him this way, Viscount Helios. I will lead the way to your room. Helios heard but did not respond. Instead, he only turned his head to look back. Ronan went to the door and opened it for Helios to enter. A voice spoke up in front of him, welcome, Viscount Helios. I have been waiting for your arrival. Helios observed the woman standing before him and scrutinized her. You must be the maid that Ronan mentioned. Leah stood up straight, true to the demeanor of a maid, and replied respectfully, please have a seat, sir. I have many things I want to talk to you about your son. Both sat down on the chairs and Helios spoke. I heard that Cedric had some trouble, so I came here as quickly as possible, but it does not seem serious, does it? This is just a normal quarrel between a couple. Is it necessary for me to intervene? Leah remained sitting upright, her voice slightly sharp as she reiterated the issue. You say it is not serious. That normal quarrel almost took a person's life. Helios heard this and shook his head as he replied, isn't it just you who thinks that Cedric harmed that maid? Even if that is true, it is just an accident. Although Cedric's personality is a bit different, he is not the type of person who would kill someone. He continued as if the matter was something that happened often, with nothing surprising about it. The maid dating Cedric is named Sally, right? I heard that her family is in debt. So please pass on the word to her that I will help. I do not want this to cause unnecessary rumors. Leah placed her hand next to a piece of paper on the table and said seriously, it seems you just want to gloss over the matter, but... The paper that she placed on the table was not an ordinary document, it was a lawsuit. Are you really going to easily brush this matter aside? Ronan stood outside the door listening to the tense conversation between the two people in the room, Leah's voice echoing outside. He is the manager of an underdeveloped area of land. The land can't even be used for cultivation, so what use is it? Her voice continued to rise, carrying a probing and assertive tone. The atmosphere between the two people in the room grew increasingly tense. I heard that your eldest son disappeared a few years ago. You must be desperately searching for him now. He is in that place. Leah continued to speak. Although he may have become a corpse by now and is buried underground, did not Cedric borrow a lot of money from you before your eldest son disappeared? Leah said a sentence affirming her speculation was correct, causing Helios to change color and be unable to say a word. That money must have been used to buy back that area of land. He needed a place to hide the body. In his mind he thought about his 2 children, blurting out, "Did Cedric kill Theo?" His hand trembled as he questioned, "Do you know what you are saying? If this is a lie you made up to get money from me, you better prepare to face the consequences." Leah shook her head, her face emotionless as she said, "No, of course not. I just want to tell you how dangerous Cedric is." She continued, "To gain power in a noble family, the murder of siblings or even parents is common. Is not it? Please be careful, Viscount." Hearing Leah's words, his face turned pale. "Should I say you are lucky? Even if such a thing happened, it would not be an action that would harm the family, because Cedric is not your biological son." Viscount. In Viscount Hilo's mind, the face of his youngest son appeared, and he stammered as he asked again, What do you mean?" Leah's voice remained indifferent as she replied, "You really do not know." Leah, like a cold machine, explained all of Viscount Hilo's doubts about his suspicions. "Cedric is the illegitimate son of your mistress. In fact, that mistress was pregnant with a child of another man and then made the baby your son. She continued to infiltrate the Hilo's family. Perhaps that is why he killed the eldest son, Theo, because cuckoos often drive away the young of other birds and take over the nest." Leah looked at Hilos as he collapsed. He could not believe what he had just heard. In her mind she thought, it seems he still does not believe it. Seeing that he did not quite believe her words, Leah stood up and continued to add, "If my words sound unbelievable, you can go to the area of land that Cedric is managing to confirm." She stood up, turned her back, and turned her head to look at Hilos, and said, "Or if you want, there is an even faster way." Leah led him to the place where his youngest son was being held in isolation, and raised her hand to knock on the door. A girl's voice echoed from outside, "Cedric." She glanced over for a moment. "Sir Knight, I have brought food for you." The sound of a book being thrown down resounded right under Leah's feet, and the man's voice snapped, "I do not need it." Cedric was in the middle of speaking when his eyes caught a familiar figure, causing him to pause. "Instead of bringing this garbage, bring my father." Cedric was surprised and spoke, "Leah." He stammered for a long time before finally saying, You should have died in the river." Cedric's eyes were distraught when he saw Leah, and she immediately asked back, "What is wrong? You look like you have seen a ghost." The food on the tray fell to the ground with a crash. Cedric pushed Leah against the wall, his voice irritable. "You bitch, are you mocking me?" He maintained that fierce expression and continued, So that is it. It is because of you, because you are still alive, that I am locked up in this damned place." Standing before Cedric, she was not afraid at all of the threatening tone. "Once I get out of here, I will kill you first, even if I have to drown you in the river again. Or throw you into the forest as food for the beasts." She spoke with a provocative tone to further inflame his ferocity. "Why do not you bury her in the ground like you did with your brother?" she asked him. "What is wrong?" Leah looked at Cedric's shocked expression and continued with a mocking voice. "Why are you so surprised? You hired mercenaries to bury the body but did not think the truth would be revealed." He heard her speak so calmly and yet knew so clearly, and he stammered as he asked, How do you?" Everything had been heard by Hilos, who was standing outside the door. He interrupted, "Enough, Cedric." The firm and indifferent expression of Viscount Hilos appeared from behind him, causing him to exclaim in surprise and horror, "Father." Viscount Hilos was arrogant. He stood like a supreme being, questioning the person who was kneeling on the ground, trembling repeatedly, his voice like a curse. "Cedric, is it true that you killed Theo?" Cedric Hilos seemed to remember something. He trembled. His voice also went astray, trying to salvage everything. "No, of course not, Father. That bitch is just talking nonsense. Wasn't my brother lost in an accident?" But unfortunately, Viscount Hilos did not allow Cedric to breathe. He said in a stern voice, "What is more, is it true that you are not my biological son?" The question that had just been uttered caused him to jump in shock, involuntarily widening his eyes in disbelief. Cedric was uneasy. He stammered, unable to say a word. That. In the end, Cedric could only blurt out one sentence, a question that made Viscount Hilos even more displeased. "Could it be?" Mother confessed. He was merciless, grinding his teeth, his arrogant voice full of coercion. "I have nothing else to hear." Then he indifferently ordered Ronan, tell Duke Violentus that I apologize for leaving, without giving notice. His face was hidden in the darkness, completely unable to discern his expression. He paused for a moment, then said coldly, "Turned around and left, and tell him that I will let him decide the punishment." whether it is to cut off his limbs or expel him from the north. Cedric was shocked when he heard Viscount Hilo's cold words. He knelt on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief, trying to hold on. His voice trembled. Father, what are you saying? It is me, your son, the son you are proud of. It is Cedric. Viscount Hilos was furious. His face contorted, shrouded in darkness, no different from a demon walking out of hell. He roared, "You are not my son." Not leaving Cedric a shred of hope, he said coldly, "Cedric, from today onwards, you will be expelled from the Hilos family." He froze to death, his eyes wide open, gazing blankly in the direction Viscount Hilos left. He blamed himself, but still said heavily, "It was my fault for giving someone like you a sword and the qualification to be a knight. I will have people investigate all the things you have done. Prepare yourself." Cedric's voice cracked. His voice trembled with each sob. Cedric pleaded, "Father, please listen to me." Ronan stopped Cedric from chasing after him. He stood in front of him. Ronan spoke coldly, sternly, and perhaps with a hint of mockery, the voice of someone with the ego of a superior. "During the period of confinement, you are not allowed to take half a step out of here." He stopped paying attention to Cedric, turned gently to Leah. His voice already a little softer. "Leah, you go back first, I will take care of the rest." Leah, who was approaching, was a little flustered, then nodded. "Thank you, Sir Ronan." He grabbed Cedric, who struggled, resisted, and cried for help, begged, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, no, please, father, father." Leah stood at the door, turned her head to look at Cedric being dragged away, and silently recalled, for a long time, he has been hiding behind the Viscount and doing all sorts of bad things. But now it is over, Cedric. Cedric's hand floated in the void. No one grabbed him, no one saved him. The punishment for him was terrible and painful, being excommunicated, and all that remained would only be enemies waiting to attack him. Leah quickly chased after Viscount Lihos, approached and politely asked him, "Viscount, I will see you to your carriage." Viscount Lihos noticed her. He spoke, "Your name is Leah, right?" His voice was even. "Like you said, there is no need to go so far to expose the nature of that nonentity. Course I still have to bring Theo back." Leah lowered her head, her voice was gentle, perhaps a word of comfort. "I am sorry for what happened to your eldest son." Viscount Hilos frowned, lowered his eyes, perhaps unable to avoid the sadness when remembering his son, but he still said coldly, "No, I should be grateful for finally finding out his whereabouts." Night fell, the city was covered by starlight. Perhaps after that incident, everything was already too late. Viscount Lihos said goodbye to Leah and promised, "I must leave before it is too late. I will contact you when I find my son's body." Carriages followed one another, bringing everything back to its original orbit. Leah stood on the high ground. She silently watched the shadow of the carriage gradually disappearing, her thoughts unclear. Suddenly, a voice rang out, coldly causing Leah to jump. She turned around. "Is this the reason you told me to wait?" The person who came was Laches Violentius. He stood under the silver light of the moon, exuding a beauty full of coercion. Leah flustered and called, "Your Grace." His voice rang out with a hint of self-deprecation, causing Leah to be endlessly confused. "You said you wanted to be by my side, so I thought you would do it quietly. But you dragged Ronan wandering around the castle and doing things that I did not even know about." Leah hesitated. "You saw from what time?" Laches remained cold, indifferently looking at the girl who was panicking because she had been discovered, and said, "From the time you went to see Ronan. He is the type of person who shows everything on his face." Laches lowered his head, sighed, raised his hand to rub the back of his neck, and his voice softened, explaining, "It is not that I am not aware of the things that Cedric has done. Until now, he has done things that I can't interfere with because the Viscount always cleans up all of his messes, so I just let it go." Suddenly he stepped forward, his voice also serious, affirming, "But Leah, you are different from me. No matter who the opponent is, they can't stop you. I do not know whether to call you courageous or reckless." Laches stopped in front of Leah. His eyes were firm. He put his hands in his pockets and said softly, "Anyway, I think I have waited long enough." Leah clenched her hands, forgetting the pain that would be present, and replied, "I know." Leah seemed to have made a decision, she said understandingly, "and that makes Laches feel confused." He widened his eyes, listening to what Leah said, "I have packed all my things. I will leave the north as soon as it dawns." He was shocked before Leah's surprise. He snapped, "Leave, what are you talking about? You can't go anywhere without my permission. From now on you will be my personal maid." Laches obscured the moonlight shining on Leah. He was like a superior, looking down at her, and ordered, "From now on, wherever you want to go, you must report to me first. I will not allow you to leave me without a valid reason." He paused and said, "I am thinking of moving your residence to the room next to mine, so prepare to move rooms." Seeing Leah's blank face, he felt a little amused, but still said seriously, "What is wrong? You do not seem to understand." Leah trembled. She said her thoughts. Her voice went astray, stammering, "I just thought you would expel me from the north." Latches was surprised and unconsciously asked back what. Then before her surprised eyes he said, "Ha, there is no such thing." Latches leaned over, his lips lightly touched her hair, then leaned close to her ear and whispered possessively, "Remember this, Leah, from now on." His voice echoed, overwhelming Leah's chaotic mind, causing her to be stunned, confused mixed with fear, completely disbelieving what she was hearing. "I will never let you slip out of my grasp. At least not while you are still alive." The next morning the sounds of the maids gathering to chat rang out. Some were startled. "What, so Cedric was kicked out?" Someone interjected. "So, is that why the Viscount came here last night?" Sally was proud. She seemed to exude a halo. Her voice was also excited several times. "That is right, it is because Leah contacted the Viscount and negotiated a deal on my behalf." The group of maids rioted again, exclaiming the praises for Leah and even the criticisms for Cedric. "That is great. I can't make eye contact with nobles. I am scared to death." "That knight named Cedric looks good, but is actually the worst." "Huh," a maid asked worriedly. "But are you and Leah okay? I heard you two almost got into big trouble." Suddenly, a sound rang out, breaking the lively atmosphere just now, drawing everyone's attention towards herself. "What are you all talking about?" The person who came was none other than Leah. She held her white dress, her hair was loose, she looked graceful and refined. Someone involuntarily exclaimed, "Leah." With her porcelain white skin, beautiful face, and beautiful purple eyes, Leah was no different from a great beauty. The group of maids clamored again, quickly discovering that Leah's clothes were those of a personal maid, and could not help but exclaim, "Kia, is that the outfit for the Duke's personal maid?" "It is so beautiful." Missa hugged her face. She asked eagerly, "How have you been lately? How is the new room? How big is it?" Another maid yearned, "I also want to work beside the Duke every day." Leah was confused. She blankly remembered what she was receiving. "After I became the Duke's personal maid, many things changed. A room filled with light, warmth, and generous wages. Everything was like a dream. What she received made her unable to believe it." Leah stood in the room she had just received and exclaimed, "Now I am staying in a warmer place than the double room I shared with Sally, wearing beautiful and classic maid uniforms, and my salary has increased so much that it can't be compared to the salary of an ordinary worker." Leah looked at everyone in front of her. They were excited and even happier than she was, and unconsciously remembered Latches, receiving the unprecedented special treatment from Latches. "I worry that the other maids will hate me, but thankfully, no one seems to be uncomfortable. Rather, I do not know if it is because Cedric's incident spread that everyone sees me as a hero." Sally felt sorry for Leah being surrounded, and spoke up to help her. She held out her hand, offering a sealed letter called, "Aren't you all bothering her a bit? By the way, Leah, there is a letter for you." Leah was quite surprised. She asked, "A letter for me?" She took the letter from Sally, opened the envelope, and began to read. The contents of the letter were news of the body of Viscount Liho's son, she thought. "Luckily, I quickly received news that the body of the Viscount's son was found safely. Luckily no one asked the reason I knew about it." More than that, the contents of the letter also told about Cedric, the criminal, and the punishments he had to suffer. Since that day, Cedric's evil deeds had been exposed to the public. He was officially stripped of all titles and rights. Cedric probably could not believe what he had to endure. He resisted in vain and had to face one of the other severe punishments. The testimonies of other knights also revealed that he was behind countless other incidents. As expected, Latches decided to expel him from the north. It seems that they intend to ensure that he can never hold a sword for the rest of his life. Leah lowered her eyes, her emotions unclear. She continued to read and began to think about the contents of the letter. Sally, Ronan, Viscount Helos, and even the maids in the castle. Leah secretly affirmed, although the purpose of her doing those things came from within, not benefits, she still hesitated. "I did not do those things expecting to be rewarded." But Viscount Helos still insisted he would help if Leah needed. He clearly wrote on the letter, "I will definitely repay your kindness in this matter, so if you need my help, feel free to come to me." Everything ended with new changes, with unexpected allies appearing. The chaos had ended. Leah contemplated, she stroked her chin, began to calculate for the future and the benefits of becoming a personal maid. She thought, becoming Latch's personal maid is a good opportunity. The closer I am, the more I can learn. Missa and Sally saw Leah's pensive, slightly tired face. They flustered. Missa spoke. She asked, "What is wrong, Leah? Are you feeling unwell?" Leah heard this, only sighed, replied vaguely and reassured, "It is nothing big. I am probably just catching a slight cold." Sally did not agree with this answer. She worried, frowned, and said in a coaxing tone, reminding Leah about the severe cold she had before, "What if you ignore it? What if you get seriously ill like last time?" Without waiting for her to agree, Sally had already decided for Leah. Before her surprise, she said, "No, Leah, you should rest in your room today. It is best." Only Leah felt that she was not bad enough to need to rest. She blankly replied, "No, it is not that bad." Sally ignored Leah's resistance, insisted on pulling her, who was confused, back to her room. While walking she scolded and reminded her, "Enough, do not deny it anymore and go rest quickly." Sally brought Leah back to her room, carefully waited for her to lie down, pulled the blanket up, and then turned around to go outside. Before leaving, she did not forget to remind her again. Take a nap, I will take cheese and cream for a walk. Leah felt that she could not refuse anymore, helplessly sat on the bed and said, Thank you, Sally, then I will leave it to you. Waiting for Sally to disappear, she sat there, contemplating for a long time. Leah lay down on the bed, she put her hand on her forehead, began to remember and then muttered, wondering why she was sick, I have not been doing much lately. Could it be that I caught a cold when I fell into the river? Leah looked up at the ceiling, looking at the chandelier hanging overhead. She was a little dazed, sighed, becoming Latch's personal maid. I thought I would be busy taking care of him day and night. But in reality I have too much free time to the point of being bored. She remembered the task she was assigned at that time. Leah lowered her head, gently raised her skirt, making the bowing gesture of a maid. I was only assigned one task. To wait quietly here. Whenever there is an order from the Duke, I must run over quickly regardless of the reason. Leah began to become bold. She pondered and then she thought about a possibility, thought about the image of Latches that day, and felt bored again. It has been a week since he called me. However, one thing is clear. Leah hesitated. He does not want me to be in danger, to the point of confining me in the castle under the guise of being a personal maid. She put her hand on her forehead, her eyes wide open, completely unable to think of a reason why Latches would do that. Why? Leah was dazed again. She began to make various speculations. Is it because he does not know I am Leferentia Nerial that he is protecting me like this? But clearly that reason was not convincing enough. Leah was confused. She could not think of anything more about Latch's behavior, with her current status, a maid. She was drowsy, but to Latches, I am just a maid, why does he care about me so much? Leah's eyes were heavy and then they gradually closed, closing with her thoughts that had no answers. Leah kept thinking, but then everything was interrupted when she completely fell asleep. A reason was left unfinished, a reason. In her dreams, what was hidden in the depths of her heart rose up. I do not even know. Is there any reason why I should not die? The door of the room opened slightly. A drop of light shone into the dark room. The monologue still echoed, I do not know. The person who came was Latches. He gently approached her. While Leah was still thinking about the things that could not be reality, if I could read his memories, then I would not need to worry about this. Latches reached out, brushed away a strand of hair from Leah's face. He was gentle. The real feeling in his hand made him realize that her body temperature was rising. He reproached, What do you mean you are okay? You are burning up like this. Latches sat there gently, his tone somewhat sarcastic. With this weak body, how can you survive in the north? He kept silent and then gave a faint smile. His face also relaxed, completely different from his usual frowning, cold look. Under the dim light from the window, a perfect picture was painted by words like the singing of a siren, warm and gentle. Latches sat beside the bed, just like a bodyguard. Leferentia, like this, I can't take my eyes off you even for a second. Leah sat in the light. Beside her was Cream, who was obediently lying still for her to brush her fur. A voice rang out, calling her. Leah, are you in the room? A maid pushed the door open and stepped in. She saw Leah inside the room, breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, I knew you would be here. How are you feeling? Leah looked over, replied to her inquiry, and asked, after resting for a few days, I am feeling better. What is wrong? The maid finally said her purpose. She began to convey what she was instructed to say to Leah. The Duke is looking for you. He said he has something he wants you to see and told you to come to the living room. The maid's words made Leah feel a little surprised. She froze for a moment and then stood up and left the room. Walking on the long staircase, Leah thought to herself, finally, for the first time, I am being called as Latch's maid. She stood on the railing looking down. In her heart was a little doubt. But why did he tell me to come to the living room? Normally he works in the library or office. Another servant informed Latches when Leah arrived, Sir, Leah is here. He looked over, smiled and said, Come in. Leah pushed the door open and stepped in. Her eyes shifted elsewhere, her eyelashes lowered, her appearance was a little cold. After a long time, Leah finally raised her face and gently asked for permission. Then I will take my leave. But when she saw the person sitting opposite Latches, Leah was stunned. A name rang in her head, Phaser. Phaser was also surprised by her appearance. His eyes widened. His mouth moved, but he could not say a word. Leah began to speculate, but still could not find a reason for Phaser's appearance in the Violentius family's mansion. She wondered, why is he here? Phaser was embarrassed. He was flustered, pretended to laugh and greeted. His voice trembled and his words were also jumbled. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Leah. Latches looked at Leah's expression, smiled, and explained Phaser's appearance. I called him here. From now on he will be the doctor in this territory. But looking at her not so cheerful expression, Latches was disappointed. His voice with a hint of sadness, But you seem a little disappointed. I thought you would be happy to meet him. Because of you, I deliberately spent a lot of money to bring Phaser here. Leah could not believe her ears. She asked again, because of me? Leah's expression frowned in confusion. She pursed her lips, her body also tensed. Latches saw that reaction and explained his words. Yeah, you were working too hard so you fainted. He paused and then said, he is the most suitable person to take care of you. So is not it better to meet an acquaintance sooner? Noticing Leah's not very good expression, Latches spoke in a gentle tone, reassuring her. I do not want to disturb your reunion after a long time. You two can feel free to take a walk or chat. Do anything you want. He also did not forget to remind Leah about the health checkup. Latches said with concern. Get a preliminary checkup to see if you have any pain anywhere. Leah was confused. She still had not grasped all the information that she had just heard. She did not understand what was happening but let him go out first. Her head was as tangled as silk, but Leah still maintained her etiquette, bowed, politely said thank you for your concern, your grace. Latches looked at her, smiled. His eyes also filled with a rare bit of gentleness. He said, you are welcome. On the way, Phaser was constantly noisy. He fought to take the luggage from Leah's hand. Flustered, miss, just let me do it, I can carry it myself, but she did not agree. There are a lot of people around, I will hold it, so let go. Phaser did not give up, he hesitated, but it is heavy. Leah lowered her head and walked in front. Her voice was still cold. She said indifferently, letting Phaser, who was confused, walk behind, trying to reach out to take the luggage himself. I already said, Phaser, I am a maid now, carrying your luggage is my job. Leah suddenly turned her head back, quietly reminding Phaser about their current situation. Also, do not call me miss anymore. What if someone hears it? Phaser lowered his head awkwardly. He retracted his hand, his tone apologetic, stammering said, I am sorry. Leah was truly worried about Phaser. She sighed wearily, frowned, her eyes deep. In her heart were countless questions. What the hell is he thinking? Why come here out of so many places? There is nothing good about being involved with me. Looking at the delicate face with round glasses in front of her, suddenly a speculation appeared in Leah's mind. She was wary, thought, wait, could it be that Latches brought him to the territory to monitor me? Glancing at Phaser, she carefully assessed him. If it is Phaser, he can easily handle the threats and persuasion of Latches. She could not help but question the reason Phaser came to the Duke's mansion. Thinking about what he could do, she turned her head, looked at Phaser. So he was bribed because of me. Leah wanted to check the reason for his appearance here, and said coldly, Phaser, show me your hand. Phaser was confused and asked back, what, my hand? Leah was impatient, she said in a strained voice, urging, hurry up, take off your gloves. Phaser, although he did not understand the intention of his miss, still obediently took off his gloves and held out his hand to her. Ah yes. Suddenly, Phaser looked down at Leah's hands. His eyes fluctuated a bit. Phaser took her hand, touched the palm of her hand, feeling the rough, calloused skin, completely different from the soft hand when she was still in the Nereal family. He was surprised, miss, your hands have too many calluses, you must have had a hard time. Leah felt the safety that Phaser brought and released her guard, feeling fortunate, thankfully. He did not follow any orders from Latches, just simply accepted the job of being a doctor in this place. But Leah was still confused in her heart. She hesitated, but Leah asked directly. She said what she was thinking, and the implication was clear. Phaser, why did you come to Violentus Castle? Phaser still fiddled with Leah's hands and checked each finger joint. He replied, what do you mean, the Duke summoned me? Leah interrupted Phaser's answer. I am not asking about that. Leah said what she thought from the moment she met Phaser. He seemed quite surprised when she asked about this issue. His eyes fluctuated. His movements in his hand also stopped a bit. After I left, you received many good job offers from other families in the capital, but why did you come to the north where I am? Phaser was sincere. He said his fear and worry when he received the letter from Latches. I kept thinking the Duke called me here because something bad happened to you. Before Leah's surprised eyes, he expressed his feelings, trembling to the point of stammering. Knowing you were here made me even more worried. I was very worried because I have not received a letter from you since then. Only this way can I know you are still safe. The faint light shone through the window, painting the brick wall a strange and warm color. Leah asked, so you have always been waiting for my letter? Phaser's voice sounded aggrieved. He felt wronged. You do not know how worried I was. But very quickly, Phaser happily smiled, the corners of his eyes curved. His smile was sincere and warm. His voice was also full of joy, but I am very happy that you are still okay. Leah looked at him, finally only curled her lips, her eyes softened. Her voice was also gentle. That is right, Phaser is that kind of person. Phaser was confused by Leah's words. He flustered. Did I do something wrong again? Leah laughed and said, no, let us go to my room. She and Phaser left, heading towards her room. I will make tea, then we will talk slowly. Both of them probably did not know Latches had been present since when. He stood on the floor, propped his hands and looked at the two chatting. Latches' eyes were gentle and carried a bit of reassurance. He said softly, perhaps now it is okay. Leah and Phaser returned to the room, made tea and chatted. Leah's voice rang out. So, there is nothing special going on in the capital? Phaser also replied yes. After the memorial service ended, everything was still going well. Both sat next to each other, turning their faces to face each other. The teacup had lessened a bit. It could be seen that both had been talking for a while, finishing his affirmation. He again said, but not long after, society was noisy with the story about Miss Friends. Leah recognized the point of attention and asked, Friends, you mean Detter and Delia? Phaser recounted everything that had happened, carefully in every detail. The scandal of those two spread quickly. The party seemed to be perfectly reenacted. Detter lowered his head. Next to him was Delia. Both walked between the red carpet and bore the scrutiny and evaluation from everyone around. Phaser's voice was even. People rumored that those two had an affair right before the miss passed away, and also said that Miss Delia had a child with Count Deverty. Leah picked up the teacup, gently blowing away the layer of heat swirling on the surface of the water. Phaser looked at her calm appearance. He continued to recount. I heard they could not even leave the mansion because of those rumors. Leah was not very surprised, she silently remembered. This always happens in all of her reincarnations. Leah thought to herself, it is not surprising because it always happens before and after I die. Phaser remembered and narrated. Leah unexpectedly put down the teacup that was about to reach her lips. She shifted her gaze to him, listening attentively. They also said that the death of the miss in the Nereal mansion was because of those two. But nobles followed those rumors and surrounded the gate of the mansion for a while. The head of the family did not step out of the room and told everyone, leave. The door of the Nereal mansion was tightly closed. Phaser was careful when mentioning her father, the head of the Nereal family. His health has worsened since the memorial service. He keeps locking himself up and refusing to come out. He also refuses treatment, so I can't go in and check his exact condition, but it seems the death of the miss was a fairly large psychological shock to him. Leah lowered her head and drank tea, in her heart silently evaluating and drawing a reason for her father's actions. What big shock? He probably just does not want to become the heartless father in the eyes of others. Suddenly, Phaser remembered an event that had happened when he came to visit Count Nereal. He said, thinking about it, there was a guest who came to see the Count. Leah asked, who was it? Phaser seemed to not remember the details about that person. He only vaguely remembered a tall figure with a black cloak. When that person turned around to close the door, a part of the sleeve was revealed. The cuff was embroidered with noble patterns with gold thread. He was a little regretful that he did not go up and say hello. Well, at that time I did not see the face clearly, but looking at that person's outfit, it can be said that they were a person with a high status. Leah thought of a possibility. She wondered, a person with a high status. Could it be a lover? Angrily, Leah put the teacup in her hand down strongly, causing Phaser to startle. You do not need to tell stories about my father anymore. I do not want to hear it. Seeing Leah's erratic change, Phaser also did not dare to disobey. He could only hesitate. I understand, miss. To dispel the tense atmosphere, Phaser changed the subject. He asked with concern, so how have you been lately? Leah stroked the edge of the teacup, looking at the shimmering light brown tea water. Phaser still continued, when the miss left, you said you wanted to ask Duke Violentus a question. Have you found out anything about him yet? She sighed softly, and said the difficulty she was facing. There are many suspicious things, but I have not found any evidence yet. Leah began to tell about what she had found out. Lately I have been investigating a drug called demeroxin, but it turned out to be just a common animal husbandry drug. It was a bit of a waste of time. Phaser was puzzled. He confusedly asked back, demeroxin? Leah at this time remembered. Oh shoot, I never mentioned the story about the murder to Phaser. She hesitated. That is because... Suddenly Phaser tensed, his eyes full of fear and panic. He asked again, as if wanting to be sure of something. Miss, you have not touched demeroxin, have you? Seeing that appearance of Phaser, Leah set aside her guilt for now, and stammered as she asked, why are you asking that, Phaser? He was serious. His eyes still clearly revealed worry. Why, what? It is extremely dangerous. Leah stiffened when she heard Phaser say that. Her hand also tightly grasped the teacup. His voice was serious, with no sign of joking. It is true that demeroxin was initially developed to treat livestock, but it is a deadly poison for humans. Phaser told about what he had been taught. He carefully recounted about the death of the former empress. I heard it from my teacher, who was a royal physician. The former empress was also poisoned with demeroxin. The image of the former empress collapsing in a pool of blood. Beside her was a rolling glass of wine containing poison. People do not know exactly whether this type of crime will be imitated, so the distribution of demeroxin was suddenly banned. Leah put the teacup back on the plate, trembling as she remembered what she had experienced. I was also poisoned. Since then, I have made similar efforts every time a regression occurs. Thanks to those repeated efforts that I can survive by avoiding it. She suddenly asked Phaser. Her question caused him to be stunned, confused to the point of widening his eyes. Phaser, if you drink that medicine, what symptoms will appear? Phaser was still seriously answering Leah's questions, describing in detail the symptoms of demeroxin poisoning. He said, demeroxin is colorless, odorless, and extremely toxic to humans. It is very difficult to recognize with the naked eye until you directly consume it. Phaser's words rang out, causing Leah to begin remembering the pain when she drank it in the previous times. But the moment you take a sip, a severe pain spreads from the tip of the tongue like a burn. The poison was consumed like that by her, accompanied by Phaser's serious voice about the symptoms. Soon, all the muscles become stiff, then severe paralysis, even heart arrest begins. Leah's body tensed, those haunting pains in her mind. He still had not realized Leah's abnormality. Continued to say, in a short time of less than 10 minutes. The drinker will feel pain to the point of being unable to breathe and suffocate to death. Leah remained silent and she felt, it seemed that she was experiencing it again. Phaser stopped when he saw Leah stunned from earlier. He called Miss. Leah was still lowering her head. Fear, worry, and horror overwhelmed her, making her unable to recognize anything anymore. Phaser worriedly called, Miss Leferentia, are you okay? Leah looked at the teacup in her hand. She remembered and reaffirmed, that is exactly the pain I have experienced. Each memory mixed with information gradually being assembled and almost complete, Leah was getting closer to the truth. So the poison at that time was demeroxin. And what Latches is looking for, demeroxin. The sound of falling and breaking rang out. The cookie plate fell to the ground, spilling out everywhere. Sally stood still before the door. Perhaps she had heard the conversation between the two. The space froze, silent to the point of hearing a pin drop. 3 people stared at each other. Sally was still carrying that tray, her hand trembling, explaining why she appeared here. Because there are guests coming, so I brought refreshments, she hesitated. Then asked again, wanting to confirm the series of information she had heard. But what do you mean by that? Both Leah and Phaser trembled. They looked at her in surprise standing at the door. Their eyes widened and they could not say a word. Their bodies tensed with each word that Sally uttered. Why did you call Leah Miss Leferentia? Leah spoke. She confusedly asked, Sally, when did you come? Sally lowered her head. She hesitated, stammering. Well, the guest called you miss, but Leah was more worried about a different issue, she thought in a panic. Did she hear us talking about demeroxin? Leah thought of a reason to defend. Okay, let us just consider it a story about the former owner, she hurriedly told Sally. Let us sit down first, you seem to have misunderstood something. Before her surprised eyes, Phaser pushed up his glasses and asked, it seems your identity has been revealed. What do we do, miss? Leah became even more flustered, snapping at him, you should stop calling me miss already. Sally jumped in shock. Before her eyes were Leah, who was confused, and Phaser, who was full of tension. She stammered in fear. You called Leah miss again. Phaser completely followed his habit. He misspoke. I am sorry, miss. Leah sighed helplessly. She swallowed the reason she had just thought of. I can't keep insisting that she misunderstood. Sally had not recovered from her shock when she heard Leah call. Her voice was serious. Listen, I want you to keep a secret about the things I am about to tell you. After a pause, Sally understood a few details. She worriedly asked. So, Leah, no, the miss of the Nereal family Leferentia has not passed away, but is hiding her identity in the north for some reason. Leah lowered her head, avoiding Sally's gaze, dejected. She seemed sad to let Sally know her identity. Her voice was tiny. That is right, I can't tell you the details now. But the important thing is that only you and Phaser know the truth. Even so, in Leah's heart was a surge of unprecedented disappointment. What to do? How did Sally find out my identity? Sally sat across from Leah. She trembled, hesitated. So, even Duke Violentus? She nodded, answering her half-finished question. I think even the Duke does not know about this. Leah still had a bit of expectation, thought. But if it is Sally, she might consider me Leah. She humbled herself, assuring Sally, anyway, I promise I won't let you be implicated because of this. So please keep it a secret. Leah silently speculated about what Sally would do next. If it is Sally, she would probably. Suddenly Sally stood up from the chair, seeming very hurried. She knelt down before Leah, bent over. Her movements were quick and decisive. Her voice trembled. I am sorry, miss. Leah also stood up in shock, confused by Sally's actions. Sally was still kneeling, said, until now I did not realize who dared to be rude to you. Leah could not believe her ears. She approached, awkwardly. What are you talking about? You did not do anything wrong. I am the one who hid it from you. Sally lowered her face. She took all the blame on herself, stammering, no, it is not like that. I should have realized sooner. For the first time, Leah was shocked by the power that her identity brought. She frowned, stunned, looking at Sally, who was still kneeling, begging her who was standing here. Please forgive me, miss. Leah's voice had a bit of helplessness mixed with disappointment, causing Sally to also look up in surprise. She said, don't be afraid when you are here, I am Leah. And Leah hesitated, clenching her hands again. She thought sadly to herself, am I the only one who thinks we are friends? Leah collected her emotions and looked at Phaser. She said leisurely, It is a bit late now, but let me introduce you. This is Phaser, the doctor of the Nereal family. Phaser nervously stammered out a greeting. Hello. Leah continued, you once said that you had a sick younger sibling, right? I am sure Phaser can help. After saying that, she turned to look at him. Phaser, I will leave it to you. Okay, Phaser respectfully replied, yes, of course, it is my job. Leah looked calmly towards Sally. From now on, you have grasped my weakness. Consider this the price for hiding my identity. She squatted down eye to eye with Sally. Leah whispered softly, also, there is no need to use such awkward polite words. Can't you treat me comfortably like before? Sally looked at her in surprise. It seemed that thousands of thoughts were flashing through her head. After a moment, Sally softly replied, yes, I understand, Leah. Leah was grateful. Thank you, Sally. Hearing this, Phaser sighed as if he had relieved a great burden. Leah secretly calculated, if more people in the castle know my identity, it will be very dangerous, although I trust these two people, but there are many eyes and ears around. So I can't rest assured. She frowned slightly and thought, it seems there is no time to hesitate anymore. I have to find out Latch's identity as soon as possible. Even tonight, Leah secretly made a resolute decision. Latches opened the door. He unexpectedly spoke up, should I be happy, Leah? I did not expect you to come find me first. Leah looked up and looked straight at him. I apologize for finding you at such a late hour, Your Grace. There is something I want to ask you. Latches invited her in. Well then come in. Were you and Phaser happy? Hearing his inquiry, Leah politely replied, yes, thank you for your concern. Latches went ahead to lead the way. He bluntly asked, so what is the matter with you? Leah nervously clutched her skirt. The thing is. She hesitated for a while and still could not open her mouth. Leah pondered and lowered her face, not knowing how to speak. Latches surprisingly looked straight at her. That matter worries you that much? It is not like you at all. He stepped forward and searched for something. Well, alright, there is something very perfect for the situation now. Leah saw what Latches was holding in his hand from behind. She secretly questioned, wine. As if to verify her thoughts, he introduced as he poured the wine. This is ice wine produced in the north. It is a local specialty. Latches held 2 glasses and turned to look at Leah. He smiled slightly. I usually keep the batch of wine produced first each year, but let us make an exception this year. Latches handed a glass to Leah. Here, drink a glass. Both the tired body and the worried mind will disappear like melting snow. Leah silently shifted her gaze down to the glass of wine handed to her. She stared at the gorgeous red color of the ice wine. Leah secretly connected the events in her head. La Ferencia was poisoned by Demaroxin. Latches is looking for Demaroxin. So it is possible Demaroxin is contained in this glass of wine. Leah pondered and hesitated. What should I do? Should I drink it? She clenched her hands tightly, secretly betting once or. Leah opened her mouth and asked Latches, Duke, why are you looking for Demaroxin? He paused a bit when he heard this question. Latches asked in surprise, what? How did you know about that? Did you hear it from Ronan? Leah remained silent before those questions. She only looked straight at him, waiting for an answer. Latches regained his composure. He chuckled softly, I understand, so that is why, no wonder you are so wary of me. Latches reached out and picked up the glass of wine. His actions caused Leah to startle in tension. Latches leisurely brought the glass of wine to his mouth and drank it all in one go. He placed the empty glass on the table, frankly answering Leah's question. What I want is not Demaroxin. Latch's face darkened. His whole body exuded danger. But I want to find the person who needs Demaroxin. He asked Leah back, do you think I want to poison someone? The opposite is true, I want to prevent the death of a person. Hearing this, Leah blankly raised her eyes to look at Latches. She blurted out, exactly whose death? He lowered his face to hide his emotions. Latches slowly raised his head. He hesitated, not wanting to answer this question. Well, never mind, no need to care. It seemed that Leah had recognized something from Latch's expression. She stared at him intently as if wanting to search for evidence to verify her thoughts. Latches did not want to continue discussing this issue anymore. He stood up. The noisy people will be coming to the castle soon. Latches Violentus leisurely stood up, turned around and left without regret, instructing Leah, starting tomorrow there will be a shortage of manpower. You should also help the other servants for a will. He stepped away straight, coldly leaving a sentence of announcement, I am leaving. The room was only left with her sitting quietly in the chair, staring blankly at that back, leaving, silently saying nothing. Looking at the unopened bottle of wine and the unused glass on the table, Leah frowned in doubt and muttered, what was that expression just now? At another spacious, luxurious, and magnificent room. Delia sat in front of the mirror, locked up for so long that she wanted to go crazy, screaming and complaining. It is so annoying, how long do I have to endure being locked up like this? The servant standing behind her quickly said in a soothing voice, please be patient, Miss Delia. She put her hand on Delia's shoulder, quietly reminding her about the consequences of disobeying. The head of the family instructed us not to let you out if you disobey him. You will be severely punished like last time. She wearily rested her chin on her hand, looking at herself in the mirror, pouting and complaining. La Ferencia is already dead. It was her own choice. Now the obstacle between me and Debtor has disappeared. Why does not my brother let us meet? Saying this, Delia leaned back, curiously inquiring the servant. Still no contact from Debtor at all. The sunset gradually covered the mansion. The servant's throat tightened hearing this question and stammered that. And in another place in the study room, Debtor Deverty suddenly went crazy, angrily slammed his fist on the table and cursed, "Damn it." He raised both hands and hugged his head tightly, mentally collapsing, muttering, "They said it would calm down soon, but how many days has it been already?" Debtor Deverty tried to take a deep breath to calm down, but his eyes were still vacant as he whispered in despair, "This can't continue. Even the nobles who promised to invest money can't be contacted anymore because of that damned scandal that the business I had cherished all my life has been destroyed." After speaking, he seemed to suddenly think of something and suddenly stopped, closed his eyes, lowered his head, gloomy and silent. Then, Debtor Deverty looked at the magic tool on the table, absent-mindedly asking himself, just like that person said, there is really no other choice but to leave for a while. A new day began, the sunlight shone through the window into the castle. Leah closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling full of life, exclaiming, "When I was La Ferencia living trapped in the mansion, it was hard to feel the change of seasons." On the long corridor, the group of servants stood scattered around working. Leah was still immersed in her own world. The incomparable biting cold of the capital's winter has passed. Now the northern provinces are waiting for spring to come early, starting to prepare one step ahead. Looking at the servants busily cleaning and wiping everywhere, that bustling atmosphere caused her to excitedly compare it with the past. "I have never seen the castle so lively." A nearby old servant happily blurted out, "Winter is finally over." Another servant also excitedly exclaimed, "It will be easier to work now because we can wear a little less clothes." Leah again shifted her gaze to look at Missa and a blue-haired maid who were standing and talking. In her heart she absent-mindedly muttered, "It takes a lot of people to decorate the castle." Leah tightened the broom handle in her hand. Her eyes calmly observed her surroundings and then told herself, "I can't believe that I have lived comfortably without realizing this obvious truth. It is a bit embarrassing." She again lowered her face and started sweeping on the red carpet, looking at the busy atmosphere around, and then curiously asked herself, "But what guests will we be welcoming that we are preparing? Like this, is there anyone who is treated so well by Latches?" At this time there was a sudden shout, "Sally Walker, Sally." She hurriedly turned her head to look, surprised to see that the person who came was Leah. "Ah, Leah," looking at Sally Walker's surprised appearance, she said softly apologetically, "I'm sorry, did I startle you?" She only casually waved her hand, asking with concern, "No, what is wrong, do you need anything?" But Leah looked sadly at Sally Walker, in her heart sighed silently. "Since that day, every time we talk she is so awkward." She pursed her lips hesitantly. In the end the doubt still won. "I do not know who the upcoming guest is. Did the head maid say anything?" Sally Walker heard this and repeated in surprise, "Guest." She shrugged her shoulders confusedly, stating her own opinion. "Well, she did not say anything. Is not it just that we are welcoming spring a little early this year?" Sally Walker finished speaking and also left, while Leah was still standing still unable to believe it, muttering in her head, "That is impossible, I heard him say the noisy guests would be coming." At this time, the head maid suddenly stepped in and announced sternly, "A distinguished guest from the capital has arrived. Everyone gather here." Leah and Sally Walker stood still in place, blankly listening to her assigning tasks. "Everyone, finish your work and wait in the hallway. 3 people will go to the kitchen and wash the dishes." Hearing that announcement, Sally Walker had to exclaim in surprise, "Huh, Leah, how did you know beforehand?" Leah was asked and stunned, her throat choked as she searched for words to reply, "Ah well." But at the same time, the head maid suddenly cast a sharp gaze towards her, raised her eyebrows and probed, "Leah, what are you doing here?" Leah quickly stood up straight. Respectfully replied, "His Grace did not call me, so instead I came to help everyone clean up." She nodded, showing that she understood, coldly conveyed the order. "All right, now go back to your room. He said you do not need to go out." Leah heard this and was surprised, hesitating as she asked again, "What me?" Nearby, 3 maids were excitedly approaching. Missa clasped her hands and excitedly asked, "Head maid, who is the guest coming here? Is it a gentleman?" The head maid frowned, seriously reminding them, "Don't talk nonsense and get to work. We can't let the children of the legal family wait." Leah immediately grasped the key point and repeated in shock, "The children of the legal family." She pursed her lips and speculated, could it be Debtor and Delia? Leah's speculation was indeed correct. The people who came were indeed Debtor Deverty and Delia. At this time, Latches Violentus also appeared to welcome the two. "Welcome, Count Deverty, Miss Pallo." Debtor Deverty heard this tone and gritted his teeth, cursing in his head, speaking intimately in the first meeting, so arrogant, but on the surface, he and Delia still politely bowed in response. Debtor Devotee quietly greeted back. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Duke Violentus." He again smiled, his tone appreciative and complaining. "I am very grateful that I received such hospitality for visiting unexpectedly." Laches Violentus stood opposite, clasping his hands behind his back and humbly replied, "It is nothing, we should help each other in times like these, should not we?" In another secluded room, Leah was secretly peeking through a small crack in the door, observing everything outside. Looking at who the people who came were, she could not help but ask herself again, is that really Debtor and Delia? Leah stood leaning in, discreetly casting her eyes outside, in her heart constantly rising doubts. Why are they here? They should not know anyone besides Laches. Not knowing what she thought of, she suddenly stiffened. Wait. Leah grasped the edge of the door tightly. A speculation suddenly flashed in her head. Could it be that they know I am here so they came to find me? Outside, Delia tightly grasped her hands together, excitedly praised the scenery here. "Your Grace, the north is truly a beautiful place." She enthusiastically said a string of praises and then made a suggestion. "It is the first time in my life I have seen so much snow. I want to look outside before the snow melts. Can you guide me?" Debtor Devotee stood next to Delia and chuckled, raising his hand to gesture. "What are you doing, Delia? Keep quiet a bit." She heard this and was bored, wrinkling her face as she retorted. "But staying in the castle all day is too wasteful." He again turned to look at Laches Violentus, apologetically nodding. "Excuse me, it seems my fiancé is a bit excited because we have not gone out for a long time." He also coldly crossed his arms, raising his eyebrows in response. "I will take it as a compliment that you like my territory." While Leah stood hiding in the room hearing the fiancé title, she lowered her eyes and speculated, those two will decide to get married. Outside, Laches Violentus still crossed his arms and shrugged slightly, thoughtfully explaining, "Unfortunately, my schedule is a bit busy, so it is a bit difficult for me to personally escort you two. If you two want, I will send some people to escort you." He thoughtfully reminded beforehand, however, it is best to limit going outside if possible. You know, magical beasts often roam around here. Delia heard this and was startled, tilting her head to repeat blankly, "What magical beasts?" Carrying extreme doubts, she asked again, "Is it true that scary magical beasts live in the north? I thought that was just a folktale created to publicly proclaim Violentus' greatness." Pausing for a moment, Delia hesitated, then blurted out, "So does that mean people have died at their hands?" she asked fearfully. That question caused Laches Violentus to widen his eyes in surprise. Debtor Devotee could not help but laugh and comfort her. "Oh my God, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, I will protect you when they appear." Delia also chuckled softly, happily cuddling up obediently. "Really, I am counting on you." On the opposite side, Laches Violentus suddenly lowered his head and chuckled. He curled his lips under the surprised eyes of Debtor Devotee and Delia. He leisurely said, "I guess that disgusting scandal is real, huh?" He heard this and his face distorted, repeating with a forced laugh, "Scandal." Debtor Devotee tightly gripped the hand at his side, clearing his throat slightly to explain, "Duke, you must be misunderstanding something." Laches Violentus turned to leave, slightly tilting his head back with a mocking smile. "Ah, my mistake, let us just pretend I did not hear anything. What I mean is you two are a great match." After saying that, he turned around directly and proposed in a deep voice, "You two must be hungry. Let us go to the dining room. I also want to hear about what has been happening in the capital lately." Delia tightly grabbed Debtor Devotee's arm, swallowing her anger and smiling awkwardly. Agreeing, "It is almost lunchtime, so this is perfect timing." She again quietly asked him with concern, "Debtor, are you okay? Let us go, huh?" While inside the room, Leah heard this and tilted her head to look in another direction. Slightly frowning and muttering, "Dining room." Behind her was a richly laid table with abundant food, and she was in the dining room that the group was about to enter, which made Leah panic and shout in her heart, "No, this won't do." She gently lifted her dress. In her head she hurriedly calculated, "I can't go out this door, I have to hide somewhere." Outside there was a quiet, probing voice. "By the way, what about our carriage?" Laches Violentus coldly glanced at them, and replied in a low voice, "It was retrieved from the ditch and moved to the front of the annex. I asked the coachman if he needed me to call a repairman, but he refused. He said it was not necessary." Debtor Devotee heard this and closed his eyes, bowing his head respectfully. "It is all right, I can't cause any more inconvenience, we will take care of it ourselves." Laches Violentus also did not force it, indifferently shrugging his shoulders. "All right, it is up to you." Leah, standing in the room, was stunned again hearing Debtor Devotee exclaim, "There is still a long way before we cross the border. It is lucky that the carriage broke down near the castle." Hearing those words, a thought could not help but flash through her heart. What are they saying? They did not intentionally come to Violentus Castle, so then Laches. At the same time, Latches Violentus had approached and slowly opened the door of the dining room. He stepped inside, immediately coming face to face with Leah. She raised her face to look at Latches Violentus, in her heart still thinking, how did he know that they would come here? He seemed to not expect Leah to be inside, so his eyes widened in disbelief. She lightly pursed her lips, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah!" Latches Violentus could not let them meet Leah, so he found an excuse to send Debtor Deverty and Delia somewhere else. Thinking about it, I think it is better to lead you two to your lodgings first. Latches Violenta used his body to completely shield Leah, pretending to care as he suggested. You two must be tired, change your clothes and then we will meet again. Debtor Deverty standing outside felt very confused, blankly denying, "What, we are fine now, why?" But before he finished speaking, Latches Violentus waved his hand, pretending to understand as he politely shooed them away. "Don't hesitate, just go." After speaking, he sternly ordered the servants, "Everyone, bring their luggage to the annex and guide them." They immediately picked up the luggage, respectfully obeying. "Yes, Your Grace." Delia glanced and saw their actions and hurriedly reminded them with worry. "Wait, that bag is very expensive, hold it carefully." Then she changed her expression again, happily smiling to greet Latches Violentus. "We will be right back, see you again, Your Grace." He also smiled, harmoniously raising his hand to greet back, "Take your time." After seeing them leave, Latches Violentus' smile vanished, lowering his hand, indifferently glancing at Leah on the other side. She raised her hand to chest level, pursing her lips in panic as she heard him coldly remind her. "Didn't you hear what the headmaid told you? I clearly said you were not allowed to go out." Latches Violentus helplessly shook his head. His weary voice hit the silence that enveloped the entire room. "You never listened to me." While on the other side, Leah was slowly taking steps backward when she saw him approach. Latches Violentus pressed close to her, his tall figure almost enveloping Leah's body, carrying heavy pressure as he pursued to ask, "Leah, why are you here?" The two people, Debtor Deverty and Delia, stepped hand in hand towards another place. She raised her hand to stroke her head, her voice full of regretful complaints. "Why did the carriage have to break down in this desolate north? If not, then I would be drinking champagne at the resort now." Walking on the long corridor, Delia glanced at the withered trees outside. A chill suddenly ran down her spine, and again complained wearily, "This castle is so dark and gloomy that it is hard to believe. This is the residence of a duke." Looking around this castle, she'd scared, shaking her head in disbelief. "Isn't the Violentus family favored by the emperor through many generations? Why is it so ugly? Is it just exaggerated?" Debtor Deverty heard those complaints and did not deny it. On the contrary, he smiled mockingly in agreement. "Probably so." Delia again intimately leaned her head on his shoulder, softly cooing sweet words. "Anyway, the location does not matter, as long as I have Debtor by my side." Debtor Deverty could not help but chuckle. The corners of his eyes died with a smile as he asked, "You like me that much?" She also was not shy, directly confirming that fact. "That is why I followed you all the way here." Delia's eyes were full of fascination, containing ardent love, looking straight into his eyes, expressing her feelings. She still maintained a faint smile on her lips, but in her heart she excitedly screamed and speculated about what she had always longed for, traveling with just the two of us. Is he going to propose to me? Just thinking about that made Delia curve her eyes and smile secretly, full of excitement and telling herself, he can do that in the capital, why does he need to come to another place? In times like this I find Debtor quite romantic. She smiled meaningfully, stroking her hair seductively, and sent a vague invitation. "Hey, Debtor, let us spend some time together tonight." But Debtor Deverty did not pay attention to this hint. He turned his head to look at Latches Violentus back in the distance. "Delia, wait a bit." Debtor Deverty carefully watched his actions, blankly speculating. What is he hiding in a hurry? Is it a woman? Through the gap, he could only see the maid's uniform, unable to believe in Latches Violentus' tastes. Even a maid, carrying curiosity, peeking back and forth to see more clearly. Debtor Deverty bit his inner cheek and thought about the mysterious woman. What kind of person is she that she can seduce that arrogant duke? It is too difficult to see with the door blocking the view. Then in a flash he clearly saw the person who was being hidden by Latches Violentus. He had to widen his eyes in shock, as if he had won the jackpot. Leah's long white hair and the beautiful lines of her face hit Debtor Deverty's eyes, exquisitely to the point of being dazzling. He still gaped his mouth, staring at her, uncertainly calling the name of his former fiancée in his heart, Leah. On the other side, Latches Violentus was still lowering his head, his tone stern as he reprimanded Leah. "You should at least give me an explanation, should not you?" One hand propped up on the wooden door. His face darkened as he asked about her appearance here. "I told you to stay in your room, so why are you here?" But Leah was not overwhelmed by Latches Violentus' aura. On the contrary, she coldly ordered back, "You explain first." They said the carriage broke down. Remembering the sudden breakdown of Debtor Deverty and Delia's carriage, and his previous announcement, She gnashed her teeth and suspiciously asked, "Didn't the Duke say that the guests would be coming to the castle soon? How could you predict such a thing would happen?" The unexpected appearance of Debtor Devotee and Delia caused Leah to panic endlessly, catching her breath as she emphasized once again, "Didn't the Duke say that the guests would be coming to the castle soon? How could you predict such a thing would happen?" Laches Violentus licked the corner of his lips, indifferently throwing back a bucket of cold water. "How I could know is also none of your business." He raised his eyebrows, his voice suppressed with anger as he sneered, "Or do you care about those two? Perhaps I should introduce you to them." Leferentia Neriel frowned, looking unhappily, reminding him, "Don't say those words you do not mean." Her hand tightly clenched the apron, nervously gathering all her courage. Standing facing Laches Violentus, who was tall before her, Leferentia Neriel did not hesitate and resolutely looked eye to eye without fear and questioned, "You just helped hide me from them, right?" Hearing this, his face darkened and he remained silent. Laches Violentus' hand tightened into a fist. All the resentment was poured into this squeeze. He tried to restrain himself, using a gentle voice to express, "Every time you act rashly, I do not know how to deal with you." She surprisedly widened her eyes and stared in disbelief. Laches Violentus softly advised, "But Leah, this is all for you." Leferentia Neriel stood blankly, still unable to accept it. In her heart she thought again that pained expression. He propped his hand up on the wall, sternly warning with an unhappy face, "So in the future do not challenge my patience." In the middle of the romantic scene of the lovebirds there was a call, "Excuse me, Your Grace." The butler spoke worriedly, "I apologize, but there is something that needs to be said to you urgently." Ronan stood next to him waiting for an order from Laches Violentus. Not letting them wait long, he quickly spoke, "I will be right there, but wait a moment, Ronan, you take Leah away." He obediently received the order. "I will escort her and be right back." His face hidden behind his hair as if wanting to hide his emotions, Laches Violentus coldly instructed, No need to come back, stay by her side and make sure she does not do anything stupid. If she resists the order, immediately report it to me." She unexpectedly looked to the face that was shining with countless confusion, as if wanting to question him. Laches Violentus did not look at Leferentia Neriel, shifting his gaze in another direction. She in her heart was full of thoughts. Does that mean he is now publicly monitoring me? He turned to leave. Leferentia Neriel spoke out, calling, "Duke, wait a moment, Duke." Not paying attention to her call, Laches Violentus just left with the butler. She looked at the cold back that did not turn around, feeling secretly regretful. Leferentia Neriel stood silently. Ronan approached, politely hesitating to start a conversation. "Well, I will take care of you, Leah." Seeing that she did not answer, he glanced once and immediately saw her curiosity and questions. "Are you okay? Do you two have something going on that you keep arguing?" Leferentia Neriel felt guilty and jumped in shock. Ronan suspiciously and cautiously asked the question, "Could it be, the two of you have some kind of close relationship?" She decisively retorted like a cat being stepped on its tail, "What?" Leferentia Neriel angrily opposed vehemently. "Impossible, that is ridiculous." He looked blankly and carefully observed. Ronan turned to look at him, who was slowly leaving with deep thought. "But Duke Violentus." The sunlight shone brightly through the window into the inside. Laches Violentus was a figure in a handsome military uniform standing in the doorway looking far away. "Over here," he carefully reminded seriously, "it is good that you do not. Anyway, please stay still for a moment, because if anything happens I am also the one who will be scolded." She confusedly obeyed, obediently standing still in one place. Ronan inquired in a roundabout way, "Do you remember the day Viscount Helos came? At that time I was sent to do a mission on the border for a month just because of helping you." Leferentia Neriel, listlessly bored, did not bother to say, "So that is why it has been so long since I met you again at the castle." She lowered her face despondent and full of melancholy, silently sinking into her own thoughts. At one palace, someone confirmed, "I will try my best." On the table was a set of delicious food arranged very beautifully, making it difficult for viewers to resist. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, that is great." At the feast there were 3 people enjoying the meal together. Delia sweetly and humbly spoke flattering words. "It is even more than I expected. I was actually worried that the food would not suit my taste to be able to enjoy such a luxurious meal in the north." She bashfully covered her mouth and pretended to ask with concern, "Was the preparation difficult?" Laches Violentus indifferently picked up the wine glass and took a sip, saying mockingly, "People often mock, if we do not serve like this, then how can we survive?" Delia continued to make jokes shyly. "Oh my, who would say such rude words?" Debtor Devotee chimed in, continuing to please him, "It really is very good. Do you often ask for opinions directly from the servants in the kitchen?" He confusedly and coldly questioned, "Servants, what do you mean?" He seized the opportunity, quickly replying, "Then that, just now, you were talking to the silver-haired maid in the dining room." Laches Violentus heard to this point and lowered the wine glass too. Look in Debtor Devotee's direction. He lowered his face without replying, looking at the wine glass in his hand silently for a long while. Latches Violentus coldly and leisurely pretended to care. She is just an ordinary servant who recently started working. I do not know what is so interesting about her that made Count Devotee here care. He and Delia looked over in surprise. Debtor Devotee smiled contentedly and slowly explained, that maid reminded me of someone. He remembered the image of Deferentia Nerial lying motionless holding a bouquet of flowers on her chest, slowly said, my former fiancé. Debtor Devotee spoke his thoughts. Deferentia Nerial. He skillfully avoided denying, from what I heard in the capital, it seems that the Count has long forgotten about her. He put his hand on his chest, appearing high-minded. His face flashed with a few points of sadness. That is impossible, I think your grace has misunderstood something. I loved her with all my heart. Debtor Devotee rambled on without knowing shame, continuing to pretend to be sad and gesticulating volubly. However, because of her sudden illness, I had no choice but to say goodbye. Then I only knew how to share this sadness with Delia, a person who has always been by my side. Delia looked over in disbelief before the actions just now. He made a harmless smile and pretended, as the Duke knows, the nobles in the capital do not know the value of labor. They are only always busy creating gossip to kill time. So they keep talking about affairs and betrayals as if they are real. Debtor Devotee's eyes became sharp, looking probing, thinking about it. Did not the Duke also attend the memorial service? He remembered things in the past and confusedly questioned, that is right, thinking about it I do not quite understand, you have never appeared in the gatherings of the four major families. But you attended Deferentia's memorial service. Debtor Devotee suspiciously questioned, what is the relationship between you and my dead fiancé? Latches Violentus widened his eyes in disbelief, not expecting this situation. He rebutted, causing him to stiffen and be unable to speak. Count Devotee, you are insulting your fiancé within moderation. Latches Violentus relentlessly continued to offer sharp arguments, burying the opponent. He had promised marriage to Miss Nerial but only pretended to be interested in her. And now he seeks for an old lover who is not even alive while already having a fiancé by his side. Debtor Devotee turned pale when he heard, not daring to retort. He concluded with the last sentence, you should also feel ashamed, should not you, Count? Delia, sitting next to him, also looked at him with a face showing dissatisfaction, resentment, and unwillingness. Debtor Devotee flusteredly tried hard to explain. Delia, what I mean is, she sulked and shouted, ignoring. I do not want to hear it. Latches Violentus sat there leisurely drinking tea, watching a good. Oh. He mumbled as he held the wine glass to his lips, his face full of worry. What is my relationship with Deferentia? Latches Violentus put the glass down. His heart was full of thoughts. Perhaps I am no more than a stranger to her, but... He stood next to a trunk, looking far away at the window. Latches Violentus remembered the image of Deferentia Nerial gently stroking the hair at her temples, stirring his heart. To him she was everything in this world. Therefore, Latches Violentus was even more desperate. His hand tightened into a fist, thinking enviously, I want her to be by my side, I want her to never leave me. Things were thrown all over the place. Delia unhappily angrily lost her temper and shouted loudly, when will you stop mentioning Deferentia here? She clenched her hand, resenting, unhappily scolded to satisfy her anger. Leah is dead, she does not exist anymore. Debtor Devotee stood indifferently on one side, adjusting his tie, pretending to be tired and complaining. I understand, so lower your voice, meeting that Violentus was already tiring and even. He put his hands into his pockets, coldly expressing, also, can't you speak carefully? Deferentia used to be a very important person to me. Her death does not mean I can easily forget her like that. Delia heard this and became even more angry, furiously retorted, a very important person. She was unwilling, angrily did all sorts of things to appear pathetic and gain pity. Calm down, Debtor. I am the one who has always been by your side, not Leah. Debtor Devotee turned around sharply. His hand touched his neck uncomfortably, stuttering that. He frowned, his eyes shining with a few rays of regret. Debtor Devotee slowly explained, you will never understand how much Leah means to me. Delia stiffened when she heard, unable to say a word. Her hand tightened into a fist. He changed his tone and criticized in disgust. You at least can't even sympathize. Deferentia used to be your friend. A pillow hit Debtor Devotee in the face. He only had time to shout but could not react. Delia turned away and left without even turning her head back. Debtor Devotee confusedly watched following and asked, Delia, what are you doing? He was now panicked, worriedly calling Delia. The pillow lay desolately on the floor. Debtor Devotee, unsatisfied and unyielding, directly cursed, you are really careless. He lay on the sofa, crossed his hands over his forehead, thinking wearily, his mouth constantly muttering, I do not know who she resembles that she is so fierce. Is it really okay to marry a woman like that? Debtor Devotee rested his hand on his forehead, frowning, and recalled the past regretfully. Leah would not be this troublesome. He sat up sharply. His heart scolded angrily. Now thinking about it, that violentous scoundrel. He never answered my questions correctly. Casting his eyes out the door, Debtor Devotee seemed to faintly realize something. Secretly speculated, perhaps like him, avoiding questions about that maid. He told himself, his eyes firm and determined, I must go see her myself. Leferentia Nerial on this side was despondently sitting and stroking cheese. It was sensible, so it did not disturb. She surprisingly turned back looking pleased. Leferentia Nerial was sitting and playing with two pets, turning to happily greet. Ah, you are back, Sally, so early. Sally Walker entered from outside and casually replied. Ah, yeah, I finished the cleaning faster than expected. She suspiciously spoke, asking, what about the guests? She, holding a bag with something, casually replied. They are probably in the VIP room now. Cream was sleeping soundly. Sally Walker switched to gossiping mode and recounted. I heard they argued at the meal. Leferentia Nerial was confused and full of questions. Argued, those two? She tried to remember and recounted in detail. What was it? It seemed to be about the scandal in the capital. She remembered the image of Ronan standing with Sally Walker, suspiciously also asked. But Sir Ronan is standing at the door. What happened this morning? A string of dots appeared in her head. She stood blankly still completely. Under the shimmering lights, Sally Walker hesitated, not daring to tell, and kept stammering that she had changed into a cute set of pajamas. Her face was tense and serious. The Duke told you to be supervised. Sally Walker was endlessly surprised, curiously asked those doubts. But why, even if they are important guests, encountering a maid is not a big deal, right? Leferentia Nerial lowered her eyes, despondently agreeing. You are right, Sally. She remembered the past. If I were an ordinary maid, then there would not be a problem. She kept worrying, staring, carefully observing and calling softly, hey. Sally Walker carefully covered her mouth with her hand, being extremely vigilant, her eyes tensely guarded, and whispered. Could it be that the Duke already knows your identity? She presented the fear in her heart. I do not know if I accidentally showed something in front of other people or not. Leferentia Nerial listened attentively without being distracted for a second. She spoke, certainly reassuring the timid person. Impossible. Do not worry, it is definitely not your fault. Leferentia Nerial's hand gently placed on Sally Walker's hand. She thought confidently, as promised. Sally did not tell anyone, Phaser neither. I did not see any such memories. So then it seems that calling Phaser to be my personal doctor. Maybe he thinks I am a maid of Nerial. But hiding me from Debtor and Della then. At this time present, in Leferentia Nerial's head were a multitude of thoughts. Lowering her eyes, looking sad. If he did not know I was Leferentia, he would not have acted that way. She remembered the memories from before. Right now I am sure Latches had known my real identity from the start. Leferentia Nerial's heart was full of thoughts, questions without answers. But why has he been pretending not to know for so long? How could he recognize my face even though I was locked in the mansion? The memories in the past played back like a film reel, she thought. Not only that, how can he confirm my life and death in a relationship that he did not know? How do I explain his efforts to search for Demaroxen? Leferentia Nerial was sweating coldly and had goosebumps, her eyes unfocused when she thought that, as if he knew all the traces about my death. A moment flashed through my mind, a hypothesis that can answer all doubts. The image of her standing before her grave appeared, if only. Leferentia Nerial's hair fluttered in the wind. He also. She glanced behind, is also trapped in the curse like me. Behind was Latches Violentus, standing looming, watching the figure of Leferentia Nerial. His face was hidden in the darkness, as if the darkness wanted to swallow this entire figure. The image of Latches Violentus' face, like a mirror, gradually became fragmented and cracked. She and Sally Walker were sitting and chatting. Unexpectedly there was a quarrel outside and the two of them looked towards that direction. I told you to move aside. Debtor Devotee was fiercely arguing with Ronan outside. Leferentia Nerial quickly recognized the familiar voice. Surprised, that voice, Debtor. He appeared high-minded and knowledgeable, giving arguments for his debate. Is the custom of the North to be wary of guests? I said that I came because there was something I wanted to personally inspect. Ronan maintained his manners and politely and respectfully said, Please be careful, Count. He was in the middle of explaining Miss Leah right now. Before he could finish his sentence, Debtor Devotee interrupted, widening his eyes in shock. What? He wanted to confirm more clearly, so he asked again. The Duke's personal maid is named Leah. Ronan was asked unexpectedly, flustered and uneasy, not knowing whether to answer or not. Debtor Devotee slammed on the door loudly outside, shouting and demanding to meet. Leah, is that really you? Are you inside? Please open the door, it is me, Debtor. He constantly called and shouted outside the door. Leah, no, Leferentia. Her heart was filled with worry and tension, watching without blinking at the door, her hands clenching tightly as she frowned. The sound of knocking on the door became louder. Leferentia Neriel clenched her hands even tighter to restrain the fear in her heart. Ronan on the outside did not give up, continuing to try to stop the outrageous Debtor Deverty. Two men stood before the towering door silently fighting each other, one advancing, one stopping. He had grabbed the doorknob, pulling it down once. Debtor Deverty opened the door and looked inside, his eyes not hiding the surprise. He widened his eyes, staring intently, his mouth stammering extremely nervously. You. Noticing her worried expression, Sally Walker seemed to think of something. Her eyes became firm, staring intently at Leferentia Neriel. A white coat flashed sideways. Sally Walker put the coat over her, looking firmly and confidently. Leferentia Neriel was touched, her eyes tearful. Sally. She stood right at the closet door, casting her gaze towards him, frowning unhappily. Sally Walker quickly bent over politely. "Excuse me, Count, I am preparing to change my clothes." Two men stood stunned looking. Debtor Deverty spoke, probing her. "It is nothing, but your name is Leah." Sally Walker quickly replied from the outside without revealing any flaws. "Yes, I am the Duke's personal maid, Leah." Leferentia Neriel sat hugging her knees in the closet, extremely nervous and tense. He did not give up, crossing his arms before his chest, and turned to question Ronan. "Besides this maid, is there no one else?" Debtor Deverty described the identification. "The maid I am looking for has silver hair." She listened anxiously for the person hiding in the closet. Sally Walker forced a smile, quickly covering up. "Silver hair. The castle is a bit dark, so perhaps you were seeing things. Even in the north, that hair color is quite rare." He crossed his arms, appearing superior, not discouraged, and firmly asserted. "Are you saying I am blind?" "No, that is not what I mean. If you want, you can check in the communal living area." Leah sat quietly in a corner, eavesdropping on the conversation. "I already checked there just now." She was both worried and regretful. "Did he see me when I was hiding in the dining room? This is truly a disaster. I should have been more careful." She pondered for a long time. A jumble of thoughts kept appearing in Leah's mind. "The more I explain, the more suspicious it will make people. Debtor is a person with very high self-esteem, so he won't easily believe what others say." Debtor outside suddenly noticed the room that Leah was hiding in. His eyes suddenly froze. Debtor turned to Sally and Ronan. "Wait." Sally stood blankly looking. The voice continued to ring. "That is strange." Slow steps walked onto the exquisite mat. The voice still did not stop, although she is the Duke's personal maid. Leah leaned her back against the door, anxiously listening to the voice outside. "She alone can't use two beds." Debtor domineeringly pushed her against the wall. "Hey you, who are you trying to hide?" Hearing that, Sally blankly stared at him. She had not recovered and answered naively, "I. Leah cracked the door slightly. She was like a thief secretly listening to the conversation outside. That. Suddenly a small puppy with pure white fur cried loudly. "Grr, woof woof." Debtor and Sally turned their heads to look at it at the same time. Walking beside the white puppy was a Shiba puppy with silky smooth golden fur. They all barked fiercely. "Woof." Debtor stood blankly looking at the two puppies. The sound of barking still echoed continuously. "Woof woof." He fell sprawling onto the ground, panicking and pointing around randomly. "What is this? Can't you people control them?" Sally worriedly stepped forward. "Count." Sally hesitantly spoke. "I am sorry. It is because it has not been trained to be a hunting dog, so." Debtor was stunned. "What hunting dog?" Ronan and two maids stood carefully observing his awkward image. Debtor wondered. Do people in the north often bring big animals into the room? This is really unreasonable. Suddenly a voice rang out. "What is wrong, Count Deverty?" The caring voice gradually approached Debtor. "Count, are you all right? Can you stand up? Let me help you." Debtor put his hand into the breast pocket of his coat, rummaging. The two puppies had stopped barking and gradually became cute, cheesy. The gentle voice continued. "Sir." Debtor coldly waved him away. "I do not need help, get out of the way." He stood up, brushing his butt annoyedly, walking past the guard. Ronan and Sally stood still, helplessly watching Debtor's back. He secretly complained behind Debtor's back. "It seems that Count Deverty also is not sober, daring to approach the Duke's personal maid like that." Sally looked at Debtor's pathetic back, agreeing. "That is right." He slowly walked in the dark corridor. Debtor tensely pondered. It is impossible for it to be Leferentia. He suddenly jumped when he saw a familiar back. Debtor thought, even if she was somehow still alive, there is no way she would be hiding in a place like this. Debtor was stunned, unless she lost her mind. The slender figure just walked. The maid turned around. The thoughts in Debtor's mind still ran long. "How can you leave me?" Debtor just stared blankly into the distance. He mocked himself. "Ha, damn it, now I am even hallucinating." Ronan spoke, reminding the two gossiping maids. "You two do not look anymore. Go back to your rooms." He asked with concern Sally. "Miss Sally, are you all right?" She gently answered, "Ah, yes, thank you." Sally kindly asked about Leah's situation. "Leah, You are also okay, right? Leah was still in shock, indifferently replied, Leah hurriedly thanked and explained to Ronan and Sally. Thank you too, Sir Ronan. The reason I had to hide was because Ronan was definitely a delicate and model gentleman. He comforted her. You do not have to explain. If I met people like that, I would also avoid them. Suddenly Leah blanked out in thought. Debtor, it seems like he is still not sure I am here. It also seems like he did not come to the north to find me. Her thoughts continued to run in her heart. If that is the case, then why did those two come here? This definitely can't be a coincidence. Leah lowered her head thoughtfully. Memories from the past rushed back. Latches knew beforehand that those two would come. The carriage broke down just right, so it can be considered an accidental event. That means this has happened several times. A piece of haunting memory appeared. Maybe it happened around the time I died, Leah constantly thought. There is definitely something not right. She did not let her brain rest but constantly tried to piece together those fragmented memories. There definitely must be a reason to make them come to Violentus Castle after my death. But what could that reason be? They can't come here on their own. Leah suddenly noticed a strange detail. Also, what is with that suspicious necklace? There are so many things that worry me. She secretly wished, if I could directly read their memories it would be so good. But I can't carelessly approach them. And if I ask Latches, he also would not answer honestly. Ronan and Sally looked towards her with curious eyes at the same time. Sally affectionately took her hand and asked with concern, "Are you really okay?" Leah politely replied, of course, thank you again, Sally, if not for you." Drops of worried sweat flowed down Leah's fair white skin. Sweat. Sally gently put her hand on her shoulder. It seemed that she was very scared. Leah saw Sally's emotions and wondered, "What is wrong? Because you always exude a mature look. I do not know you also have this side to you. There must be some complicated things behind that I won't understand, right?" But Sally smiled gently at Leah. In her heart she secretly thought, "Even so, I still want to be your friend. It is nothing." Leah looked at her suspiciously. Ronan carefully reminded the two girls, "It is late, you two should go rest." Sally helped Leah into the room and then wondered, "Isn't Sir Ronan off shift?" He continued, "No, the Duke ordered me to stay here all night." The woman secretly behind the wall put her hand over her mouth in horror. That person's gaze was focused on Leah. Delia frantically peeked around, looking around. The door outside was tightly closed. Beams of light from the moonlight poured in, crowded with the darkness. A voice rang out, "Sir Ronan." Ronan wondered, "You have not slept yet, Miss Leah." Leah quietly closed the door of the room, explaining, "Being in the room all day made my head hurt too much. I will take a walk, is that okay?" Ronan suspiciously asked. "At this hour, it is already late." Leah tried to plead with him. "If it is because of the Duke, then do not worry. I guarantee there won't be any problems." Ronan kindly reminded her, "This way you will get into trouble. You have to limit going out when it is not necessary." Leah hesitated, but she tried to persuade him, "I won't meet anyone. It is late, everyone is already asleep. Also, I won't get close to where the guests are staying." Leah begged, "I will go for a while, okay? Is that okay?" Ronan pondered for a moment. He suggested, "I understand, but you can't go alone. I will escort you." The two walked steadily on the cement road. Ronan suddenly wondered, "It is almost spring, but it is still very cold." "Are not you cold?" Leah calmly replied. "It is okay, I can still endure this weather. I have been here for a while, you can say I have gotten used to it." Ronan recalled the time before, "But during that time you were just lying in bed." Sally's voice kept echoing in his ear. "You just recovered from a fever." Ronan helplessly. "Oh my God," Leah cautiously, "that is also right." Suddenly, Leah spoke, wondering, "Now thinking about it, I heard that there were not any doctors in the castle until Sir Phaser came. Is that because of a shortage of manpower?" Ronan slowly continued, "Not really. Honestly, I think a doctor is not necessary." He continued, "There are not many people as fragile as you, Leah, in the north. Even children often go to play in the lake. In the winter." Leah surprisedly thought, "In this winter?" Leah constantly wondered, wasn't the doctor brought to monitor the Duke's health? But anyway, he does not have any injuries. Ronan gently explained, "There was not. Not long ago he returned with an injury on his hand." "Ah, because you came from the capital, so you probably do not know." He continued to tell the rumors that were being spread around. The successors of Violentus from generation to generation are said to have supernatural powers and an immortal body. Ronan explained, "People say that is Renater's blessing for the Duke." Leah suddenly worried. "What, is it okay to talk about this so casually?" Ronan warmly comforted her. "What is wrong? You, Leah, are now a part of this place." Leah lowered her face in her mind, constantly repeating that warm phrase, "apart." Ronan thoughtfully turned to look at Leah. He gently reminded her, "You, Leah, the Duke bringing a doctor to the castle is completely just a consideration for one person. So I hope you, Leah, will act a little more carefully. Even when considering the Duke's sincerity, like the incident just now, you, Leah, seem to be a little impulsive." Leah slightly clenched her arm. She quietly replied, "Is that so?" Although she said that, Leah secretly rebutted, "But I can't stand it." She thought about the experiences in the past. No matter how much I try to run or escape, I can't escape from the shackles of fate. However, the reason I can't easily stop is because the moment I stop, it will attack me. Is because of that shadow of death. The powerlessness of not being able to do anything. That feeling of powerlessness was even more frightening than death. Leah pensively hardened her face. She secretly asked herself, when did it start? The reason that made me change so much. However, no one could give Leah a satisfactory answer. Ronan looked towards her, suggesting that they go back. We have gone quite far, let us go back soon. Leah continued to walk. She gently refused. No, just a little more. Leah with heavy thoughts looked at Ronan. I want to walk a little more. The two went to the stall. Ronan followed behind Leah. He looked around. This is. Leah stepped to the stable. She turned to look at Ronan. Although I always come here to meet Tom, I have never truly seen the horses. Leah asked for permission. Can I look around quickly? Ronan was very willing to reply. Sure, take your time. He liked horses, so he excitedly showed his face to let the horse next to him nibble on his coat. Leah reminisced. Whenever Detter and Delia went out, they tried to show off their wealth, bringing all kinds of servants. However, for some reason, this trip was very simple and did not have even one servant, so I do not have a suitable person to read memories, but memories are not necessarily just for humans. Leah thought as she looked at the horses. She glanced at Ronan, secretly calculating, of course, if it was the coachman who drove those two it would be better. But if I forced a meeting, Ronan would misunderstand. Ronan exclaimed, I heard they are children of the 4 major families. Indeed, their horses are really good. This sentence of his attracted Leah's attention. She inquired, these are the horses of those guests. Ronan quickly replied, that is right, this breed of horse can't be found in the north. Leah stepped towards that place. She looked at the horse and thought, didn't Detter and Delia have white horses? It seems like it is the first time I am seeing this horse. Leah gently touched the face of that horse. She secretly wondered, with the current situation they can't bring new horses back. Where did they get them from? She widened her eyes in surprise before the scene she saw from the horse's memory. A voice rang out, you mean to stop nearby? Yes, I understand. Don't worry, I will check the wheels first to avoid causing any suspicion. The coachman stood talking to a suspicious person covered from head to toe. Detter's voice rang out from behind. Indeed, a beautiful carriage. He excitedly leaned out from inside the carriage. I checked around, and this is truly a work of art. Especially these intricately decorated and polished wheels. Even the carving of the craftsman with its smooth curves. The suspicious person slightly curled the corner of his mouth listening to Detter's words. Detter walked closer to them. He scratched his head shyly. I am truly very grateful. How should I repay this favor? The suspicious person politely replied, don't worry. He took out a box, Mr. Deverty also. I have a gift for you. Detter was stunned, not thinking he would receive an even more special item. He looked at the item inside the box, hesitantly spoke this. Suddenly the stable door was opened. A man holding a lantern oil rushed in shouting, over there, who is that? Leah widened her eyes in surprise. She secretly thought, that man. The image of the coachman she had just seen in the horse's memory matched the face of the man holding the lantern oil who had just spoken. Leah shockingly thought, Detter's coachman. Ronan recognized that Leah's expression was not very good. Sorry, we are not suspicious people. He said as he supported her, you Leah. Leah gently pushed Ronan away, refusing for him to support her. Let me go. Leah frowned and hurriedly said, let me go meet Duke Violentus. The bright moonlight shone through the bars of the window into the inside. There was an arm hanging on the head, pressing on the curls of hair. On the bed was Violentus lying with his hand on his forehead. His face thoughtful. Outside was Leah's voice ringing right now. Switching scenes. Suddenly the oil lamp fell to the ground. The person wearing black clothes rushed over, grabbing Ronan's collar, causing him to panic. Ronan did not understand what was happening and spoke up. What are you doing? Please let go. Leah, standing on the side, was no less panicked. That person wearing black clothes fiercely asked Ronan, what is a knight doing here? What have you done with the horses? He pushed the black-clothed person's hand away and said, we just happened to stop by while passing through. He stood shielding in front of Leah and said to the black-clothed person, you do not seem to be a servant of the Duke. Please verify your identity. Leah's expression was tense. She quietly told Ronan, he is the Count's coachman. Ronan heard this and had a thought. Coachman? What coachman is this strong at this time? The person wearing the black cloak reached out to take off the hat on his head, revealing his gaunt face. On the left eye of him there was also a scar that looked quite dangerous. Leah stood behind Ronan holding the hem of his coat and reminded him, be careful, Sir Ronan. It seems that he is not an ordinary servant. Leah's face looked very serious. Ronan heard this and immediately reached out and grabbed the hilt of his sword, getting ready to draw his sword. I understand. At this time in Violentus' room, on the table there was a bottle of wine and a glass of wine that had already been poured. He was still lying on the bed, resting his hand on his forehead as if thinking about something. His face was cold, contemplative. His eyes looked tired. Then he suddenly tilted his head, recalling something. Every time you act rashly, I do not know how to deal with you. Violentus remembered when he and Leah were talking. Violentus put his hand on the door standing facing Leah and said, Leah, all of these things are just for you. He continued, therefore. Returning to reality, he covered his eyes, thinking secretly. What did I mean by saying that? Why did I say those meaningless words? Suddenly, a hand reached up to knock on the door. Violentus was resting his hand on his head, pensively thinking when he suddenly heard the sound of someone outside the door. I should not have said those meaningless words. The sound of knocking on the door outside. He stepped out and opened the door, seeing that there was a blonde girl standing outside. I did not expect to have a guest at such a late hour. You probably do not intend to be polite, huh? Miss Palo. Delia crossed her arms before her chest, tilting her face, her eyes looking down as if embarrassed. Violentus and Delia entered the room, sitting on the sofa facing each other. He asked her, so what brings you here? He sat crossing his legs, his hand propped up his head, wearily said, I hope that you did not come here just to chat. There is enough with your fiancé. Don't beat around the bush, just get straight to the point. He kept rambling on, letting her hug herself and bow her head, embarrassed before his words. Delia clenched her teeth tightly. She asked him, why is Lafrentia here? Violentus heard this and widened his eyes, looking at her in surprise. She continued talking about Leah's funeral. We held a funeral, and buried the coffin where Leah rests under the ground in front of everyone. Not one person. People say Lafrentia will never return. Returning to reality, she lowered her head, her voice trembling as she continued speaking to him. But why? She smiled as if that had never happened, as if nothing had ever happened. Delia remembered the image of Leah staring blankly at her. Her voice became increasingly trembling, her face looking very scared. What the hell is going on? Is all of this Lafrentia's plan to test our hearts, or just a joke? She continued to ask him, please answer me, why did she do that? Violentus widened his eyes, looking at her as if he did not understand what she was saying. Then suddenly he widened his eyes and smiled slightly, looking at her as if thinking of something. It seems like you are not happy, Hearing Violentus say that, she immediately raised her head, her eyes wide in surprise, looking at him. He imagined the image of the three of them playing together and said to her, Lafrentia, debtor, and miss, I heard that the three of you have been friends for a long time. The three of you have lived together in the capital since you were young. That means between the three of you, there must have been a deep connection that can't be described in words. I do not have that, but I can understand your heart. He said as he thought of the image of two hands grasping tightly together. He lowered his hand and lowered his face, continuing to speak to her. Therefore I feel sorry for you, a person who has lost friends. But looking more closely, it seems like there is nothing to worry about. At this time in his head was the image of Debtor hugging Delia, who was crying at Leah's funeral. Violentus continued to speak. No, actually you seem to be very happy about her death. She looked very sad, but in reality she was secretly happy. Delia Palo, at least that is how you were, he said as he fiddled with something. Well, that makes sense. He continued to speak. You are very grateful that Lafrentia died. Only then could you get engaged to the Count, so what do you want to hear from me? You said Lafrentia Neriel is still alive. He said as he stepped behind her. She widened her eyes, looking like she was worried about something. Violentus put his hand on her shoulder, she startled, thinking secretly. No, if Debtor knows about this, he will definitely. She widened her eyes, her hands clenching because of fear, immersing herself in her own thoughts. Delia's expression became increasingly ugly. Violentus spoke, interrupting the flow of her thoughts. I will keep the secret, I won't tell anyone. I am not sure I have met a ghost. It must be so. He leaned his face over, looking at her, letting her bow her head and whisper in her ear. Lafrentia is dead. Thankfully, at least we understand each other. Outside there was the sound of someone running and panting, hawk hawk. Suddenly there was a call from behind. Your Grace. Violentus was taking off his coat when he heard this and glanced over. He widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the person who had just spoken. Violentus softly asked when he saw Leah standing right before the door. Leah. He had not finished taking off his coat when he noticed that Leah's clothes were stained with blood, and he asked, Your clothes? She seemed to understand what he was about to say and replied, This is not my color. Seeing that she said that, he felt less tense, and then she quickly continued, More importantly, I have something urgent to tell you, Sir Ronan, right now. Before Leah could finish her sentence, Violentus' expression suddenly changed. Seeing that she spoke, calling him, Duke, are you listening to me? He suddenly recalled something. Violentus was in the forest. Before him was a corpse of someone lying haphazardly on the side of the road. His face was distraught, as if he could not believe his eyes. When he got closer, that person was Leah. Returning to reality, he tightly gripped Leah's wrist. Leah could not help but be shocked when he suddenly did that. He pulled her hand and said, "You. What the hell are you doing?" Violentus widened his eyes and pulled her hand towards him tensely. She did not understand what was happening. She said, "Wait." The guards who were standing outside also jumped in shock when they heard a sound. He grabbed her hand and dragged her roughly, letting her panic and fear as she spoke to him. "Why are you suddenly doing this? Where are you going?" "Duke, please listen to me." Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her. "Guards," the guards replied to him. "Yes, your grace." He ordered the guards, "This is an order. Take her to the isolation room," said he. Pushed her to those people and instructed, "You can do anything as long as she is alive. If necessary, tie her hands or feet." He waved his hand to direct, "Don't even think about leaving this place." She was dragged away and screamed his name, "Duke." Leah's face was horrified, not understanding why he gave the order to imprison her. She clung to the door and spoke to him. "Why are you doing this? Please let me go. There is no more time. I know the reason Count Devotee came to the north." She looked through the crack in the door, seeing him standing with his arms crossed before the prison, and said. He lowered his head and was silent for a moment. Then he spoke. "Delia Palo came to see me. She said she saw the ghost of Lafrentia in my castle." She heard him say that and widened her eyes in surprise, looking at him. He continued, "I told you, did not I? Do not challenge my patience. In the end, it is all because you brought it upon yourself." After saying that, he turned his back and walked away. "Be a good girl and stay here, Leah," he finished speaking. A moment later, a jailer came to ask the two who were guarding the place where Leah was imprisoned. "Hey, how is she?" The blue-haired person replied. "Tied up with rope. She is quiet now." One of the three breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, finally I can breathe." The blue-haired person scratched his head and continued. "She seems to be the Duke's personal maid. What did she do wrong to be brought here?" Another person replied. "It is the first time I have seen the Duke so angry." One person said, "But what if what she said is true? Wouldn't we also be in danger?" Another person wondered, asking back, "What do you mean?" That person continued. "She said something about Count Devotee." The jailer outside laughed loudly. "How foolish! Even if we brought a magician here, do you think it would be possible?" Inside the prison room, Leah was kneeling on the ground, both tied up and gagged, looking very miserable. The jailer continued. "She probably just said nonsense to cover up her mistakes. Do not worry." Hearing the jailer's words, Leah could only silently lower her head. The person wearing the black cloak curled his lip mockingly. "Duke Violentus' way of doing things is already outdated. Both him and his sword can't protect this empire anymore." Leah's hands were tied tightly. She secretly thought, "The North is in danger. The fact that Delia knew about my life and death is a problem, but the priority now is to inform everyone about the danger." "Calm down, what can I do now?" She was still immersed in her thoughts. "My mouth is gagged and I can't make a sound. I also can't move freely because of the rope. I do not know when Debtor will act, so I have to hurry." Inside the prison room, there was only a small light shining through the window. "If Sally discovers that I have disappeared, she will find a way. But at least she will have to wait until morning. Phaser just arrived at the castle, so he probably does not know where I am imprisoned. As for Ronan, I can only hope that he is safe." Leah sat despondently on the cold floor. Her eyes were sad. Is there really no way? She continued her thoughts. Even if tonight passes safely, what will happen after that? Will Latches be willing to believe me? Will, she hesitated, thinking. In her head was the back of Violentus. Will we meet again? Debtor sat on the sofa, turning his head to ask someone with a rather worried expression. "So, you want to go back to the capital now?" "That girl was Delia," she replied. We do not need to go all the way to Elsa." He wondered and asked, "What are you saying? You are the one who kept saying you wanted to travel. You should at least tell me why you suddenly changed your mind." His words made her panic and suddenly remember when she and Violentus were talking with each other. Violentus stood up, turned his back with a few words. "Don't worry, the servants here do not know she is Lafrentia, so as long as you stay silent, then nothing will happen." She heard this and stood up hurriedly, calling him, "Wait, but..." Violentus saw that she was worried and added, "If you are so worried, then leave here as soon as possible. You are the one who has stepped into my territory. I have no reason to stop you." His eyes turned cold as he said to Delia. Returning to reality, she stammered and made up a reason. "Because I miss you, Lloyd." He heard this and showed an angry expression. "Are you that kind of person? It is too cold, so you lost your mind. How can we go back? There is no carriage," she said again. "We can rent the Duke's carriage." He heard this and argued, "What about mine? Don't you know what kind of car it is?" Delia's face turned red as if she was about to cry. "Anyway, I do not want to. I can't stay here any longer. I will find a way to leave here immediately." Debtor was also shocked and propped himself up when he heard her say that. He did not know what else to say. At this time he only secretly thought that she is a person without dignity and with erratic temperament. Talking to her is always tiring. Delia cried, her eyes filled with tears. She cried and rubbed her eyes like a child. Even so, Delia was the best choice to replace Lafrentia. Debtor looked to be having a headache because of her. Finally he decided to go back. He said to her, All right, let us go back. She wiped away her tears and asked, really? Debtor said to Delia, even if we rent a carriage, there is no servant to carry the luggage. We will depart tomorrow morning. Can you endure until then? She replied to him. All right, now I have to rearrange some of my dresses. Debtor took his coat and put it on, walked and said to her, while you are at it, pack my luggage for me. Delia saw him leave and asked him, are you going out? Where are you going at this hour? He replied to Delia, I have a few things I need to check before leaving. Hearing Debtor say that, she widened her eyes in surprise. Then Delia also grabbed her coat, put it on and ran after him and said, wait, I will go with you. He replied, it is up to you. It sounded rather cold. In the forest, the trees were covered in a layer of white snow. Delia's face was red because of the cold. She said, what are you planning to do in a place like this? It is cold, so do it quickly and go inside. He steadily replied to her, it will be quick. Then she turned to look at Debtor, who was doing something. Seeing Debtor take out a necklace, the pendant had a very strange shape, so she asked, where did you get that necklace from? He smiled lightly, his hand holding the pendant as he put his arm around Delia and said, it is not a necklace, but a flute. It is a very important item that will change our destiny. Hearing him say that, she also looked curiously at the flute. He looked at the flute and curled his lips, smiling slightly as if there was a conspiracy. That is right with this. Debtor continued talking about the pendant. This flute is made from the horns of Fenrir, the king of magical beasts. According to legend, Fenrir does not lose power even after death. He was imagining the mystery man in his hand. That was the box containing the flute. In other words, it is possible to subdue magical beasts with sound. Debtor continued his conspiracy. If I use the power of this flute to control magical beasts, Duke Violentus will no longer need to protect his empire with force. The royal family will no longer have a reason to continue giving him vast territory and resources in the north. The mystery man gave the box to Debtor and said, Count Deverdy, now you understand why I gave this to you, right? That mysterious person continued. Duke Violentus' way of doing things is already outdated. Both him and his sword can't protect this empire anymore. What we need now is new power. And I know you are destined to become the new hero of the empire, because you deserve it. Then he leaned into Debtor's ear and whispered, so please, I hope this flute will complete its mission in your hands. He finished speaking. Returning to reality, he raised the flute and thought secretly, to be honest, I am not sure if it will succeed, but there is nothing to lose, because if it fails, the situation also won't be as bad as it is now. If I can really control magical beasts with this flute, we will be able to ensure a safe land route across the border. Trading is not my expertise, but I can earn money from this. He smiled slightly, continuing his train of thought. That is right, I can start a new business in the capital without those damn investors. If I can expand the territory to the north, it would be great. I do not know if there is an opportunity to buy land from the nobles around here. He was not smiling anymore, and his face turned pensive indescribably. Delia looked at him intently, thinking, and asked, what is wrong with you? But he did not seem to hear and continued thinking, no, what am I worried about? I can control the magical beasts to attack the Duke's castle directly. Debtor brought the flute to his mouth, ready to blow. He said to her, I have a great idea. Then he continued his daydream before the hills covered with white snow, imagining the Duke kneeling before him. It would also be worth watching, huh? It is best to prepare, Violentus. A herd of magical beasts were dragging each other to go on the trail, looking very ferocious. The magical beast with red eyes and a sharp horn on its nose looked truly scary. I will make you pay for daring to underestimate me. Phaser respectfully reported, Duke, I have finished administering first aid according to your order. However, the wound is deeper than I thought. It could cause an infection, so it is best to transfer him to the infirmary and give him appropriate treatment. Latches coldly interrupted him. That is enough. Phaser, I have something to tell Ronan. You can go out. Phaser tensely obeyed. Then I will take my leave. He gently walked out and closed the door of the room. Phaser wearily sighed. He secretly thought, my heart, I thought I would be so tense that I would die. I thought about it already, but strangely, every time I stand before the Duke, my whole body trembles. Phaser secretly doubted the night just now. His wound was really serious. What happened in the castle? Hopefully there is nothing to worry about, but a slap sound rang out, causing Phaser to jump. In the room, Latches stood before Ronan and scolded. Ronan, I never expected you to be the one to disappoint me. Ronan's face was tilted to one side. His cheek burned because of the slap just now of Latches. His face was full of regret. After a moment, Ronan finally found his voice. He helplessly said, I am sorry, Your Grace. Latches asked sharply, Speak, what happened to Leah? Ronan carefully reported, early this morning, Miss Leah said she felt stuffy from staying in the room all the time, so we went for a walk. We stopped by the stable to look at the horses that the guests brought. A stranger suddenly appeared. Luckily I helped Miss Leah escape safely, but he rushed straight at me, so I could not avoid him. Latches asked directly, what was that person's identity? Ronan hesitated. That He continued to report in detail. Miss Leah said he was Count Deverty's coachman, but his combat skills were nearly equal to elite soldiers who have trained for many years. He was very suspicious, so I tried to capture him to interrogate him. Ronan quickly grabbed him and bent his arm behind his back. He panted and said through gritted teeth, "You bastard, what is your identity?" He did not flinch or fear at all. He even had a strange smile, for the glory of the Empire. Ronan watched in surprise as he decisively committed suicide. He tiredly said. He committed suicide right before my eyes without me being able to stop him. Ronan blamed himself, bowing down. "I am sorry, Your Grace, it is all my fault." Latches silently walked towards the desk. He poured himself a glass of ice wine. "I will go explain to the Count myself. Remember to treat the body with respect." Ronan quickly obeyed. "Yes, I understand." Suddenly he raised his head. But where is Miss Leah now?" The question caused Latches to pause, his whole body exuding an unpredictable gloom. Ronan had not noticed the difference. He still continued to inquire. "Has she returned to the castle safely? She said she had to meet Your Grace, so I thought you were with her." Latch's sharp voice rang out. "I have locked her up in the isolation room." The words caused Phaser, who was eavesdropping outside the door, to widen his eyes in shock. Ronan could not believe it and asked repeatedly, What do you mean she is not a prisoner? Why is she there outside the door?" Phaser was still in shock before this information. Ronan kept speaking up for Leah. "There must have been some misunderstanding. Miss Leah did not do anything wrong. In this case, should not you be keeping an eye on the Count and Miss Palo, the ones who brought the attacker in?" Latches coldly interrupted Ronan. "I do not care." The glass was full, but Latches did not care and continued to pour. "Even if they have some stupid conspiracy, as long as it does not affect Leah, it is fine." He gloomily whispered to himself, "Right, I should have done this from the start. If I do this, then there won't be any more danger. Both me and this castle." Latches continued to tell himself. Ronan silently stood behind. Now he realized that Latches was acting strangely. Ronan clenched his hand, full of unwillingness. He secretly thought, something's not right. The situation is becoming strange. More than that, this is not the Duke of Usual. Latches glared warily. "Ronan, what is that sound?" Ronan did not understand and asked back, "What are you saying?" Suddenly the knights threw open the door, reporting urgently, "Your Grace, we are under attack. Magical beasts are breaking through the defense lines of the Duke's territory." Hearing that, both Ronan and Latches turned back with a serious face. The head maid raised her hand high. She loudly instructed everyone. "Everyone, do not panic, move in order, follow the instructions of the knights, move to the shelter." The servants moved according to the instructions but were still confused, turning to ask each other, "What is happening?" The servants who were running away replied, "I heard the knights say just now. They said magical beasts have invaded the territory." Hearing the shocking information, Sally Walker widened her mouth in disbelief. "What? How is that possible? They have never crossed the forest." A knight held out his hand to guide, shouting loudly, "Hey, do not lose focus, move quickly." She hugged Cheese in her arms. She was bewildered and lost in the crowd, bustling, running wildly. The crowd running and reminding each other. Separating from the group is certain death. Looking at the crowd before her, Sally Walker could not help but worry in her head quickly the name of her close friend Leah. The crowd around her were running chaotically. Everyone was scrambling to escape. She kept searching. "I can't see Leah anywhere." Sally Walker tightly hugged Cheese while turning her head to look back, confused mixed with worry. Where did she go? She definitely was still lying on the bed just now. Cheese obediently lay in her arms. It raised its head and wagged its tail. In the middle of the crowd who were racing to escape, Cheese suddenly barked loudly. "Woof woof, woof woof woof." Everyone stared at the two of them. Sally Walker, flustered, tried to coax it. "Cheese, what is wrong with you?" In the distance there was a call. "You, Miss Sally." She surprisedly, with worried eyes mixed with a bit of fear, stared at that direction. The dog also curiously looked along. Phaser in the distance ran over, running and panting. Sally Walker surprisedly called, "Phaser." Outside the stronghold, a column of black smoke in the distance billowed. A cavalry group approached Latches Violentus respectfully. "Your Grace, the knights in the outer city are having difficulty. If this continues, magical beasts will flock into the castle." They anxiously waited for an urging order. "Inside the city walls, how should we deploy forces? The top priority is to establish a new defense line, in case the magical beasts flood down to the village. Furthermore, we need to accurately determine the extent of the damage to the defense wall." The cavalry group, with hearts burning like fire, constantly urged, "Duke, we can't hesitate anymore. Please give us instructions immediately." He silently lowered his face turning dark without answering. Another knight hurriedly shouted each word, "Urgent news." That person loudly announced, "At the West Watchtower, magical beasts have approached right inside the city walls." Latches Violentus' face changed, turning sharply in shock and worry. He secretly thought of the West Watchtower, remembering his love. If it is the West Watchtower, Leah is there. Latches Violentus turned to leave at the same time he spoke. We need to quickly supplement the forces. He quickly left, not forgetting to instruct Ronan. I am giving you the command. The other knights worriedly tried to rush to stop him. Duke Violentus. Ronan quickly blocked them, stopping them. One hand was bandaged, one hand stopping the knights. His eyes watched Latches Violentus gradually disappear. Just let him go. Ronan frowned, worried, hesitating, not saying a sentence now. His feet stepped faster and faster. Latches Violentus desperately ran to rescue his love, ignoring everything around him, only remembering the dangerous Leferentia Neriel. He was like a madman, rushing forward, his eyes showing clear despair and fear. He explained to the knights. He does not hear what you are saying. In the past, in a room, the afternoon sun of dusk covered the room. I am just always afraid of being hurt again and being abandoned. Leferentia Neriel, lost in thought, desperately gloomy. Therefore I wish even more desperately. She confided, saying the truth from her heart, a small wish, that one day I can live a normal life. Latches Violentus looked over his heart, a jumble of thoughts. A normal life, Leferentia, is that what you really want? In his heart he secretly resolved. His eyes shone with a determined light. All right, if that is the case, I will make your wish a reality. Latches Violentus was resolute with his choice, telling himself, she will start a new life in this place as Leah, and I will be willing to forget Leferentia for her. He dreamed a lot because of 4 words. Because Leferentia Neriel sadly glanced over Latches Violentus. 2 people sat next to each other under the setting sun, no one saying a word to the other. His heart was secretly happy. Being together like this is enough. Returning to reality, Latches Violentus muttered to himself, I do not ask for much. He painfully tried to hold on to a ray of hope, thinking to cheer himself up, I just want to hold on to you. Latches Violentus gradually stepped towards the destination. He stood blankly, his eyes filled with despair. Blankly standing still. Before him was a pile of ruins with nothing left. Latches Violentus secretly questioned, so why? A knight turned back and worriedly called, Duke Violentus. That person kindly reminded, there is a risk that the building will collapse even more. Please do not get too close. He was now disheartened, silent, and without answering, utterly collapsed. The voice of the guard rang out with a bit of worry, reminding him, the magical beasts that entered the castle have been driven out, but there may still be some left around here. Latches Violentus at this time seemed to be buried in place. A voice continued to rise, I think we need to summon more forces. He still did not reply. A foot suddenly stepped forward. The space became silent. Latches Violentus knelt down before the pile of ruins, unable to utter a word. He reached out his hand, touching the pile of rubble before him. In Latches Violentus' head there was a painful scream, no, this won't do, Leah. His voice rang out carrying regret, it is all my fault, I should not have locked her in a place like this. The guards on the side were startled by their duke's attitude. No one dared to continue speaking. While frantically digging, Latches Violentus angrily exclaimed, I can't let it end like this. After that his voice became more and more urgent, Leah, please. Someone called out in a panic, what are you doing? Quickly help him up. One guard among them ran over to help Latches Violentus and worried, Duke, stop, you will get hurt. Looking at him collapsed in his arms, he spoke, reminding the others, hey, someone call Ronan over. Latches Violentus' mind was spinning in regret, I thought this time, when you are by my side things will be different. Ignoring his bloody hand covered in mud, in his heart he called out, this time. After that, Latches Violentus sat silently before the pile of ruins of the watchtower. 3 or 4 knights approached Latches Violentus with great worry. A voice suddenly rang out, Latches. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise when he heard the familiar voice call his name. Latches Violentus quickly turned his head towards the direction of the sound. Not far from there were 2 girls also looking in this direction. He saw clearly that one of them was Leferentia Neriel, and he was even more regretful. I thought I would be able to protect you. Hurrying to Latches Violentus' side, her face full of worry as she grabbed his hand and asked, Duke, are you okay? Are you hurt? Then Leferentia Neriel saw Latches Violentus' bloody hand covered in mud and cried out in panic, oh my God, this. While she was worried, she heard his warm voice with a bit of hesitation call her name, Leferentia. This name just spoken caused Leferentia Neriel to startle. Her whole body was still, 2 eyes wide open. Latches Violentus quietly looked at her. The 2 of them just stood close to each other without anyone speaking. Time at this moment seemed to stop. After a long while his voice rang out, I can't do it anymore. Just thinking about you disappearing, it is really scary. Latches Violentus tightly grabbed Leferentia Neriel's hand as if afraid she would disappear. He was about to say something else, but he only had time to speak. Then suddenly his whole body staggered and fell down before Leferentia surprise. Following that there was the sound of people shouting in panic, "Great Duke." Darkness enveloped the space. Laches Violentus opened his eyes, feeling that his body was floating aimlessly. His mind was a little dazed and he blurted out, "This place." After a moment he struggled to sit up. Laches Violentus' feet groped walking in the darkness, in his heart constantly wondering, "What happened? I am sure I was looking for Leah." He was suddenly attracted by a strand of platinum hair that had just brushed lightly across his shoulder. Before Laches Violentus' eyes vaguely appeared the figure of a very familiar girl. He said in surprise and joy, "Leah, you are alive." Laches Violentus quickly walked over. "Ah, I am so glad, come let us go home." His voice rang out anxiously explaining, "Things like this won't happen again this time, I am sure." Suddenly the voice was cut off, before Laches Violentus. On the cheek of that vague figure flowed a stream of fresh blood. Immediately after that, a face covered in blood appeared right before his eyes. His whole body was as if dead. He just widened his two eyes looking, horrified to the point of being unable to utter a word. Laches Violentus' pupils gradually contracted. At this time on the bed he suddenly jumped awake, his eyes still carrying the horror. Beside him a gentle voice rang out, pulling Laches Violentus out of the nightmare. "Are you awake?" Hearing the familiar voice, he slightly glanced towards the direction where the sound came from. Laches Violentus saw the person sitting on the chair beside his bed and exclaimed in surprise, "Leah." He hurriedly sat up. His eyes from beginning to end did not leave the person before him. Leferentia seeing that hurriedly stood up, reminding him, "Rest a bit more. I will call the doctor right away." Laches Violentus' voice faltered, "Wait," then quickly grabbed her wrist. He worriedly spoke, "Leah, are you really okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Leferentia did not turn around but hesitated, only lightly scratched. Laches Violentus' voice rang out, seeming to still not be completely at ease. "But near the tower, there were magical beasts." She gently said, "Phaser and Sally saved me. After that the tower collapsed. I will tell you the details later." Hearing this and realizing Leferentia strange attitude, he looked at her and fell silent. Suddenly at this time Laches Violentus' voice became hesitant. I am very glad that you are okay." He worriedly expressed, "This time I really thought you had disappeared." Hearing that, Leferentia surprisedly turned her head slightly to look towards him. Suddenly her voice rang out, "So you knew?" Before the seemingly strange sentence without a clear beginning or end, Laches Violentus confusedly widened his eyes and looked at the person before him. The light outside leaked through the patterned decorations on the windows into the room. Leferentia voice continued to ring out, before fainting, "You definitely called me Leferentia. Right, please tell me, why have you been pretending not to know for so long?" She turned her back to him, silently waiting for an answer. Laches Violentus hurriedly spoke to explain, "Leah, that." Leferentia voice suddenly interrupted reproachfully, "Just simply because you were interested." The image of the two of them first meeting before appeared in her mind. She continued, "You found it interesting when I pretended to be someone else, without knowing that you had known my identity. For a long time, right?" Leferentia remembered when he gently took care of her, wondering, "I can't understand the Duke's intentions." The image of the two of them kept appearing intertwined in her mind. She frankly said her thoughts. "Sometimes you pressured me cruelly as if wanting to end me. Sometimes you were gentle as if cherishing me." Leferentia slightly turned her head with a bit of anger. "If everything is just for entertainment, then you would rather have me die." A stream of tears had silently flowed down her cheek. She let it be known, like everyone else used to do. At this time Laches Violentus gently let go of Leferentia hand. Then he approached and hugged her. This action caused Leferentia to be extremely surprised. Laches Violentus knelt down and leaned into her, gently saying, "I have never, not even once, wanted you to disappear." He softly called out her name, Leferentia. Laches Violentus gently rubbed his head against her abdomen like a child needing comfort, then said, "If you disappear, everything will repeat over and over endlessly. We just do not recognize each other," he reminded. She still did not understand. Leferentia widened her eyes in surprise. "We are in the same moment, the same despair." She quietly looked down at the person kneeling before her, and Laches Violentus looked up and whispered, "This world, Leferentia, it revolves around you." He honestly said, "We have always been together." Scene change. The Violentus family's castle appears before our eyes. In the study, Laches Violentus was holding a document in his hand, when he suddenly noticed the cup of tea in front of him. The tea in the cup was light red. He asked curiously, "What is this tea?" A voice replied, "It is a gift from Viscount Helos, my lord. This scene is life in the north." The butler said gently, "I heard that the tea leaves are grown in the west." He said he is considering whether to officially import them, my lord. Laches Violentus said softly. Ah, you mean the Viscount's trade group. Each day passes as monotonously as the white snow falling endlessly on this land. Just a series of days repeating to the point of boredom. He raised the teacup and took a small sip. Laches Violentus' voice rang out in question. Butler, is this the first time this tea has been brewed today? The question seemed to confuse him. The butler hesitated. Yes, my lord. Is there something wrong? Hearing the answer, he was silent for a moment, then replied, no, nothing. After a while, Laches Violentus looked at the document in his hand and gave an order. If you are going to sell it, tell him that I will place an order for the castle. The butler's respectful voice rang out. Yes, I will tell him, my lord. Resting his chin on his hand, he muttered in confusion. Strange, were not these documents already reviewed? A look of boredom appeared on Laches Violentus' face as he said to himself, oh well, it is just the same content every year. Then he seemed to sink into his inner world. That feeling of déjà vu from that day, I thought it was a familiar scene, repeating countless times, until I realized that this was the beginning of a nightmare I would never wake up from. The same weather, the same time, the same events. Laches Violentus felt that awareness could not advance to tomorrow. At that moment, it immediately destroyed everything of mine. Countless battles with magical beasts to protect the north. Just an endless slaughter. The noble spirit of those who sacrificed themselves for this land has lost its weight, leaving only pain and loss. The family's duty to be the Empire's sword for life became shackles that could never be escaped, tormenting me throughout my life. He quietly looked at his hand. When I got used to that feeling, only an empty shell remained. Laches Violentus was helpless, and frustrated knowing that he had imprisoned himself in a predetermined fate. He realized that he could no longer find meaning in anything. At this moment, a faint silhouette of a girl appeared in his hazy mind. Suddenly, Laches Violentus seemed to find a guiding light. Only one thing. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. That blurry figure was Leferentia Nerial, except for her. Laches Violentus was sitting on the sofa reading a book. The butler came over and announced, Duke, there is sad news. He continued, the daughter of the Nerial family of guardians has passed away. He was slightly surprised, his eyes leaving the page of the book, paying attention to listen. The butler said, you did not attend the wedding, should not you attend the funeral? Leferentia died from slipping during her own wedding. The guards gathered to discuss. This is sad news, Miss Nerial has passed away. In the next regression she drank poison. A servant bowed and said, excuse me, Duke, there is sad news from the capital. And in the next regression the mansion caught fire. Leferentia Nerial will surely face death. The image of the small girl seemed to appear before his eyes. But the cause and timing of it were different each time. Since when? Laches Violentus had been paying attention to news about her from the capital. He sat silently in his room after hearing the news of Leferentia Nerial. Looking at his reflection in the window glass, Laches Violentus realized only that news. He silently observed the scenery outside and understood, is the only variable in my world. Then Laches Violentus lay on the bed, sweating profusely. One of his hands, looking painful, tightly gripped the bedsheet. However, the nature of that variable is a prophecy foretelling the end of this world. Laches Violentus opened his eyes wide and lay motionless on the bed. His voice rang out, 72 days, exactly 72 days from when she disappears. Everything will start over. Returning to reality, Laches Violentus was still leaning into Leferentia Nerial's arms. He said painfully, from that moment on, my life was almost only a countdown. Even knowing that I would return, I still had to endure, struggling through every minute. Laches Violentus took her wrist and said honestly, sometimes I resented you and blamed myself for being powerless, but even that I could not hold on to for long. He whispered, from that moment on, you were just someone who would disappear when the time came. Leferentia Nerial quietly looked down at Laches Violentus. His voice continued, however, this time is different. You, who had never taken your own life, I heard the news that you chose to end your life with your own hands. They said they could not find your body. A gust of wind blew into the room, gently fluttering the thin curtain that covered the light from the window. Laches Violentus' voice was still even, so I thought, this time it would truly be the end, and I decided to meet you directly. Having expressed the thoughts that had been in his heart for so long, he seemed to feel better. Laches Violentus said gently, even though I do not know your face, even though your appearance is unclear, but somehow I could recognize you immediately. He remembered the first time he saw Leferentia Nerial. At that time, even though she covered her face with a thin veil, Laches Violentus had confirmed that she was Leferentia. He was so surprised that he opened his eyes wide and could not speak. The moment I faced her, I only had one thought in my head. No matter what means I have to use, I will not let you die, that is what I thought. As long as you are alive, I can escape this terrible loop, that is all I want. However, Leferentia is a much more difficult entity to deal with than I imagined. Even after experiencing so many disappearances, I do not know if you are not afraid. Or have gotten too used to it. You are like a moth flying into a flame, always rushing towards disappearance whenever there is a chance. The image of the small but strong Leferentia Nereal was thus imprinted in Laches Violentus' mind. He could not help but always think of her figure, a reckless, emotional and foolish woman. Laches Violentus was always surprised when he thought of Leferentia Nereal. You do not clearly understand your own situation, but you worry about others more than yourself. I really can't understand. He unconsciously clenched his fist and confessed, no, I feel uncomfortable and angry. My selfishness makes me feel ashamed and unbearable. Laches Violentus remembered her pure face and said to himself, even so, I can't take my eyes off you. The more I look, the more uneasy I feel. Even after so many regressions, this is the first time the two of us are together. Every action of Leferentia is unpredictable. When the two people stand side by side, Laches Violentus always felt like I am stepping into a future that I cannot foresee. He could not have imagined something that even he himself did not realize. Laches Violentus unconsciously did not see her as a means to stop the regression, but as a living, breathing human being. Only then did the emotions that he had forgotten suddenly arise, a heartfelt desire not to lose. The rose from the barren cracks is now lush and green. That feeling is something that people usually have with loved ones. After hearing all of Laches Violentus' innermost thoughts, Leferentia Nereal silently fell into thought. I never thought that someone would be caught up in my regression loop, someone who would endure the same pain as me. Leferentia Nereal gently pushed his shoulder away. She hesitated a little and blurted out, looking into Laches Violentus' surprised eyes. Leferentia Nereal said, I thought you were the one who killed me. In the silent room at this moment, only her soft voice rang out as you said, I always disappear for many reasons. I have run away countless times to avoid the person who is targeting my life, but in the end, disappearance always waits at the end point. Leferentia Nereal looked deeply into his eyes and carefully added, no matter what I do, I can't escape that person, as if my role is to disappear at his hands. She honestly shared the reason why she was here. So this time I decided to change. I told myself that I would find that person and take action first. Hearing these words, Laches Violentus felt so surprised that he stared at Leferentia Nereal without blinking. His voice became agitated. Laches Violentus asked several questions in a row. You said you wanted to escape from the person who is always following you. Is that what you mean? And you think that person is me? Leferentia Nereal saw his attitude and remained silent. After a moment she spoke, yes. This time Laches Violentus' eyes widened in horror. He was stunned and stood up abruptly, grabbing Leferentia Nereal's shoulders. That is impossible, Leferentia, I always. Laches Violentus suddenly stopped, not knowing what to say next because he had realized something in his heart. He said sadly, so that is why you followed me. His voice rang out, even if you believe me now, a small spark of suspicion could erupt at any time. Laches Violentus took Leferentia Nereal's hand, looked into the other person's eyes and cried out urgently, if so, I will prove to you that I am not your enemy once and for all. She suddenly widened her eyes when she saw the object in his hand. A dagger about 10 centimeters long and extremely sharp appeared before her eyes. Leferentia Nereal said in confusion, this. Laches Violentus calmly said to her, stab me with your own hands. He stuffed the knife into Leferentia Nereal's hand and said, if that person is me, then you won't have to disappear anymore. Her voice trembled, what are you doing? Looking at Laches Violentus with a bewildered look. Don't joke around. What do you intend to do if I actually stab the Duke? Leferentia Nereal cried out in fear. You are not like me, able to come back after death. He immediately replied, at least it proves that I am innocent, right? She was so worried that she was flustered. What if time does not go back? What if the Duke just dies like that? Laches Violentus was silent for a moment after hearing Leferentia Nereal's questions. Then he gently wiped away the tears still lingering in the corner of her eye and said gently, then I will be grateful to you for ending this boring life of mine. Leferentia Nereal thought that perhaps this man also wished everything would end. Laches Violentus pulled her hand holding the knife towards him. Leferentia Nereal silently looked into his eyes and then asked, do you really want that? Another thought flashed through her mind, or perhaps he has already experienced it. Laches Violentus' voice rang out clearly. Yes, Leferentia. At the same time a flash of white light as fast as lightning suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Drops of fresh blood dripped down on the floor, scattering into several small pools of blood. Leferentia Neriel said softly, "Lies, if that is really the case, why did you save me when I fell into the river, and in this incident too?" Laches Violentus was silent, but his eyes had become panicked long ago. Her voice continued, "The Duke has always protected me." The two people looked straight into each other's eyes. His hand was tightly gripping the blade that Leferentia Neriel had directed at her own throat. The blood on his hand was still flowing out continuously. She spoke to the person in front of her, "Look, even now." The sharp knife was quickly thrown to the ground. Laches Violentus' voice rang out, "Why did you act so carelessly? You should have stabbed me, not you." Leferentia Neriel lowered her head and replied, "I needed certainty." She said, "If you had just let me end my life earlier, I could have been sure that you were the one." He looked at her in surprise. Leferentia continued, "But instead, like always, the Duke saved me again." She looked up at Laches Violentus and blamed herself. "How could I just suspect a person who has saved me countless times?" Leferentia Neriel announced, "That is enough to clarify my suspicions. Now I am sure that I will trust the Duke." Laches Violentus was silent and then sighed. His feet seemed to be freed from the burden of his body. He sat down heavily on the bed, holding his head with one hand and saying helplessly, "You always surprise me, unlike what I imagined." While Laches Violentus was regaining his senses, Leferentia Neriel's soft voice rang out, "Thank you for being honest with me, and for saving me so many times again." She came closer, her hands gently took his hand. "I also have something to tell the Duke." Leferentia Neriel said gently, "I can read other people's memories with these hands." She gently added, "That is a blessing bestowed upon Neriel." Leferentia Neriel hesitated a little, "But for some reason I can't read the Duke's memories. I can only see you through the memories of others." In the large room, her voice continued to ring out, "While we have never met, you confirmed my survival and investigated Demaroxen, one of the things that killed me. Those things made me suspect you." Leferentia Neriel's words made Laches Violentus quickly explain Leferentia, because she politely replied before he could finish speaking, "Yes, I know those things have no bad intentions at all." Leferentia Neriel said honestly, "The reason I reveal my ability is because, looking into Laches Violentus' eyes and then frankly expressing, I hope you will believe what I am about to say." Scene change. A luxurious, hazy room appears before our eyes. A voice rings out, "Because I had some hope in my heart, I recklessly came to you without caring about my appearance. I really did not expect you to agree to meet me like this. This is an honor that will never happen a second time, and..." The other person, judging by his dress, seems to be a nobleman. He quickly interrupted, "There is no need to be so polite." The corner of this person's mouth slightly curved into a smile and continued, "There are only two of us here, so feel free to be yourself." He looked at the person in front of him and said, "So, Cedric." Looking at Cedric Hilo's distraught face, the nobleman's voice rang out, "What exactly happened that you have become like this?" He clenched his fist on his missing right arm and hesitated. "It is all because of that woman." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "You mean because of the maid named Leah, that you were stripped of your title and exiled from the north?" Cedric Hilos replied, "Yes, is not it hard to believe?" He was a little agitated. How exactly did she deceive? That even Duke Violentus was powerless when facing her. Moreover, even my father stood on her side instead of supporting his son. Seeing Cedric Hilo's attitude, the nobleman wondered, "But there is something strange. How would an ordinary maid know the situation of a noble family?" He was stunned by the question and blurted out, Cedric Hilos recalled and then said, "Ah, that is right, that guy was also there, one of my servants. She must have used that guy to dig up information about me." He was silent after hearing this. He angrily explained, all of that is not true. I did not know anything about my brother being buried in that land." The nobleman's voice rang out, "Anyway, what is more important is..." He softly repeated the name of the maid in the story, Leah Ah. The nobleman confirmed once again, "Does that maid have purple eyes?" Cedric Hilos replied, "Yes, purple eyes and silver hair." Hearing the answer, his eyes seemed to light up. The nobleman's voice rose and comforted, "It seems that the Duke really lacks the eye for talent. How could he drive someone as talented as you away from his side?" He added, "Don't worry, Cedric, everything that you have lost, I will help you find it all back." He was so surprised and happy that he could not speak after hearing this. He hurriedly said flattering words, I really feel extremely honored. I will never forget this favor. No, from now on I am completely yours." Cedric Hilos shouted loudly, "From now on I will live for Belial, your highness." Seeing him show his loyalty, he just smiled softly. Belialinator said casually, "It is nothing, thanks to you. I was able to convey the news that I had been waiting for a long time." He snapped his fingers lightly, and immediately a person in a black robe appeared. This person said, "Yes, your highness, Belilanator gave an order, find a craftsman for Cedric." He happily blurted out and, outside the castle, the sky began to pour rain. Large raindrops fell heavier and heavier. The letter on the table showed the words, "I have found your daughter." When Belilanator's voice in the past rang out, "I need pen and paper to write a letter," it was also the moment when the person who read this letter was extremely panicked. Scene change. Debtor Deverty was being escorted forward by 2 soldiers, angrily shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Let me go." Debtor Deverty loudly questioned with dissatisfaction, "Explain why I am being treated like this." Suddenly a cold voice rang out, "I am glad things are not serious, Count." Seeing the person who had just spoken, Debtor Deverty's voice became hesitant. Duke Violentus." Immediately afterwards, another person appeared behind him, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "And Delia." Latches Violentus glanced at her and said, "I found her on the slope outside the castle. That is the path that the magical beasts attacked. It must have been very dangerous. But she managed to hide skillfully." He turned his head to observe Debtor Deverty and then coldly questioned, "According to Miss Pallo, you were there with her too. Did you abandon your fiancé and run away alone?" While Delia was still silent, his voice hurriedly rang out to explain, "Run away. I went ahead only because the situation was urgent. I intended to call the knights and save Delia." Unexpectedly, as soon as Debtor Deverty finished speaking, her voice immediately rang out with anger and exposed lies. This sentence made him startled. Delia shouted loudly, "Not only did you abandon me, but you also cruelly pushed my hand away." Right, Debtor Deverty did not expect to be hit where it hurt and panicked, unable to speak. Delia recalled the moment when she hid behind a tree, her voice also becoming shaky. "Magical beasts rushed from all directions, and you had already run away. Only me was left alone in that vast forest." Her voice continued to rise, just a little slower, and my arms and legs would have been torn to pieces. Latches Violentus on the side calmly observed them. Delia reached out and touched her left chest, trying to calm her terrified heart. Her eyes widened, still full of horror, tears streaming down her face. "Do you know how scared I was?" Debtor Deverty was silent for a moment. After a moment he hesitantly defended, "Delia, at that time I had no other choice." Suddenly a strong foot stepped forward accompanied by a cold voice. "No other choice? You speak as if you are the victim." Latches Violentus angrily grabbed Debtor Deverty's collar and shouted loudly, "You are the one who caused all of this, right?" His eyes were so crazy at this moment that he could kill someone. Latches Violentus growled, "Speak, why did you do something like that?" Debtor Deverty's face was full of horror when he looked into his eyes. Latches Violentus told him, "If you want to return to your hometown safely, you better answer honestly." Debtor Deverty knelt down on the floor and said tremblingly, I swear it was just a mistake." He honestly confessed, "I never expected this flute to bring such a disaster. I only used it because I thought it was a normal self-defense tool." Latches Violentus silently looked at Debtor Deverty's cowardly appearance, finding it contemptible. He knelt on the ground, bowing his head and constantly begging, Please be merciful." At the same time the butler opened the door and entered, announcing, "Duke, the carriage is ready." Latches Violentus's heel tapped on the floor once and then loudly, "Enough, every time you open your mouth it is just lies, so what is the point?" His voice rang out with sarcasm, "Debtor Deverty, the noble blood that you are always proud of today saves you." He was so humiliated that he could not speak after hearing this. Latches Violentus looked at the person kneeling before him and said, "For the honor of the guardian family, this time I will turn a blind eye. Leave the north immediately." While Debtor Deverty could only stare at the toe of his shoes, suddenly his voice rang out, reminding him, "But do not think that I will forget all about this." Next Latches Violentus loudly warned, "Don't know when my change of heart will cause me to come to you again." Debtor Deverty heard these words and was stunned, sweating profusely. The light outside passed through the window frame and shone into the room, making the space bright. He gave the order, "Take both of them away." Immediately someone answered, "Yes, Duke." Everything had been dealt with and the space became quiet. Latches Violentus stood alone by the window. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind. "Is it over?" He glanced at the speaker. Seeing Leferentia Neriel standing there hesitantly, Latches Violentus replied softly, "Yes, you can come out now." The two stood facing each other. He, still surprised, spoke, "Just as you said, I did not expect to treat him like a distinguished guest until now without knowing anything." Leferentia Neriel said gently, "Anyway, I have driven him out of the territory, so there is nothing to worry about anymore." She happily said, "I am glad I got the flute safely." At the same time, Latches Violentus placed a small golden key in Leferentia Neriel's hand. Her voice was soft, "I was worried he would hide it somewhere." He shared, "I guessed he thought the safest place was in plain sight. Who would dare to search the Earl's body?" Looking at the key in her hand, Leferentia Neriel was a little curious, Fenrir's horn. Looking through the window, one could see the two talking comfortably. She said to Laches Violentus in surprise, "I did not expect such a treasure to really exist. If I had not read the memories, I would have thought it was just a normal accessory." He explained that is not Fenrir's horn, it is just a simple goat bone with some tricks added. Leferentia Neriel's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the key in her hand and saw a reflection of her face in it, and exclaimed softly, "You mean a magical artifact?" Laches Violentus replied, "That is right. Although it is the first time I have heard of magic that attracts magical beasts." He spoke slowly. Fenrir is just a legendary creature in myths. The person who gave him the flute certainly did not think it could control magical beasts. Clearly, they used the Earl to test the flute's power, or intended to create a threat to the north. Laches Violentus added, "I am not sure of their deeper intentions." Looking at a bare branch covered in snow outside the window, his voice was a little regretful. "Indeed, I should have investigated more about the person who gave it to him." Leferentia Neriel quickly said, "No, if we push things further, it will only raise suspicion." Remembering Debtor Deverty's cowardly appearance, she thought to herself, "I thought he would quickly point out the person behind him because he did not want to take responsibility. But he remained silent and had to kneel before the Duke. What is the relationship between him and that person?" Leferentia Neriel thought to herself, "But it is surprising that this is not a treasure but just a magical artifact." Her eyes flashed with thought. Then things become simpler. Magical artifacts contain the magic power of the controller, allowing people without magic power to use magic. Magic power has unique waves like fingerprints, so through that, the owner of the magic power can be deduced. Of course, there must be information about the target first. Leferentia Neriel stared at the object in her hand and remembered, even Viscount Helos's store used to sell magical artifacts. Her silence caused Laches Violentus to glance at the key a few more times. Leferentia Neriel's mind was still immersed in a pile of hypotheses. Should we ask them to track this trail? At the same time, Laches Violentus's eyes suddenly stopped. He saw the clear marks of the rope on her wrist, and his heart skipped a beat, not knowing how to speak. Laches Violentus hesitated. "I am sorry, Leferentia, at that time, I should have listened to you." Leferentia Neriel was a little surprised and replied, "Ah, you do not need to worry about that. In the end, everything was resolved and no one was injured, so that is enough." Her attitude made him even more guilty. "It is not enough." In the large room, Laches Violentus's voice was full of regret. "Ignoring you and carelessly locking you in the isolation room, it is all my fault for not trusting you. So I want to apologize properly." He sincerely expressed, "I know it is embarrassing to say this, but can you forgive me?" After hearing these words, Leferentia Neriel suddenly fell silent. In her subconscious, many questions echoed about the injustice she had been hiding for so long. Forgiveness. Has anyone ever asked me for forgiveness? Debtor and Delia. Who betrayed me? The father who abandoned me. The more Leferentia Neriel thought, the more unconsciously she clenched the key in her hand. Her subconscious continued, "Or the murderer who killed me, no one, not even an apology." Leferentia Neriel thought to herself, "I really do not know how to answer." She hesitated. "No, at that time I—" Laches Violentus interrupted Leferentia Neriel's embarrassment. "This is not your fault. The question is whether you can forgive me or not." While she was still silent, his voice rang out softly, "So, no matter what the answer is, I want you to honestly tell me what you think of me." After a while, Leferentia Neriel suddenly spoke. "Then, I forgive you because I do not want to hate the Duke." Laches Violentus seemed quite surprised by the answer. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. The quiet room was immediately filled with the sound of the two talking. Laches Violentus was happy. "Really, you seem to forgive too easily." Leferentia Neriel replied, "From the beginning you did not intend to take it seriously, did you?" He quickly defended, "Of course not." Laches Violentus leaned closer, his eyes looking at her very gently. "Thank you for forgiving me." His voice was warm and deep. "Sincerely, Leferentia." In Laches Violentus's hand, a ring that had been prepared for who knows how long appeared. Laches carefully asked about Leah's upcoming plans. "So, what are you planning to do now? I mean, from now on. The troublesome, uninvited guests are gone now. I think you will feel more comfortable here." Leah thought, "Ah." She lowered her head gloomily and thought to herself, "Yes, there is no reason for me to stay here anymore. Now I know Laches is not the murderer. The reason I followed Laches all the way to the north was because I suspected him, but in the end, he is not the culprit. So now, it is time to go back to the starting point and track down the real murderer. If I'm going to leave, I have to decide now." While Leah was thinking, Laches stood silently beside her, waiting for her answer. He reached out and took her hand. "Leferentia, I know what you are thinking." Even so, Leah was shocked by his actions. "I do not want you to leave me." With that, Latches put a sparkling ring on her ring finger. Leah was still surprised. Duke, this is. Latches calmly expressed, you are everything to me, so I am not ready to let you go out into that world, where unknown dangers may be waiting for you. In return, at least I can give you a reason to stay here, even if you can never go back to being Leferentia Nerial. He looked straight into her eyes, clearly stating his feelings. Everything you once enjoyed as Nerial, no, I promise to give you even more than that, so become my fiancé, so that I can always be by your side and protect you. Latches looked at Leah sincerely. Sally happily laughed loudly. Phaser looked up in disbelief, and both asked in unison, Duke Violentus is proposing to you. Phaser still had not accepted this information, but I never thought it would come to this. Sally retorted, why, isn't the Duke always good to you? He treats you completely differently from everyone. Phaser asked back, is that what you call treating well? I never noticed. He pushed up his glasses slightly, miss, I have to say I am a little concerned. The sudden proposal, and right after knowing your identity. Phaser worriedly warned Leah. Could it be that he intends to use your identity to make unreasonable demands? Sally frowned and defended Latches. What are you saying? Although the Duke is a little scary, he is not someone who calculates to that extent. She looked at Leah with sparkling eyes, blooming with joy. Surely it is just pure sincerity, right, miss? Leah calmly dismissed the fantasy in Sally's words. It is not like that. Leah silently pondered, her emotions unmoved by Sally or Phaser's emotions. She tightly clenched her hands nervously, thinking to herself, it can't possibly be just a confession. This ring is no different from an expensive shackle to bind me. Leah remembered that moment. Latches took her hand. I know I am greedy, but you can consider it a contract marriage for needs. I want to be by your side closer than anyone else, and therefore I need a legitimate reason, right? There is nothing more perfect than the reason of being in love. Hearing these words, Leah was slightly moved. She thought to herself, that is right, at least until I escape the regression, we won't be able to ignore each other's existence anymore. So, if I do not come up with a suitable excuse for this special relationship, there will be no way to explain it when someone suspects. Leah said softly, but, right now I am just Leah, the Duke's maid. How can someone who is not even a noble like me become your fiancé? She lowered her head and pondered. There will definitely be fierce reactions from everyone around. How will you deal with it? Hearing these words, Latches's eyes widened in surprise as if he had not thought she would agree. He smiled lightly and said, have you forgotten Leferentia? This is the north. It is like a remote island, cut off from the Emperor's reach. And the master of this place is me, Violentus Latches. If your status is an obstacle, then just create a new one. What is the problem in the north? So there is nothing to worry about. Your identity won't be revealed. As for that murderer as well. Leah pondered each word that Latches had said. She thought to herself, yes, as Latches said, as the Duke's fiancé, I can restore the honor of the Guardian family. If he protects me as he does now, the threat from the murderer will be reduced. But how long will that peace last? No matter how closed off Violentus and the North are, Latches's engagement will attract the attention of the royal family and the nobility. And if it is Latches, who disregards the royal family's orders, he might force things to keep me from being exposed, even if he has to use coercion. In the end, I will have no choice but to hide in Violentus's castle for the rest of my life. Just like how I lived in the Nerial estate. Thinking of this, Leah felt like she was bound by invisible chains. Phaser realized that something was wrong. He spoke to break the stifling silence. Oh my, the tea is cold, I will prepare a new pot, miss. Leah decided to herself, there is no need to rush, I should decide carefully. She changed the subject. No, it is okay. By the way, how is Sir Ronan? Phaser quickly replied. I am still continuing to monitor the progress. He smiled lightly and reported. He has not fully recovered, but it is not a wound that will leave any serious consequences, so please do not worry, miss. Leah politely replied, that is good, I have to thank him later. Sally happily suggested, then I will go with you. Phaser exclaimed, as expected, Sir Ronan is very popular. I never thought that Miss Sally would also have feelings for him. Caught red-handed, Sally was speechless, haha. She shyly denied, it is not like that, I am just worried because he was seriously injured. Phaser teased, I thought I guessed right this time. Sally's reproachful voice rang out, oh my god, why can't you realize it? Leah could only sit beside them, smiling gently, the sunlight shining through the window, gently covering her with a layer of pale yellow light, gentle and poetic. The castle was cloaked in a soft, tranquil color. After the chaos caused by Debtor's flute, Violentus Castle quickly regained its usual peace. Ronan, with his right arm in a cast, commanded the soldiers. Given the scale of the chaos, fortunately the damage to the castle was minimal. Ronan's contribution to commanding the knights was significant. In addition, according to reports from the knights who participated in the extermination team after the event, the magical beasts in the border area of the castle had clearly decreased. Leah hesitated. I guess the reason is. But before she could finish, Cheese came running from somewhere, wagging its tail and barking a few times, woof woof. Leah turned to look. She gently asked, Cheese, are you hungry? Sally beside her quickly stood up. She said, just leave it to me. Suddenly, Sally stood there stunned for a moment. She looked intently, hesitating as if wanting to ask something. Then she asked, to the surprise of Leah holding Cheese. Miss, what will happen to Cheese and Cream now? She lowered her eyes, remained silent for a long time, and then suddenly spoke. The Duke has not said anything yet, not now. Leah began to recount. Everything gradually became clear. Cheese still looked at her with big, bright eyes. Actually that day, it was not Sally or Phaser who saved me but Cheese. The image of that day gradually reappeared amidst the rubble. The soldiers were diligently searching. Leah's voice was gentle, when the two of them were on their way to the tower to find me. Suddenly Cheese's body grew and transformed into a magical beast. With that enormous size, it swept across the entire castle, and in the blink of an eye the tower collapsed. No one would have expected that the small dog every day would have such a large and ferocious side. She continued steadily, recounting Cheese's majestic prowess. Somehow it made all the magical beasts that approached the castle run away. It is hard to believe even though I witnessed the situation with my own eyes. What exactly did you do? How is it possible? Leah hugged Cheese, carefully looked at it, and then breathed a sigh of relief. I am glad it returned to its original size. Sally, after hearing the story of Cheese, smiled awkwardly and spoke. I agree. She carefully recalled the moment Cheese returned to its original size. It was small and weak. Leah said, thanks to that, everyone was safe, but I did not know that Cheese had the blood of a magical beast flowing in its veins. She looked at Cheese for a long time, and finally sighed in her heart. No wonder I felt suspicious when I could not read its memories. It is not an ordinary dog after all. Leah thought, a little confused and expectant, although such a thing happened. But if Latches still leaves Cream and Cheese alone, then perhaps he will continue to allow them to be kept in the castle. Right. Suddenly the door was opened slightly. A butler entered, with a letter sealed with a red seal in his hand. The butler said, Excuse me, Sir Phaser, there is a letter for you. Phaser replied, yes. Leah and Sally carefully watched Phaser go out to get the letter. Both remained silent and their eyes did not leave him. Phaser stood at the door, opened the letter and began to read. After a while, he frowned. The expression on his face began to be a little difficult to see. Leah spoke. She kindly asked, You look so serious, what does the letter say? There was no sound in response. Phaser still stood there for a long time in the strange silence. Phaser turned around. Leah still remained patient. She asked again, What is wrong, Phaser? Phaser was embarrassed. He hesitated and then said softly, Well, it is a letter from the Nereal estate. Phaser came closer. He handed the letter to Leah. His voice a little shaky. But the content, I think it is better for you to read it yourself, miss. Leah was a little suspicious, not understanding what the content of the letter was, that made Phaser so embarrassed. Leah received the letter, softly said, Okay, give it to me. She opened the letter, carefully reading the contents inside. Silence enveloped the entire room, making the surrounding atmosphere stifling. Perhaps understanding a little about the content of the letter, Leah could not believe her eyes. Her signature purple eyes widened. She widened her eyes in surprise. Leah's hand trembled repeatedly. Her head was full of doubts. What does this mean? Leah read aloud the content inside the letter, in a slow and deliberate manner. Leferentia Nereal. The content of the letter really made people doubt what they were witnessing, even someone as calm as Leah. Her heart was full of doubts, hesitant. I am still alive and returning to the Nereal estate. The content of the letter was only a few lines, but it was cold enough to make Leah tremble all over. Leferentia has returned, come back. The Violentis family estate. Another letter was sent to Latches, the content of which was lengthy and somewhat irritating to read. Duke Latches, I have heard that you attended the memorial service of Leferentia Nereal. He sat in his study, one hand propping up his chin, his eyes glancing indifferently over each line of the letter. Your dedication in showing respect among the 4 great families. I acknowledge that, however, your failure to visit the imperial palace despite having the opportunity is regrettable. The fire in the hearth blazed, consuming the coal and logs within, emitting tiny crackling sounds. Latches coldly finished reading the letter. I know full well that, as the guardian of the North, you have fulfilled your responsibilities, but the position of Duke is not limited to protecting the territory. Loyalty to the imperial family is the duty of the guardian. Family. Lengthy as it is, the purpose is singular, to warn Latches about his attitude. Therefore, the entire territory of Renater is under my laws and will, do not forget that. Latches probably did not really care. The letter was only half read before it was burnt to ashes by the scorching flames in the hearth. The stewards stood in a row. One of them spoke up. It seems that the Emperor is very focused on nitpicking every little detail. Are you planning not to reply this time either, sir? Latches turned his back to them. No one could tell what his expression was at this moment. They only heard his indifferent voice, instructing, that is right, it would only be a waste of time. Do not bother. Is it the report on the repairs? Continue presenting. The steward heard this and was a little stunned, but then he quickly responded, yes, Duke. Following Latch's instructions, the tasks were presented one by one. The reconstruction in the city is progressing smoothly. The damage to the Duke's vineyards has also been minimized. However, regarding the tower where the underground prison used to be. Suddenly, the steward's report stopped. He looked up slightly, looked at the absent-minded Latches, and asked, now that you mention it, what are you planning to do with the hunting dog that you gave to the personal maid? Under their stunned gazes, he paused slightly, then quickly replied, just leave it for now. A voice of opposition rang out, but Duke, those animals are no different from magical beasts for safety reasons. You should deal with it as soon as possible. Latches did not pay much attention. He said coldly, enough, I have my own plans for that. The steward continued to report while Latches remained the same, still absent-minded about the plans and tasks he was talking about. Then, next I will report on the financial situation. This year's tax collection is going smoothly, especially from some of the upper classes. We have received charitable donations under the name of. Latches Violentus listened in silence. Absent-mindedly he suddenly remembered Leah's earnest plea from before. Please give me some time to think about it. At that time, she had gripped his wrist tightly, lowered her head in contemplation, and remained silent after that statement. Returning to reality, it had been a long time and he still had not received a reply, which made Latches Violentus rest his chin on his hand and ponder anxiously. It has been 15 days. I think I have waited long enough. Why is there still no reply? He frowned again, starting to overthink, worrying and speculating about the reason for the delay. Am I being too hasty, or is my proposal ultimately too much? Latches Violentus slowly recalled the exquisite pair of rings, remembered Leah's previous broken relationship, felt heavy-hearted and sighed. Well, even if it is just a smokescreen. A relationship in the name of an engagement might have made people feel burdened. The wounds caused by Earl Deverty probably have not healed yet. Remembering Leah's calm appearance at that time, he sighed helplessly, comforting himself. Even so, she was not exactly fond of it, but she was not opposed to it either. The echoing report suddenly stopped. The steward stared blankly at the absent-minded Latches Violentus, but he still did not notice, just immersed in his own thoughts. Perhaps I should give flowers or something. It was not until the steward could not help but ask in confusion that he suddenly came back to his senses. Is something the matter, Duke? Latches Violentus rubbed his chin slightly, feeling a little embarrassed, and had to pretend that nothing was wrong, closing his eyes and continuing to order. Nothing, I am listening. Continue. On the surface he was calm, but in his heart he was secretly mocking and scolding himself madly. Damn it, now I am worrying about these things. The cold winter slowly enveloped everything. The withered branches stretched out under the bleak sky. Inside another room, Ronan was sitting on the bed for Phaser to bandage his arm, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Phaser replied in a low voice, yes, come in. Sally Walker poked her head out from behind Leah, cheerfully chirping with a smile. Excuse me, Phaser, we are here. When Phaser saw the two of them, he immediately stood up, welcoming them warmly. Ah, it is you two, come in. Leah was also a little apologetic for her sudden visit. Historically explaining the reason for her visit. I apologize for coming without notice. I just wanted to check on Mr. Ronan's condition. She slowly approached Ronan, wholeheartedly concerned, and asked in a low voice, Mr. Ronan, I am sorry for asking late. How is your body now? There was still a dazzling bruise on the side of his face, but he still smiled and calmly replied, as you can see, I am fine. After that, Ronan also cared for and thoughtfully asked Leah in return, it seems that this is the first time we have met again since the chaos. Have you encountered anything unsettling during this time? She seemed surprised and did not expect it, standing still and blankly replying, yes, thanks to you. Then in a sudden moment, seeing the bruise on Ronan's face, Latches Violentus was shocked and exclaimed softly, Mr. Ronan, how did your face get like this? Hearing her ask this, he also raised his hand to rub the bruise on his face, and hesitantly said, ah, this. Ronan just gave a dry laugh, his tone indifferent, and explained in a low voice, it is nothing serious, I must have bumped into something. Phaser on the other side heard this and hurriedly stepped forward to speak. Miss Leah about Mr. Ronan, but Sally Walker raised her hand, bluntly stopping him. Just leave them alone. Over here, Leah seemed to realize something, and suddenly tightened her grip on the basket in her hand. She lowered her head, feeling extremely apologetic, and sincerely apologized. I am truly sorry about that day, Mr. Ronan. Leah lowered her eyes and did not dare to look at the other person. Her tone was sad and she secretly blamed herself. I have been foolish for so long, always thinking that my pain was just my own problem, without realizing that my actions could hurt others. Speaking of which, she was determined and vowed to promise, from now on I will be more careful as Mr. Ronan advised, to pay more attention to myself. Ronan was completely silent, looking up and listening intently as Leah earnestly continued, not only for the Duke, but also for the 3 people present here. He pursed his lips, trying to put himself in Latch's Violentus position. His eyes thoughtful, and he secretly thought, if it were the Duke, he would probably just say, knowing is enough. After a moment of contemplation, Ronan could only smile slightly in comfort. I am really fine, so please stop bowing your head. There is no need to apologize anymore. Leah was slightly choked up, then quickly thanked in a low voice, thank you, Mr. Ronan. Phaser on the other side witnessed this scene and was overjoyed, softly calling Miss. After that, Sally Walker asked lively and loudly, stirring up the gloomy atmosphere. Then, is anyone hungry? I brought cookies from the kitchen. Phaser also laughed with delight. Satisfied and suggested, just in time, I will go brew some tea. She heard this and suggested in a low voice, I will help you. While no one was paying attention, Phaser slowly approached Leah and reported in a low voice, ah, miss, about the matter you asked me about last time. A moment later, 2 maids hurriedly ran to the room to find Leah. We found you, Leah. I have been looking for you everywhere. The 2 of them seemed to have encountered something, extremely excited, and hurriedly urged her, come out here quickly. Your room is a mess right now. When they returned to Leah's room, it was already piled with brand new, beautiful belongings and gifts. Cream and cheese were arrogantly sitting in a corner on the pile of things, and the maids exclaimed excitedly, it is all full. The maids standing outside the door observed everything, excitedly whispering to each other, oh my God, are those fresh flowers? Where did they come from? A green-haired maid excitedly whispered a story into Sally Walker's ear. Unexpectedly, I only came at Sally's request to bring food for the kids, but I saw such a pile of gifts. Speaking of which, she looked at Leah excitedly and sighed enviously. I heard rumors that the Duke cared about Leah, but I did not expect him to be so sincere. She heard this and could not help but be surprised, wondering in her heart, did Latches bring all these things? The green-haired maid's gossiping nature flared up again, and she speculated in a low voice, Leah, if this goes on, won't you become the Duke's lover? Sally Walker heard this and widened her eyes, intending to open her mouth to correct, a lover, for the Duke Leah is, but before she could say anything more, Leah rushed over in a panic to cover her mouth and stop her. Smiling apologetically and explaining to the maid, impossible, there must be some misunderstanding. But she did not believe it, on the contrary, she teased her happily, hey, do not pretend anymore, there is no need to save face with us, but Leah just kept silent and looked into the room. Her eyes thoughtfully mocking herself, expensive dresses and glittering jewelry boxes, luxuries that with my current status, I would not dare to dream of. Looking at the exquisite items displayed on the table, Leah secretly mocked Latch's Violentus intentions in her heart. It seems that he wants me to see the life of a duchess through these gifts. She shook her head helplessly, determined to tell herself to decisively end this matter. It can't continue like this, I can't delay any longer, I have to give Latches an answer right away. No sooner said than done. Leah went to a room to find Latches Violentus, and called out in a low voice, Duke. Hearing her voice, he hurriedly turned his head to look, calling her name fondly, Leferentia. Latches Violentus quickly stepped forward and took Leah's hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly with anticipation. I have been waiting for you. Have you seen the gifts I gave you? I do not know what you like, so I prepared quite a lot of things. Speaking of which, he was filled with anticipation and muttered sincerely, it would be great if there was at least one thing that you liked. Leah let Latches Violentus hold her hand. She lowered her eyes slightly to avoid his gaze, and remained silent in contemplation. Seeing her sad expression, Latches Violentus also suddenly froze. He gently held Leah's hands loosely, and finally could not help but ask in a low voice, so what is your answer? She reassured herself, took a deep breath, and her lips slowly parted. Leah looked straight into Latches Violentus' eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, she seriously explained, Duke, what I want to regain is not the wealth and fame of the past. Leah lowered her eyes again, her eyes sad, and spoke her mind heavily. Hundreds of times I have faced death. The complete freedom from the fear of death is what I truly desire. In her heart she secretly added a sentence. Surely, living away from the eyes of the murderer is also my choice. Remembering the bloody and cruel scenes she had experienced, Leah was even more determined to tell herself, however, the life that I won in this way will never completely belong to Leferentia, because the murderer still exists somewhere on this land. The dense drops of fresh blood had haunted her for so long. Leah clenched her teeth and emphasized once again, however, the life that I won in this way will never completely belong to Leferentia, because the murderer still exists somewhere on this land. She sighed darkly, collapsed and realized a cruel thing afterwards, and his shadow will haunt and disturb me for the rest of my life. Laches violentus froze in place, listening blankly as Leah firmly affirmed, therefore, I can't stay here until I find him. After a moment of silence, he found his voice, choking out Leferentia, but she coldly interrupted, guessing his intention, yes I know you won't let me leave so easily. Speaking of which, Leah slowly withdrew her hand from Laches violentus' hand, and continued to explain in a low voice, it would be too dangerous for me to go alone so. She looked straight into his eyes, her eyes sincere, and earnestly suggested, would you leave with me? Laches violentus could not believe his ears, widening his eyes, and was stunned to hear Leah say softly, I would be happy to accept the Earl's proposal, with the status of a fiancé, so that we can be together anywhere. She looked at him earnestly, her tone determined, and revealed her feelings, therefore, please continue to protect me as you are now. Leah gently curved her lips and smiled, slowly, gently but firmly and passionately murmured, from now on, always be by my side. After a while, when he came back to his senses, Laches violentus noticed the main point, and asked Leah hesitantly, wait, you said you would return to the capital. Why did you suddenly decide like this? She did not hide anything, imagining a figure impersonating her. Leah explained in a low voice, a letter sent to Phaser said that Leferentia had returned to the Nereal mansion. Which means that someone is impersonating me in the capital. Laches violentus turned his hand to hold her hand tightly again, listening to her murmur softly, actually, the Duke's proposal also made me waver, because I also thought about staying here forever. Hearing this, he quickly seized this opportunity and hurriedly proposed, then just stay in the north, here, you do not need to worry about anything that happens in the capital. I will do everything to make you feel at ease so. But before Laches violentus could finish speaking, Leah opened her mouth to interrupt. He was silent, listening to her gentle but firm voice, Duke, I will take back that name. Leah looked straight into Laches violentus' eyes, her eyes calm mixed with an unquenchable determination, declaring, the name that I gave up and left, I will take it back and face the murderer. Just running away will never change fate. Speaking of which, she lowered her voice and begged him earnestly, and I hope that you will accompany me on this journey, please. Laches violentus was completely stunned by Leah's revelations. His eyes widened. His lips moved but he could not utter anything. She choked up again and sincerely begged Laches violentus once more, please come with me, which made his eyes drop in astonishment. The sun gradually set. Outside the window frame was a strange red sky of the afterglow. Laches violentus seemed to feel the shackles that imprisoned him, the invisible hands that had surrounded and bound him for so long. And Laches violentus' fair, delicate hand with clear knuckles had long since fallen limply. He clenched his shoulders, frowned, and remained silent for a long time. Just when she thought he would not say anything else, Laches violentus said slowly in a hoarse voice, Leferentia, just as you have a fate you want to escape, I also have a path I must follow, living my whole life as a sort of violentus. His jaw tightened, his voice hoarse, murmuring something, that is my mission. Leah stared in a daze, her beautiful eyes looking at Laches violentus, listening to him choke and hesitate to continue, so I. Hearing this, she also understood what his answer was, her sad eyes lowered. Without waiting for Laches violentus to finish speaking, Leah laughed softly. Her throat choked but full of determination to beg, I understand if that is your answer. But please allow me to leave because I have decided that even if I am alone I will go. After saying these words, she slowly removed the engagement ring he had given her from her ring finger. As soon as she took off that exquisite ring, Leah lowered her head and chuckled softly. From before until now, I always thought you were freer than anyone else. But it turns out your soul is bound to this land of the north. She gently placed the exquisite but cold ring she had removed into Laches violentus' warm palm. His eyes widened. The bottom of his eyes could not believe that he was listening to Leah gratefully in a low voice. I am very grateful for the time that has passed. Laches violentus stared blankly at the small ring that he had eagerly given to her. Now it was returned by her as a rejection, lying alone in his palm. He was extremely shocked, standing rooted to the spot looking at that ring, letting Leah turn around and leave. A moment later, the corner of Laches violentus' mouth trembled slightly. He looked up slightly to stop her, wait. But Laches violentus' look up was too slow. Leah had already left. Her figure had completely disappeared from that room. He stood staring blankly at the indefinite space, his lips moving but he could not say anything. The ring in his hand suddenly became hotter than ever. Laches violentus curled his hand and tightened the ring. Elsewhere, after leaving his room, Leah quickly arranged her luggage into a small red suitcase. She picked up the suitcase and estimated, thinking for a moment about what was missing, then muttered, okay, so I have packed everything up, right? Then, as if realizing something, Leah slowly raised her head to look at the person who had just arrived. The person who came was Sally Walker and Phaser. She pursed her lips and smiled, asking with concern, "Miss, have you finished packing your luggage?" Time passed. At dawn on the day of leaving the northern city, Sally Walker looked at her meager luggage and asked again in a low voice, "Is that all there is to the luggage?" Leah looked at the luggage, nodded, and explained with a faint smile, I did not bring a lot of things from the beginning." Sally Walker strongly and vigorously carried 2 huge pieces of luggage, her eyes full of smiles, and suggested, "Then when we get to the capital, we will buy new dresses first." Leah looked up at her excited face and slowly recounted everything in her heart. "When Phaser and I told Sally that we would return to the capital, she said that she wanted to come along too. Although first there must be the permission of Latches, the owner of the city, but unexpectedly, he easily agreed to let us leave the north, just as the 3 of them were about to leave. Some unexpected guests suddenly appeared, causing them to look over. It turned out to be the 2 adorable pets Cream and Cheese. Leah was shocked to see them off, choking out their names, Cream, Cheese. She quickly squatted down, folded her arms on her knees, and sadly lamented to them, "I am sorry, how wonderful it would be if I could take you with me." Looking at the 2 dogs' blank expressions, Leah smiled gently and comforted them in a low voice, "In the capital, I probably won't be able to take care of you myself. But it seems that the Duke has allowed you to stay in the city, so even if I am not here, there will be many people to take care of you." She spoke gently, but in the next second, her eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she silently pursed her lips, heavy-hearted. Leah slowly raised her hand and stroked the smooth fur on Cream's body, and it still did not understand, looking up at her happily. Leah sincerely lowered her head and touched Cream's forehead, reluctant to part, and passionately expressed, "I will miss you so much." But the separation was bound to happen. She set off with a determined promise, "I will definitely come back to visit." After saying goodbye to the 2 adorable dogs Cream and Cheese, Leah stood up decisively and turned to leave. But for some reason, the city seemed quieter than usual today. The 3 people standing in the hall looked around. "That is right," someone replied. Leah looked over there, carrying her suitcase in her hand. "We have been here for quite a long time." She looked out the window and thought. The white snow fell endlessly every day. The cold wind, even with the windows closed, still seeped in. She felt the coldness of winter, and the faint blue moonlight permeated through the stone pillars. "The first time I set foot in this city, everything was unfamiliar and scary." She looked around. But now they have become as familiar as a matter of course. By the window, the light seeping in. To the point that leaving here has become strange. A hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. In the end, that day became the last meeting with Latches. The image of him on that day appeared in her head. "I should have said goodbye properly." Thinking of that, she clenched the handle of the suitcase in her hand, because who knows if there will be another chance to meet him again. "We are here, miss." Phaser looked at her and said, "The carriage is ready in front of the city gate." "Miss, what is wrong with you?" She stood there blankly for a moment, turned her head to look at that scene again. But it was time to move forward once again. A thought ran through her head. "It is nothing," she replied to him. "Let us go, I am ready." Sally stood beside him looking at her. "Yes, miss," he replied. The door in front of him opened. The 2 stood on either side of the door to wait for her to pass. "My name, my life, and my freedom," she thought. "I will regain everything I have lost," she decided. There was someone's figure from behind. That person spoke. "Have not you made me wait a bit too long?" She heard this and suddenly stopped. She stood on the steps looking at the person in front of her. It turned out to be Latches standing there waiting for her. "Duke, why are you—" Someone spoke. "I have been constantly thinking about what you said." He turned around. "This time I also believe that everything can be different." He continued, "Like you, I also want to decide my own destiny." At this moment, beside her, he took her hand and raised it. "Leferentia," he said, and bent down to kiss her hand. "Can you grant me the honor of personally escorting you?" She was silent for a moment when she heard this. Then she replied, "I am very willing." "What are you standing there for?" The steward turned back and said to the servants around him, "Show your respect to the master and Miss Leferentia Nerial." The servants, they were all surprised to hear this. "Leferentia, greetings Miss Leferentia Nerial." They bowed down in unison. "Greetings Miss Leferentia Nerial." "Greetings, miss." "Did you really need to go to this extent?" she asked him. "You said you wanted to regain your name," he replied. "You have to be able to endure this little thing, because you are a noble lady of the Nerial family," he continued. She could only sigh when she heard this. "Everyone, please raise your heads," she spoke. "I have unintentionally deceived everyone. I hope everyone can understand, because I definitely have my own reasons." She turned back to speak to them. "Although I have to leave suddenly." The crowd looked at her. "But thanks to everyone, I had a good time here, and more than that." She suddenly stopped. Her face clearly showed sadness. She was silent. "I sincerely thank everyone." She looked towards the crowd. She stepped into the car. He helped her up. She looked at him, her eyes showing indescribable emotions. He watched her get into the car. The car started to move. The sun was shining brightly. The car gradually disappeared in the distance. And the first step has finally been taken. The carriages followed each other forward. The journey ahead will surely be long, Leferentia. What do you plan to do when you get to the capital? Someone asked her. First of all, I plan to return to my mansion. Then she stopped. He was still looking at her. I have to meet the fake Leferentia, the one who is impersonating me, she continued. In fact, for the past few weeks, I have asked Phaser to monitor the situation in the Nereal mansion. In front of her was the image of Sally and Phaser sitting inside the carriage. I have also received reports from the servants in the mansion. But she stopped, then continued, from the servants, maids, and even the steward who has served there all his life. They all believe that the imposter is the real me. She lowered her head. Even the people who have taken care of me since I was little were deceived, meaning that not only the appearance, but the actions of that person are indistinguishable. He sat with his arms folded and watched her express. Fortunately, it seems that the news has not spread outside the mansion yet. Could it be that you are worried that that person will die in your place? He asked her. It would be a lie if I said I was not worried. I do not want anyone to sacrifice themselves for me, she replied. But not only because of compassion. Hearing this, his face showed surprise. That imposter, she continued, can become bait for me to lure the murderer out. If everything goes as planned, I can expose his identity, so I can take advantage of the situation. As soon as she finished speaking, he continued, what you said is not wrong, but claiming to be Miss Nereal has never been easy. If it is just a scam to earn some pocket money, then this scale is too large. He looked at her and stated his opinion. Perhaps like the debtor case, there is someone behind the scenes pulling the strings, he continued. So do not be careless, he told her. That is definitely not an easy opponent to deal with. No matter how dangerous the person behind the scenes is, I am not too worried because Duke is here. He raised his head in surprise when he heard this. You mean? He reached out and took her hand. Does our engagement still stand? He asked her. Yes, she turned her face away a little shyly. Even if it was just a contract to save my life. You are the greatest protector of the Empire. If this engagement is made public, even the murderer would not dare to act rashly. He was happy to hear her praise and looked down secretly. Okay, if you want. He reached out and took her hand. Latches gently held Leah's small hand. His voice gentle as if sheltering her. Slowly put the ring back on and said, just feel free to take advantage of me. Leah lowered her head slightly, her eyes averted. The word thank you uttered as lightly as the wind. Thank you, sir. Leah's eyes looked vaguely into the indefinite space. Her face was filled with thoughtfulness as if she was immersed in distant thoughts. She did not speak, nor did she look back. As if she had forgotten Latch's presence in front of her. In the silent car frame, Leah let herself be in her tangled thoughts, and then asked secretly, every time, does not the Duke really feel anything? Her eyes fell on her hand, which was cherished by Latches. The ring finger trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something but the words could not be spoken. Latches gently broke the silence and asked Leah about her memory. But Leferentia, you really can't read my memory, can you? Hearing this made her startled slightly. Her expression suddenly confused. Leah said in a steady voice, without a hint of hesitation, of course, why would I lie to you? The answer was short and decisive, without evasion. The honesty in the words made the atmosphere seem to pause. Latches lowered his head slightly. The shadow of his hair covered his eyes, hiding his expression. It was unclear if he was disappointed, thinking, or simply did not know what else to say. Latches did not look up at Leah. His face was slightly tilted. His eyes slightly lowered as if listening to some distant sound. A moment of silence passed, and then his eyes glanced at the window of the carriage. No one knew what he was thinking, but that thoughtfulness, as if something unspeakable had just stirred in his heart. Latches said in a deep and soft voice as if wanting to end the conversation. Then that is good. Outside the carriage, the snow was still falling heavily, whitening the sky and the ground. The scenery seemed to be submerged in the cold silence. Only the black carriage stood out against the white snow, moving slowly in the mist like a thought gradually dissolving into the indefinite space. The scene switched to a small town, where the clock tower stood like a miniature Big Ben in the blue sky, and all the eyes of the villagers were focused on the road leading into the town. A villager said in surprise, what is going on? The carriages advanced majestically into the square. Both people and horses exuded a dignified air. The luxurious carriage of the Duke took the lead. And there was a burst of discussion around. It is a carriage, are those knights? The sudden appearance made the whole town seem to hold its breath. Another person asked in confusion and doubt, an armed force, could it be? Is war about to break out? The voice was mixed in the cold wind. Another person immediately rejected. What war? Latches silently lowered his head, not saying a word, as if listening to everything without revealing his thoughts. Someone exclaimed as if certain, do not you know, Duke Violentus is passing by. At that moment, Latches slightly raised his head. His eyes sharp as a knife swept over everyone. His posture was straight. His hands firmly held the reins. controlling the black carriage to cross the center of the town in a majestic and dignified manner. From the high balcony, the people looked down and praised. Their eyes followed the carriages as if witnessing a miracle. It is indeed a magnificent parade as rumored. All the villages on the road were talking about it. That is right, he is the true guardian of the empire, the one who protects us from the magical beasts, amidst the commotion. Their carriages quietly crossed the square, without stopping for a beat. The people and horses quietly followed each other across the main street of the town. The horses' hooves beat evenly as if they did not care about the villagers' gazes. Whispers rose everywhere. Some people whispered, "But what is the Duke doing in the Nereal territory?" Some people speculated, "It must be just passing through on the way to the capital." The voice was mixed with curiosity and caution, inside the carriage covered with curtains. Leah sat quietly without saying anything, as if wanting to put aside all the whispers outside. At this time she raised her head slightly, her eyes still not leaving the window. Her voice sounded light but full of thought. "The Emperor sent a letter," Latches confirmed. "That is right. He sees my attending your memorial service as an unusual matter." His voice sank, as if containing another layer of meaning that he was not convenient to say. Leah said in a worried voice, "Then you should meet the Emperor as soon as possible." "Then what about going there as soon as you arrive in the capital?" Latches replied softly. His eyes seemed thoughtful. "In terms of etiquette, it is true." He paused for a beat, and then glanced out the window of the carriage. His eyes were silent as if carrying a bit of hesitation. Then Latches slowly continued. His voice was steady, "Of course. I have prepared myself that I can't be by your side all the time, so I have prepared knights to protect you in my place." Speaking of which, his eyes slightly turned to the frosted window, where two knights in iron armor were quietly riding next to the car. Their posture was majestic but silent, like his own heart at this moment. Latch's eyes changed direction to look at Leah. His voice became lighter, like a sigh, in which there was an undisguised anxiety. "But I am still not at ease letting you go alone from now on." Latch's face was serious. His eyes became much harder, as if he had carefully considered it before deciding. He said decisively. His tone did not allow for objection. "No, to divert everyone's attention, it is better for me to enter the Nereal mansion alone." His eyes looked forward, as if he had foreseen the scrutinizing eyes that they were about to face. Leah understood the hidden meaning in Latch's words, and her voice was also gentler and more mature than usual. "Please lead the parade to continue towards the capital, and attract all eyes to you, while I will go to the Nereal mansion with Phaser." Her voice was calm but firm, as if she was ready to step into her own risky work. Outside the large white mansion, on both sides were two curved staircases leading to the magnificent main hall. On the steps, the maids asked each other busily, "Steward, how will the young lady have her meal today?" The steward's voice was calm and somewhat stern. "The young lady plans to have lunch in the garden. Please prepare lightly. And prepare a room for the guests as well." At this time, Phaser with a calm appearance carried a suitcase in. His cloak fluttered gently in the snow wind. The steward immediately saw and respectfully said. His voice was calm, "Welcome back, Phaser." The greeting was short but full of respect, making the atmosphere around him seem to sink. Phaser smiled slightly and politely replied, "Long time no see, steward. Are you still well?" His voice was warm, mixed with a bit of familiarity. The steward smiled brightly and replied, "Of course, since the young lady came back, every day is busy. You must be tired from the long journey. Please come in." Above, the blue sky was brilliant. The white clouds drifted slowly. The gentle sunlight spread throughout the garden, reflecting on the bright walls of the large mansion. Inside the main hall, two maids looked at each other, whispering with curiosity, "What is going on? It seems lively outside." The other replied softly, his eyes directed to the window. "It is said that the parade of Duke Violentus just passed through the city, and at the same time, Phaser's group of 5 also slowly glided past, as if coincidentally but not accidentally." Seeing the messy situation, the steward quickly apologized. "I sincerely apologize, the mansion is a bit chaotic today." Phaser just smiled, his tone gentle. "It is okay. This is completely understandable. Even in the capital it is rare to see such a scene." In the group of 4 people following him, there were 2 women covered from head to toe, not revealing their appearance, and 2 knights wearing shining iron armor, walking solemnly, creating a silent but dignified atmosphere. The steward suddenly turned back in confusion. "Now that you mention it, it seems that the Duke's group is passing through the territory of the Master. Is Mr. Phaser also traveling with the group?" Phaser quickly replied, his voice gentle but full of naturalness. "Ah yes, it is just a coincidence." The steward's eyes stopped at Phaser, and then said gently, "The Duke must value Mr. Phaser very much." He continued, his voice deep mixed with a hint of suspicion. "He personally cares about your journey back, and even sent the new knights and nurses to go too." Phaser felt a little uneasy when he heard this. Sweat appeared on his face. His eyes glanced quickly at the 4 people following behind him, and could not help but feel a little apprehensive. The steward looked at the two nurses with their clothes covered from head to toe, and could not help but wonder. But the northern clothes look very special. Perhaps because of the cold climate, and then he laughed heartily. The sound of ho-ho echoed in the quiet space. At this time, Phaser said softly, interrupting to ask permission. Sorry for interrupting, but can I check the young lady's condition first? At this time, the steward quickly understood and said, Oh, how rude, I will take you there right away. Under the white cloth covering the face of a nurse, a worried face gradually revealed. The steward's voice sounded again from the front. Currently, Miss Leferentia is having tea in the garden. At the same time, under the airtight veil, Leah's face appeared. The cloth that was once thick to hide everything is now only a thin white layer, as transparent as the morning dew, revealing her slightly tense and careful face. The scene gently switched to the garden. Following Leah's gentle recollection, the garden was filled with warm sunlight. Butterflies danced everywhere, along with the blooming flowers. Everything in my house was almost perfect, gentle sounds, brilliant images, all like painting a peaceful scene where memories were touched again. The garden was still green, butterflies were still flying lazily in the clear sky, everything seemed unchanged, only the people were different. Phaser's group of 5 quietly followed the steward. Entering the garden deep in the mansion, Leah silently thought, the Nereal mansion that I returned to after a few months is as beautiful as ever, but it always makes me feel suffocated. The steward led the group to the place, stopping in front of the quiet tea garden. He said in a warm but respectful voice, Excuse me, Miss Leferentia. Mr. Phaser has just returned, the steward continued. Under the thin white cloth, Leah's face showed surprise. Her eyes widened, her lips slightly opened, as if unable to hide her surprised emotions. A silent thought rang in her heart. Only one thing has changed. From the gentle angle, half of the young lady's face was about to appear. Each delicate line was revealed in the afternoon garden sunlight. Another version of Leferentia gradually appeared before the light. Surprisingly, Miss Leferentia turned to look at Phaser. Her face was strangely similar to Leah. Bright eyes, soft long hair, even the way she expressed herself was similarly gentle. Standing in front of the girl, Leah seemed to face herself in a living mirror, making people shudder at the strange and confusing feeling. Anna, disguised as Leah, greeted, Long time no see, Phaser, I have been waiting for you. She stood behind him and could not help but be shocked. Oh my God, her voice is exactly the same. Phaser was a little stunned when he heard this and replied, Long time no see, miss, are you still well? She sipped her tea and replied softly, As you can see, I am still very healthy. It seems that your previous diagnosis was wrong. Seeing that the previous sentence was a bit wrong, Anna explained further, Do not worry, I did not call you here to blame you. Leah was secretly assessing while they were talking. The face, down to every strand of hair, it is like someone has perfectly copied my image. Looking closely for a while, she suddenly realized, and that outfit, that is the dress I often wear when enjoying tea. Leah looked at it in a daze and secretly praised, like this, how can it not be more real than myself? After a long time, her eyes suddenly suspiciously stared, Wait, that necklace, I seem to have seen it before. At the same time, a pair of men's leather shoes stepped in. A voice called suspiciously, Leferentia. His figure appeared behind Leah. She had another new surprise and secretly called Earl Nereal. Leah glanced at him in her heart with great surprise. Did not you leave the mansion? Why are you here? At that moment, she suddenly stood up and called Father. Duke Nereal just walked past her and called. Here you are, Leferentia. Anna asked in confusion, What is the matter, Father, coming at this hour? He put his hand on her shoulder and said, The weather is nice today, so I want to have a meal with you in the garden. Anna smiled slightly when she heard this and replied, I am always willing. Leah looked at the two of them in a daze. The scene in front of her made her think, only one thing has changed. Leah's heart throbbed slightly with sadness and affirmed, the garden was immersed in silence. Now it was filled with the warm laughter of the two fathers and daughters. Time passed. Evening at the Nereal mansion. In her old room, Leah slowly stepped forward to look at the girl lying on her bed. After a long time she spoke, You are really bold, you dare to impersonate me and still sleep so soundly. As soon as she heard it, she sat up and hesitantly asked, Who are you? Anna's eyebrows furrowed in anger mixed with fear and said, Who dares to break into my room? Before the sentence was completed, she looked in surprise at Leah in front of her. She coldly glanced at Anna at close range and sighed. It is even more surprising up close. It feels like looking in a mirror. Leah stood by the edge of the bed and her tone became more mocking. During the day, you can shamelessly pretend to be me so well, and now that you have occupied this bedroom, you must have a strong backing. Seeing her become more and more worried, she continued to say to herself, Such is the pendant that you do not even take off when you sleep. After that, Leah kindly reminded, It is best not to bother resisting, no one can help you anyway. As soon as the sentence ended, she suddenly put her hand on Anna's shoulder. Leah had been wondering since the afternoon and inquired, But not to mention the appearance, how can even your actions be exactly the same as mine? She looked at the cold face in front of her and stuttered in fear. That. Immediately after that, she slowly stroked Anna's current face and said, that is right. Leah seemed to have an idea and added, there is no need for you to say it yourself. Immediately after that, the event appeared. She was wearing a nightgown and holding a piece of paper. After a while, Anna slowly lowered her arm. She just glanced at the box containing the necklace. In that quiet space, Anna's hand slap was very loud. She could not help but look at her in surprise. Leah did not want to believe it and asked, why did you do this? Anna did not explain and just shouted irritably, get out. She rushed out and shouted loudly, is anyone there? Help me, someone please. The servants heard the noise and came out in a flurry. What is going on? I heard the noise from the young lady's room. Just as Anna was running, she heard a voice. What is this commotion? Seeing Duke Neriel, she seemed to have found a savior and called out, Father. As soon as she arrived, she saw Anna hugging him and crying, Father, save me. That woman suddenly broke into my room. Duke Neriel loved his daughter and quickly comforted her. It is okay. La Ferencia, Father will protect you. Then he looked at Leah and asked, hey, who are you? Hearing this question, she could not help but feel ridiculed. What a ridiculous situation, who am I? Holding Leah tightly, she looked at Duke Neriel and asked a question, facing each other like this, and you still ask, a father protects the impostor and does not recognize his own daughter. She walked step by step and choked out, it is me, your daughter, the daughter you abandoned to death. His face became horrified when he heard Leah's words, the one that father never once held in his arms, La Ferencia, father's only daughter. Looking at the hand placed on her shoulder at this moment made her even more heartbroken. And that is the hand that I once craved when I was young, the hand that I never dared to reach out and hold, for fear that he would read my memories. The heavy atmosphere at this moment made Leah's words even more suffocated. Do you really want to deny me to the end? Or, do you like that impostor more than me? She lowered her head and said to the utmost of her injustice, even so, you should have recognized it. The more she spoke, the louder Leah's voice became. That woman is just an impostor in my guise. You should have recognized that. Duke Neriel hesitantly looked at her, the matter. At the same time, Anna looked up at him with embarrassment, that matter, my daughter. Immediately, she became panicked and screamed, do not believe her, father, I am the real one, she is an impostor, please quickly drive her out of this mansion, okay? Leah did not say much and stepped forward to grab the necklace and said, it seems you still need to learn more about me. As soon as Anna saw this, she screamed in fear, no, let me go, do not touch me. But unfortunately, she tore it off in her screams. Anna immediately knelt down and covered her face. Leah glanced at her below as if reminiscing. A faint figure appeared in her head, I am sorry, Anna. The image became clearer and a woman with brown hair appeared. Her face appeared. Leah indifferently gave a piece of information. I have never once called this person father. Seeing that scene, the family members exclaimed in confusion. What the hell is going on? Leah coldly ordered, call the knights to lock this person in prison immediately. Anna looked up at her in horror with a terrified expression. Leah did not care about the gasps of surprise behind her. She continued to order, and let Phaser take my father back to his room. It seems that he was so shocked that he did not even recognize his daughter. Leah turned around coldly. What are you still standing there for? Act quickly. Is there still anyone who doubts my true identity? Hearing this, a servant replied in shock. No, Miss La Ferencia. Anna was escorted by 2 knights. She panicked and justified. Let me go, I do not know anything, I just heard that I should use this magic tool. The steward came forward to support the Earl. Earl, let me take you there personally. Leah called the steward back. Steward, leave the cleaning to the head maid, and you stay here for a while. She said sternly, I want to hear directly everything that has happened in the past. After gathering everyone together, Leah turned to ask the steward, have all the key family gods in the mansion gathered? He replied respectfully, yes, that is right, miss. Leah folded her arms and sighed. I can't understand how this kind of thing could happen. You have dedicated your whole lives to the Neriel family, but you are easily deceived by this cheap trick, and even give my position to others before her rebuke. All the family members lowered their heads in shame. Leah asked sternly, or is there anyone among you who is in collusion with her? Hearing this, the steward turned to look at her in shock. He denied softly, that is impossible. The steward expressed his loyalty. Miss, please dispel that suspicion. The fact that Miss La Ferencia returned is false, and her true identity is Anna. Even I, a steward, did not know. Of course, that statement could not make Leah believe, she said slowly. Zenon, you used to be so meticulous that you remembered the number of times I stirred the milk in the tea, and the direction people fell when they were tired. But even you, did not you ever doubt her identity? You want me to believe that? The steward was speechless and could not utter a single word. After a moment of humming, he began to recount. At first I also felt that that person was not like the young lady. But I could not deny that existence. Because I saw with my own eyes how happy the master was when he thought the young lady had returned. I could not bear to betray that joy. I just thought that, after returning across the line of life and death, the young lady must have changed a lot in her psychology. I just wanted to believe that. Speaking of this, the steward lowered his head full of remorse. He bowed respectfully to Leah. I am ashamed, Miss Leferentia. Our choice was originally for the good of the Earl, but it is no different from an insult to the young lady. Even if the real young lady did not return, the other family members also bowed to her. Full of shame. Now I realize how foolish that action was. Please forgive my ignorance. Hearing the steward say these words, Leah only cared about one thing in her mind. Father is happy. Why, all these years, he has only pushed me away, she questioned herself lonely. Leah said softly, raise your heads, that is right. Anna was originally my close maid, so she could imitate every small gesture. Moreover, I was in a dying state. It is understandable that everyone did not examine my intentions. However, she did not intend to let it go easily. Leah folded her arms and said sternly, but I will take the time to judge your innocence in this matter myself. She declared loudly, as for the matter that I have returned, keep it completely secret. I will officially announce it at the appropriate time. Leah coldly straightened her hair. Whoever reveals it will be severely punished. She did not forget to threaten. How I know you know best, the steward replied sternly. Yes, miss. Phaser came forward. Miss, I beg your pardon for interrupting. Leah turned to look at him. What is the matter, Phaser? Phaser bowed and reported, I want to talk a little about the Earl. Leah replied indifferently, if it is about my father, then there is no need to change places. It is okay to talk here. Phaser hesitated. That matter. He decided to say it now. I am afraid that the Earl's health is very worrying. Phaser's words shocked both Leah and the steward. After a while, Leah found her voice. She asked mechanically, what do you mean? Phaser explained, the Earl's action of not recognizing the young lady was not intentional, but a sign of mental illness. Not only a decline in cognitive ability and memory, but he also confuses the past and the present. This incident caused the family members to murmur. The old steward seemed panicked, he said loudly, wanting Phaser to give an explanation. Wait, Phaser, are you sure? Is not it just because of the shock of losing the young lady that he panicked for a... No. Phaser bowed his head, his eyes lowered. His expression was confused, and his voice trembled because of it, unfortunately, but these symptoms cannot be explained simply as temporary fatigue. Phaser observed the steward's expression, and then continued to speak about the situation of the Nerial family's head. Even the steward only knew for the first time. So perhaps the Earl had hidden his condition himself. Perhaps he had been neglected for so long. Leah's voice sounded softly, a daughter's question about her father's illness, and also the remorse of a daughter for neglecting her father's illness. What should I do to help my father recover? Leah's question made Phaser stunned. After a while he spoke. Currently, in-depth treatment at a nursing facility is the most necessary thing. Leah sighed and lowered her head. Her long hair covered her face, making it difficult for Phaser to judge her emotions. Leah's voice sounded, a command. Then just do that, I will hand it all over to you. Phaser, he looked at Leah for a long time and finally replied, yes, miss, I will try my best in the treatment. Leah walked, the sound of her heels touched the floor, echoing evenly. Her voice carried the air pressure of a female owner. Everyone heard that. Leah stood with her back to everyone in the hall. She continued, because of health problems, my father is currently no longer able to hold the position of family head. Her heart was in turmoil in this place. There will be no one named Leah anymore. Only Leferentia, the heir of the Nerial family, a place full of schemes. Leah's perception of this place. In thought and essence, where everything starts again, my home. This time I personally return to this hell. Leah's heart was full of firmness, to regain the position that belonged to me. And at this moment, she declared to herself, establishing a strong covenant about power and authority. No one in this place can imprison me anymore. Leah's voice echoed in the large hall. So, from this moment on, she turned around, her cold face and icy eyes swept over each person, and declared loudly, I Leferentia Nerial. Leah's voice was firm, will replace that position. Elsewhere in the vast imperial city, the king was sitting on his throne. He ordered Laches, raise your head, Duke Violentus. His hand tapped his thigh. His voice echoed in the magnificent castle, it has been a long time. The emperor kept his voice steady, but the tone carried a bit of blame. If I did not call you so many times, maybe I would not see this precious face again before I die. Laches bowed his head, he smiled without saying anything. Waiting for the emperor to be silent, Laches spoke, thank you, your majesty. Before his stern eyes, he raised his head, arrogant and confident. His voice was firm, for recognizing my value like this. The emperor leaned forward slightly. His voice with a bit of sarcasm, self-mockery, That is right, I do not believe you would bother to come to the capital just because of my summons. He said sternly, his voice serious and hard. I ask you, what is the real reason for you to leave the distant north and come here? Latches bowed his head, pretending to be pious. As you said, responding to His Majesty's summons is my obvious duty. He paused for a moment, then spoke, stating his purpose before the Emperor's stunned eyes. I plan to stay in the capital for a while, so if your Majesty has anything you need, please summon me at any time. The Emperor was suspicious. He asked again, a person responsible for the security of the North wants to stay in the capital. He put forward many situations for Latches. Wanting to test his strength, if the North shakes in your absence, how do you plan to bear that responsibility? Only hearing Latches reply firmly, please do not worry. He was full of confidence. The defensive measures for protecting the border have been prepared carefully. A few arrogant rays of light inevitably appeared in his eyes. If you still find my actions not credible, sending troops to the north is also a way. Stopping for a moment, Latches said again, it is just not clear whether His Majesty's army is capable of dealing with the magical creatures. His words were so arrogant that the Emperor had to frown. He still continued as if he did not see, because the war with them is a life and death battle every second. Latch's voice was a bit sarcastic, but the knights of the capital only regard protecting peace as their only honor. The Emperor could not reply for a moment. He could only clench his hands and grind his teeth and said, it has been a long time since we met, but you talk quite a bit better. The Emperor asked, how long do you plan to stay? Latches still bowed his head, that matter cannot be decided by me alone. He paused for a moment, then as if remembering something, spoke, there is one more important thing that I have not reported, as the successor of one of the 4 great families. I am about to bring good news to your Majesty. The Emperor was a bit suspicious. Good news. Latches replied, yes, in this capital. He remembered Leah when he said this sentence. Her figure sat reading a book, attentive and full of charm. I plan to hold an engagement ceremony in the near future. Leah on this side was writing a letter. The handwriting was thin and sharp. The content was presented carefully by her. Leah mentioned the event at Violentus and Viscount Helo's promise. Hello, Viscount Helo's. She mentioned her identity again. I am the maid Leah who met you in Violentus. Remembering the kindness and promise that you once gave, I venture to ask for help. Leah mentioned the moment she ran after the Viscount, hoping to revive his memory of what happened that night. Leah explained carefully, the 2 pieces of jewelry attached to this letter are magic tools. She also wrote clearly the reason she sent them with the letter. I know your trade union has in-depth knowledge of magic tools. She prayed, so please investigate for me about the origin related to these items. Leah needed help, she wrote. If you can provide clues to identify the owner, I would be very grateful. The sound of pen and paper rustled. Leah also wrote more about her thoughts, although it is just my intuition, but please check further to see if there is any connection between these 2 magic tools. Leah reread the letter, then folded it up and said to herself, okay, that content is enough, right? Leah carefully arranged the situation. She began to calculate a retreat in case of an accident. The current situation is still dangerous to freely leave the mansion. So the matter of investigating the magic tool should temporarily be asked for through this letter. The next schedule is. The sound of knocking on the door resounded. Leferentia Neriel rubbed her eyebrows slightly, tiredly invited. Come in. The steward immediately pushed in a cart full of documents. Respectfully reporting the completed task. Excuse me, miss, I brought the documents that miss mentioned earlier. Leferentia Neriel looked at the pile of papers he brought, feeling the heavy pressure weighing on her shoulders, and sighed tiredly. Such a short time and the work has piled up like this. She could not help but grit her teeth, feeling suspicious about the steward's ability to work. Zenon, what have you been doing all this time? He stood beside her in confusion, also dejectedly lowering his head apologetically, finding words to explain. I am sorry, after the young lady left, many things happened in the mansion so. Without waiting for the steward to finish speaking, Leferentia Neriel did not want to hear any justification. She took a deep breath and began to accept her fate. Alright, anyway, it is something that sooner or later I would have to do myself. Remembering her elderly father, Leferentia Neriel slowly recalled the events of last night, when Phaser helped Earl Neriel step through the half-open gate last night. My father left for a nursing home in a local small town as advised by Phaser. Sally Walker then put her arm around and comforted Leferentia Neriel after seeing him off. She lowered her head slightly dejectedly, unconsciously feeling the vacant atmosphere there. Although it was a sudden decision, the mansion was unexpectedly quiet. After Earl Neriel left, Leferentia Neriel completely took power. It was so easy that she had to exclaim. With just a seal in the letter of authorization, all of his authority was transferred to me. Now, Leferentia Neriel stood in the study looking at the pile of documents, feeling somewhat at ease that nothing chaotic had happened. The absence of the family head was originally a familiar thing to the attendants in the house, so it did not cause any disturbance or chaos. She smiled slightly, somewhat mocking at this false peace. Perhaps I should feel lucky that everyone has gotten used to his absence. But thinking of this, Leferentia Neriel suddenly shook her head. And shook off the thought, determined to tell herself, no, this is not the time to indulge in such thoughts. Although outwardly trying to appear calm, everyone is worried about the future of the family. That is why I am even stronger. She gritted her teeth, even more determined when thinking of herself. For myself too. Suddenly, Leferentia Neriel noticed a strange letter mixed in the pile of documents. She asked the steward in question, "What is this letter?" He lowered his head slightly. Without thinking too long, he respectfully gave a reply. "It is the invitation to the engagement ceremony of Earl Devotee sent to the Earl." Leferentia Neriel heard this and picked it up curiously to see. Looking at the invitation decorated in various colors and secretly mocked. So gorgeous that it is a bit too much. True to Delia's taste. She gently stroked the card in her hand, feeling quite surprised in her heart, pondering and speculating. I did not expect that the engagement has not been cancelled yet. They probably do not know anything about me yet at this time. The steward also put his hands together looking at Leferentia Neriel, and asked in a low voice about a problem. "Miss, do you plan to personally attend their engagement ceremony?" She slowly folded the card, shrugged, and comforted in a joking tone. If my father's condition has not improved by that time, I won't send a fake to attend." "Do not worry," the steward saw that his intention was misunderstood and panicked, waving his hands and denying hastily. No, that is not what I meant." Leferentia Neriel glanced at him with interest, seeing him sip his lips, considering for a moment before hesitating to say it directly. "I am just afraid that Miss will be hurt." The sky outside was blue and clear. She also did not want to talk about this matter anymore. Changing to business seriously. "All right, stop chatting, let us start working." Clearing her throat slightly, Leferentia Neriel began to assign tasks. "Give me the most urgent documents first, and arrange the old documents in chronological order." The steward also did not delve further, respectfully bowing and following. "Yes, I understand." Time passed gradually, and the sky gradually turned dark. The night slowly enveloped the mansion. The steward glanced at the sky outside the window, surprised by their forgetting the time of working. "Oh my God, it is so late already." He hurriedly worried about Leferentia Neriel's health, and gently opened his mouth to suggest, "Miss has worked hard. The rest is not too urgent, I will present it later." She was not a person who exploited labor. Nodding slightly and following, "You have worked hard too." Understanding that Leferentia Neriel would also stop to rest, the steward thoughtfully asked permission to leave and prepare in advance. "Then I will go prepare a resting room right now." She slowly rested her hand on the table and stood up, her voice hoarse and ordered, "Tell them that I have not returned to the room yet, prepare slowly." The candle in the room flickered, looking at Leferentia Neriel's departing appearance. The steward did not understand what was going on. "It is so late," so he hurriedly inquired about her intention. "Miss, where are you going?" Leferentia Neriel held the burning candlestick, without answering clearly but only humming and explaining, "Because I still have something to do." The exquisite high heels stepped on each step of the stairs. She walked leisurely, calculating the time she had promised. The date to meet Latches was less than 2 days away. Leferentia Neriel slowly shone the light and stepped down each step connecting to the basement. She could not sit still, so she made the decision to find something to do. "It is too wasteful to sit still and wait. In the meantime, at least I must do what I can right at the mansion." The dim yellow light from the candle shone on Leferentia Neriel's beautiful but gloomy face. She sharply outlined each step to be taken. "The first thing to verify is the person who created the fake." Leferentia Neriel slowly strung together each thing plus Anna's account, chilled to the bone and thought back. That person said not to worry about being discovered because the Earl's spirit was no longer sober. Someone asked Anna to pretend to be Miss Neriel. In the dark tunnel, there was only the flickering candle. She walked and sighed and affirmed, just as Latches said, there must be someone behind Anna, thinking of the expressions of the servants in the mansion. Leferentia Neriel hesitated to analyze the identity of the person behind, but among the attendants in the mansion no one had signs of collusion. Also, there was no evidence showing there was any exchange related, so it is very likely that that person is someone from the outside. She pursed her lips, remembered the murderer who killed her, exhaled and linked everything together, concluding, is the person behind really the one who killed me? Thinking in this direction, Leferentia Neriel slowly shook her head, feeling that there was a problem in it. If the reason to kill me was only to put another person in my position, then everything would fit together, but why? Remembering Anna's actions close to Earl Neriel when pretending to be her, Leferentia Neriel could not understand the reason for the pretense. He did not steal anything, also did not pry for information, simply ordered to stand beside Earl Neriel in my place, and that is all. The high heels clattered on the floor. She pursed her lips thinking of Anna, the person chosen to pretend to be me, and also used my closest maid to carry out that matter. Thinking of this, Leferentia Neriel frowned. Another thought flashed slowly. Or he thought that if the identity of the fake was exposed, then the real thing would reappear. At the same time she had arrived at the place she needed to go, she gently stopped and tightened the burning candlestick in her hand. The memories of the letters surged back. Referentia Neriel sighed helplessly when she had no impression of the person behind. The person behind only gave orders through letters, so in my memory I do not have his face. At that time, she looked at Anna sitting huddled in the dark prison, standing in front of the prison door. Referentia Neriel darkly remembered, if it is Anna that I know, she would not easily follow the words of a stranger. With that thought, she firmly made a decision, determined to be able to do one thing, at least to guess who the person behind is. At that time, as if realizing that there were eyes looking at her, Anna blankly raised her head to look at Referentia Neriel. At the same time, she also made a decision about what needed to be done. So, there is only one way to directly interrogate her. Referentia Neriel held the candlestick like a superior, coldly turned her eyes to send a greeting to Anna sitting below. Hello, Anna. Looking at Referentia Neriel, Anna remembered the beautiful and gorgeous appearance, covered in her light. In her heart 1,000 times rose the petty envy. As if she was living in a completely different world from me. How overwhelming was that indifferent face that had nothing to worry about. Under Referentia Neriel's surprised wide eyes, she laughed, hatred and pain burst out, living her whole life like a shadow behind a person like that. Does the young lady know how painful that is? Witnessing Anna's crazy appearance, Referentia Neriel took a deep breath, and slowly realized one thing. She was no longer sober, but no matter what, she was determined to track down the person behind. Coldly interrogating her, do not beat around the bush, Anna. My question is who? But Anna had long been crazy and lost her mind. Hot tears flowed down her face. She cried and screamed, I want to become Referentia Neriel. This time Referentia Neriel was completely stunned, staring at Referentia Neriel whispering, her voice trembling, choked with emotion. Just once is okay. I once wanted to be loved by everyone like. Referentia Neriel clenched the candlestick in her hand. Her throat tightened, and she hissed out each word, want to become me. Unconsciously, she suddenly remembered Phaser's comforting words about Earl Neriel's condition. Please do not worry, miss. He has regained some consciousness. It is probably not to the point that it can't be cured. Then even longer before, the figure kneeling on one knee raising the ring of debtor devotee, and his scoundrel words were still imprinted in Referentia Neriel's mind. You can understand, right, Referentia, even if you are a lover you do not need to know everything about each other. After that, Delia's smug smiling face also appeared, laughing at Referentia Neriel's own pain, emphasizing, but Leah, you are about to die. And finally the memories of a distant childhood, when Earl Neriel knelt down, choking begging her, Referentia, absolutely do not leave this mansion, do not let anyone see you. The beautiful purple eyes that Referentia Neriel inherited from him, at that time were full of coldness, indifferently and apathetically glanced at her. The small flame burned brightly, rising up hazy smoke, followed by the stern and cruel words of Earl Neriel, that is my last plea. Returning to the present, Anna suddenly raised her head to look at Referentia Neriel. Hearing her slowly, drawlingly say, Anna, what you really desire. Her eyes suddenly widened, in surprise as if she did not expect it, could not believe it. The candle was extinguished, Referentia Neriel lowered her head. Her whole body was shrouded in darkness, cold and gloomy, and said mockingly, is it just a life like this? She did not want to waste any more time, and decisively turned to leave, and laughed softly, feeling, there is no point in continuing this conversation. Leaving Anna sitting slumped in prison, Referentia Neriel strode away. Her voice was indifferent, calm as if everything was under her control. It is okay if the contact is not cut off. Then that person will take the initiative to come to her sooner or later. Speaking of which, Referentia Neriel suddenly stopped a little, under Anna's bewildered gaze. She leisurely compared, but whether she will dry up here first, or he will come to save her first, then I do not know. The candlestick was extinguished, and it was dark all around. Only Referentia Neriel's firm back and a stern voice announced, I have forgiven all the family members in attendance in this castle. Referentia Neriel slightly tilted her head. Her eyes were cold, and she gave Anna a chance, even though they had turned a blind eye to her crazy role-playing. So I hope you beg for forgiveness before it is too late. She paused slightly, closed her eyes and sighed wearily, when there is still a little compassion for you in me. After saying these words, Referentia Neriel left straight away, without looking back once. She folded her arms and slowly walked down the corridor. Anna's earnest voice was still echoing in her head. Just once is okay. I once wanted to be loved by everyone like you. Referentia Neriel's hand tightened on her arm, and confused thoughts began to weigh her head, and weakly lamented. Is it because I heard those nonsense words? My head is starting to ache from the mess of thoughts. She exhaled, decided to let herself rest. Just a little bit at the same time, Referentia Neriel suddenly noticed a strange room in the corridor. What is the closest room to this place? She suddenly stopped in front of a closed room. and was stunned to realize father's study. Looking at the cold closed door, Leferentia blankly recalled the past. Now that I remember, I have never entered this room once. Now I have the key, before father always locked it. Curiosity had overwhelmed everything. She slowly took out the key, pretending to find an excuse to tell herself, just take a quick look. Click, the heavy wooden door was opened. Leferentia figure followed the light cast on the floor, a faint black shadow. She leisurely stepped in, looked around, and suddenly stopped paying attention when she saw something. It turned out to be an exquisite blue cloak. Leferentia was excited, thinking happily, the cloak that he treasured is still here, and suddenly she froze. Her heart seemed to be squeezed, recalling, even if his mind was not clear, but father still had countless opportunities to drive Anna away. She stared at the cloak, feeling heavy, disappointed and sad about Earl Neriel's decision, but he still kept her by his side, because that would make father feel more comfortable. In Leferentia mind, she seemed to imagine him happily holding his daughter's hand when she returned. His daughter was not dead, even came back alive and forgave him. He must have wanted to believe that. She could even imagine the corners of Earl Neriel's mouth curving up, full of joy and laughing mockingly, that this was an ideal father-daughter relationship. The daughter he held tightly in his hand returned to being a little girl, returned before so that he could make up for it, an opportunity to start over. Leferentia blankly followed the cloak draped over the work chair in the distance. Her eyes were deep and melancholy. She turned again and slowly stepped to another area, painfully admitting, compared to the truth, that feeling is more important to him. Standing before a huge bookshelf, Leferentia gently raised her hand and pulled a thick red book from it. She slowly turned the pages, looking at and contemplating everything in the book. Each page was turned, until Leferentia opened to a page depicting Earl Neriel's handsome appearance. It was a painting of his face and his wife, her mother when she was young, which Leferentia had never seen, making her exclaim in surprise, a painting I have never seen. So they were once so young. Leferentia lowered her eyes. Her eyes were full of sadness, sadly looking at every youthful, delicate line of her parents. Those two people seemed in a moment of inadvertence. She suddenly saw the intimate moment of their embrace. Scattered pieces connected to each other, turned into an image of a young man and woman embracing each other intimately. She suddenly remembered the love of her parents. The only girl of the great aristocrat of the Neriel family, and a commoner priest who came from the monastery. Leferentia slowly, gently picked up every bit of information, piecing together her few memories. The love that overcomes class barriers, that is my father and mother. Some time passed, she once again went down to the dungeon to meet Anna. Hello Anna, looking at her haggard appearance, Leferentia assessed with a surprised and sympathetic tone. It has only been a few months since you left the mansion, but you have changed to the point that I do not recognize you anymore. Anna was still sitting huddled in a corner, her long hair disheveled, listening to her softly laugh, and said mockingly, that is right, from a very young age you have always been by my side. So the fact that I am no longer by your side is probably a big change. Speaking of which, Leferentia suddenly stopped, silently, thoughtfully, and carefully looked at Anna, the familiar face that was once close to her. They were separated by a prison fence. Leferentia soft, gentle voice echoed in the dark space, hitting Anna's heart directly. But Anna, I know you are not such a bad child. She slowly recalled the previous regressions. The teacup fell, shattered. The spilled tea splashed all over the floor, and the painful betrayals, in countless regressions. Some attendants had turned a blind eye to my death, or even betrayed me, facilitating that death. But not once had that person been Anna. Leferentia had painfully supported herself on the table, slumped down, covered her mouth and coughed up blood. Anna carried the tray of tea beside her and hurriedly watched her worriedly. She used to be worried, panicked and hurried to help Leferentia, which used to make her warm and moved, because she was always the one who cried for my death. But now, in the dark prison, Leferentia coldly interrogated Anna, the maid who used to be close to her but now betrayed her. Did he threaten you, or did he grasp your weakness to control you? She coughed softly, trying to gently comfort, inducing her to tell the truth. It is okay, just tell me honestly. Who is it that made you like this? But Anna still remained indifferent to all the words, keeping silent without saying anything. Until a moment later, under Leferentia stunned gaze, she suddenly laughed softly, sadly mocking, a young lady like you, living without staining a finger in the dark side of the world. What would you know? Those cruel words made her unable to believe it. Unconsciously she blurted out in a daze, what? And then Anna seemed to drift with the memories, returning to a clear morning of a very long time ago. She used to stand leaning to one side, respectfully and straightly observing everything, also knowing her position. I know the young lady does not really need me. I am just one of the many attendants. But in a sudden moment, Anna had to widen her eyes, watching a beautiful person, but that is why it makes me even more painful. What caught her eye was the long silky hair, fluttering in the golden sunlight of Leferentia Nerial, the person who made her jealous with red eyes. Under the spacious, airy garden of the mansion, under the statue of the goddess that was respectful and solemn with the sacred wings of an angel, a person slowly clasped their hands together, raised them and murmured reverently, "Pray, ascetic, reverent." It was the lonely, desolate figure of Earl Nerial, under the faint streaks of sunlight, dejectedly walking along the corridor. The leisurely, serene voice of Leferentia Nerial slowly rose to tell about his life. My father's youth was a time buried in the silence of the temple. He gave the beginning and end of each day to the gods. Everything in the world only passed by like a gentle breeze. On his tireless steps, Earl Nerial suddenly stopped. His eyes blankly looked at the magnificent mansion nearby. The haughty, beautiful white roses bloomed, showing off their color and fragrance in the garden. Leferentia Nerial still indifferently continued, "Whether it is the flower-blooming season or the first light of dawn, it does not mean anything. Because his world is only filled with the names of gods." Earl Nerial stopped under the faint streaks of sunlight. He looked towards the distance, carrying a touch of tranquility and desolate loneliness. The purple eyes shone with sadness. "That is right, at least." The long flowing hair of the young girl fluttered in the wind. The tall, slender figure stood from afar and watched the crowd. The girl with the graceful figure gently turned around. In her hand was a colorful flower. "Before meeting my mother." The couple walked intimately under the warm light of the sun. Nothing could stop their love. My mother was willing to run away with him, and my father was also prepared to give up everything for her, including the monastic life, the thing that he considered his whole life. The image of a dreamlike wedding solemnly appeared before her eyes. Finally, because he could not let his daughter leave, my grandfather accepted my father as the son-in-law of the Nerial family, and allowed them to marry. The plump baby quietly lay in the protective arms of the father. The spring of the following year, I was born. The crowd happily surrounded the pregnant woman. Everyone was eagerly waiting. My father always lived in a sense of guilt for turning his back on the gods, even the relatives on the maternal side. Those who did not like my father also unanimously blessed the birth of the new life. They called it the blessing of God. The hand tightened on the portrait of the girl. A blessing, if only that was really the case, but tragedy began from there. My mother's two brothers suddenly died in an accident. The countess was so shocked that she fell ill and was bedridden, and the husband could not overcome the grief and gave up his life. The image of the painting of three people was crossed out by red ink. Not long after, my mother also. In the dark room, there was still a little light due to the moon's light. What blessing! The Nerial family collapsed without stopping. Leah stood by the bookshelf. All those tragedies seemed to originate from me. She lowered her head to think, perhaps father also thought so, that I was the reason that took away mother. Leah picked up the red book. In his heart, there was always only the position of my mother. Holding the book, she looked up and saw a hole on the bookshelf. Her eyes flashed with surprise. Leah looked inside and saw a door appear before her eyes. A door. Behind that is another room. She pushed the bookshelf out. This bookshelf is too light. Then, she used her hand to push all the books to one side. If I take all the books out, then I will definitely be able to open it. Opening that door, before Leah's eyes was a room surrounded by bookshelves placed close to each other. She carefully stepped inside to examine. It is just a normal study. Why is there such a place? Leah looked at the bookshelf on the side. This looks even older than the books outside. She turned over a book that had turned yellow to see. When the gate is opened, the sword of Violentus will sweep away the darkness. The shield of Divertri will protect the earth. Leah attentively read the book in her hand, and the eye of Palo will predict the future from behind a sudden noise. She turned her face to look outside. The prophecy of the guardian families. The emperor's prohibited book. Startled, she looked up above and a black aura appeared. Could it be, this whole place is? Leah quickly turned the pages of the book to see. I have seen something similar in Latch's bedroom. These books cannot be obtained through normal means. But where did father gather so many prohibited books from? Suddenly she stopped, her eyes showing clear shock. At that time, the Nerial family. The image of him appeared in her head. Is one of the four families that saved the empire. Violentus, Diverti, Palo, Nerial. His hand stopped at the 2 pages that had been torn by someone. But strangely, the story about Nerial was hardly recorded. The middle pages had been torn from before. Leah turned away to the bookshelf. She turned her face to look towards the bookshelf behind her. All the prohibited books in the study, every part related to the Nerial family was blurred or torn off. The book had fallen to the ground without knowing when. Books were scattered on the floor, as if someone was trying to erase the name Nerial from the history of the empire. Leah lowered her head and looked down and thought, no, maybe they want to erase it completely. She sat down on the ground. A thought ran through her head. This is Earl Nerial's study, and it is also the most hidden room. It must be done by father. The thoughts were constantly running through Leah's head. But why, the person who is currently the owner of this family is father, erasing the history of his own family after becoming the family head, what good would that do for himself? Suddenly a voice rang out from outside, Miss Leferentia. She saw it was the steward and called Zeno. He saw her and wondered, "Ah, you are here." Leah asked him, "What is the matter? Are there more documents that you need me to see?" He replied, "No, I am just worried because Miss has been gone for too long. I did not know Miss was in this study, so I searched for a long time." He asked her when he was in the mansion, "The Earl also often stayed in this room. Does Miss also like this place?" Hearing that, a thought ran through her head. Even the family members do not know about this secret room. Leah lowered her face thoughtfully. "The matter of the prohibited books. It is better if only I know. There is no need to dig up father's stains." After a while she spoke, "I am tired, let us go back." "Yes, Miss, then let me take Miss back to her room." She folded her arms, her face carrying a bit of thought. Leah said, "When we get there, call Shelley to help me," he said to her. Shelley. She told the steward, "The maid who came with me, I want to ask her to do a few things." The rays of the early morning sun shone into the house. The white porcelain bowls and plates were peacefully placed on the wooden table. A maid asked, while tying the strings of the dress, "Does Miss feel uncomfortable anywhere?" She reached out to adjust her sleeves. It seems that the back is a little wide." The maid remembered and said, "Let me tighten the corset more." Suddenly outside, someone ran to Leah in a hurry. Suddenly someone shouted and called her Miss. The maids were a little uncomfortable. "Why open the door without knocking? The young lady is..." Leah did not let them finish. "It is okay, just come in. What is the matter?" "Sally," she stood at the door panting. "She brought the news, Miss. It is just as you said." Leah heard that and turned her face to look at Sally. "And not long after that, when we dug up the flower pot that the fake girl used to take care of, there was really a piece of paper hidden in it." She continued. Before her eyes was the image of a white envelope, with a red seal that had been soiled by the earth. "The contact from Anna's behind the scenes has arrived," she thought. Sally worriedly replied immediately, "Sorry, Miss, I have not opened it yet." In her hand she was holding the letter to read, the letter that the behind the scenes of fake Leferentia sent to Anna. "There must be clues about the other party in this," she read and thought. Leah ordered the crowd standing there, "All of you go outside until I call. Do not let anyone in." "Yes, Miss." She suggested to her, "Shelley, in case of an accident, please check the curtains and doors for me." "Yes, Miss." She thought, "Last night I told Shelley to check the places Anna often visited. The letter was hidden in the flower bed in the outskirts of the mansion. This is the first contact since Anna was arrested." When Leah was immersed in her thoughts, they probably did not expect that the receiver of the letter was the real person. "Not the fake," Sally said. "But Miss, how did you know there was a letter?" She replied, "Just because I saw everyone doing that, so I guessed." She asked again, "Really?" But she did not answer. She replied silently, "Of course I read it from Anna's memory." She looked at the envelope, holding the knife in her hand. More importantly, she asked, "Shelley, when did you check the flower pot?" She replied, "Last night and this morning. They must have left it at dawn." Sally turned to look at her. She saw Leah standing still and asked, "Miss, what is wrong? Is the content not good?" She was still silent and did not reply. After a while she said, "The letter says to meet at midnight." Speaking of which, she was startled. "Tonight, right at my Nereal mansion." Sally was horrified and asked again, "Right at the young lady's mansion?" She pondered, "It is not enough to install an impostor here to deceive my father. Now they are planning to step into the mansion themselves." Leah spoke, How arrogant. I do not know who it is, but they are really brave." She stood beside her worriedly. "Miss, what should we do now? It is too urgent tonight." She put the letter down on the table and replied, "The other side has warned in advance. There is no other way." Leah looked at the letter without saying anything, which made Sally standing behind her quite worried. She asked, "Could it be that Miss is planning to show up herself?" She heard that and turned her face. She spoke, "That person has never even revealed himself clearly to Anna. So if not now, I am afraid there won't be a second time." Sally tried to persuade Leah, "But Miss, that is very dangerous. Or it is better to let the impostor go instead." She had just finished speaking. She objected, "No way." She continued, "If he meets the impostor, it will only reveal that I have returned. Moreover, Anna may escape before I can do anything." She asked, "Then what are you planning to do now?" She looked down at the letter on the table and was silent for a moment, as Shelley said. Leah began to weigh the pros and cons. "I do not know what kind of person will appear. It is too dangerous to face them alone without any preparation, so, first of all, go find a jewelry store and buy me a pendant. And prepare the fastest horse and a messenger from the capital." Leah laid out the plans, thinking to herself, "At least I must prepare a defense plan to protect myself," she said. "I must contact Latches immediately." The sun also began to set gradually, and the sky appeared with a sunset. In the room, someone's voice rang out. "Have you heard the news that Miss Nereal survived and returned?" That voice continued, "That young lady who was engaged to Earl Deverty." Hearing that, Delia anxiously bit her nails. "No way, did not she have a funeral? It seems that they even said that she had an incurable terminal illness." They continued to talk. And by the way, I heard that Duke Violentus has visited the capital. What is going on? Delia worried. Why is Leferentia here? Could it be that the Duke personally brought her back from the north? She was immersed in her thoughts. No way, it must just be a rumor. I have decided to treat it as if it never happened, and it was Duke Violentus who proposed it first. There was a voice outside the door. Delia, I am coming in. A blond man opened the door and stepped in. What is it? What is that look? Why have not you changed yet? Delia stammered. Brother Lloyd. Lloyd corrected. Not brother but Earl Pallow. He looked at her. Earl Deverty is coming soon. Quickly clean up that slovenly look and go out, Delia replied now. He stared at her. That is right, I do not know what happened in the north, but your second brother here has tried to persuade him to come back, so this time remember to do well, you know. She heard that and could only remain silent. If you can't be as charming as Leferentia, then at least use your body to tie him down. Lloyd turned around and prepared to leave. Just get pregnant with a child. The Earl won't run away. He warned Delia when he saw her pressing her nails. Nails are also part of the product. If you see any scratches, you will be punished, so keep it carefully. She could only obediently listen. Yes, Earl. The scene of her brother being happy about the engagement news, the reception and praise of everyone around, and nails that have never been cut short. Delia sat in front of the mirror and spoke to herself. Everything is perfect. A thread of gold of memory appeared, but Leferentia. Leah's figure seemed to exist in the mirror, making Delia unable to believe her eyes. She was like a shadow, forever living behind Leferentia's aura. Delia's eyes, the eyes of hatred. Hatred was like a thin smoke, lingering in her mind. Just hearing your name, Delia reached out, breaking the mirror violently. She shouted loudly. The crowd standing outside watched the scene without daring to enter. Miss Delia. Delay hated Leah. Evil thoughts flashed, her hands clenched. It is all because of Leferentia. There should not have been any comparison from the beginning. A person like Leferentia should not have been born in this world. She said hatefully, so, it is all your fault. The flowers fell scattered on the ground. A person like you is better off disappearing. Her voice was high-pitched, as if hissing through her teeth. No, this time I will end everything myself. Delia's face appeared in the mirror, twisted by anger and cracks, as scary as a demon. The sound of thunder split the black sky in two. The rain came, dripping heavily. Leah wore a black coat and stood on the awning of the endless long corridor. She stood there, waiting in silence. Leah waited for a long time, counting the time in her head. It seems that it is past the appointment time. Who is it after all? Why, for what reason do they want to find me? Even though I have asked myself hundreds of times, there is no clear answer. What will the person I am about to meet look like? She reached out and pulled the coat, thinking, just guessing will forever be stagnant. Sooner or later I will have to face this situation. Leah created a possibility for her speculation. If that person is the murderer who killed me. She lowered her head. Then she can't easily ignore this letter. She clutched the necklace on her neck, comforting herself. There is no need to be afraid. I have prepared enough. The fake necklace was hastily bought. Use it to pretend that I am just Anna disguised. Not myself. The rain was still drizzling. Leah was still standing there waiting. Close contact and reading memories would be more certain, but to ensure safety and not reveal her identity is still the priority. She was too deeply immersed in her own thoughts, completely unaware that someone was coming. But if I accidentally get exposed, then behind me still have. A voice rang out from somewhere. Leah was startled. This is the first time we have met, right? The person wearing a black cloak in front of her, before her surprised eyes, asked, have you adapted well to the life of Leferentia? She stood stunned and heard the other person say, fortunately, Earl Neriel seems to love you very much, to the point that he can't recognize that you are not his real daughter. The face of the person in the darkness was half hidden, gradually starting to become clear. This person is the behind the scenes of fake Leferentia. Leah reassured herself. It is okay, calm down, she asked. Is not there a guard in front of the mansion? How did you get here? The veiled person was silent, not saying anything. Then suddenly he smiled, a smile full of schemes and full of danger. That person asked again, is that important in this empire? Leah was completely stunned, her eyes widened. There is no place I can't enter. Just looking, I immediately recognized who he was. Who dares not know that face? She stood facing him. She blurted out, why, the identity of that person precious to the extent that he is a person respected by everyone in this country. And loved wholeheartedly. Leah continued, Your Highness has come all the way here. Before her was a young man with blonde hair, a handsome face. The little son of the empire, Crown Prince Belilinator.